I've decided to take most of my reviews that I've made over the years on this channel and smoosh them into a giant mega compilation. I've done similar things in the past, but I wanted to make one huge final compilation. The videos will be in the order I uploaded them in, and for those videos that I have recently went back to improve by upscaling them and editing out all the pauses I used to have in between talking, I will substitute the improved version of that review in the video. I wanted to go back and fix all of my old reviews, but I haven't really gotten around to improving many of them. For this video, I did do basic sound editing with Audacity on most of the old reviews that really needed it, but didn't get around to editing out all the pauses in between what I'm saying, so they're still in their original rough form. This isn't every review I've ever done because some reviews I feel that I need to go back and revisit. For example, my Shadows of the Empire review, which a lot of people hated.
I understand that Star Wars has a vast universe, but the game really did try to be too much. The jack of all trades is truly a master of none, and the only thing Shadows masters is how to be average.
The only part that bothers me about that review is that an old GamePro forum alum brought up a great point about the game that I missed, in that the point was to showcase the power of Nintendo's console with all the extra spaceflight and speeder missions. I really don't care if I upset everyone else with the review, but Fatbot, who I respect, made a great point. Fatbot is an awesome human being, and I cannot argue against his logic. It's still not my favorite N64 game by a long shot, but my perspective on the game has shifted thanks to Fatbot. Hence why I feel like I need to go back and revisit the game. Those reviews that I feel that I need to revisit were the ones that I cut from the final list. Also, yes, I mispronounced the Legend of Kage in the first review. Over the course of this mega compilation, you will watch my video making skills go from terrible to slightly less terrible over the years. Some of these old reviews are rough, admittedly, and I tried some basic visual improvements in my editing software, but alas, I have not AI upscaling to use, so the visuals will still be a bit rough in the older reviews. Now, with all of that out of the way, here is a compilation of my poorly written, poorly edited, and poorly made reviews.
I'm trying something new here. Every week I will randomly reach into one of my many boxes filled with games and pull out one to play for a week. Then I'll do a little mini review of it. This week I randomly pulled out Taito Legends 2. The PS2 has a ton of really good retro compilations. Capcom Classics Collection, Midway Arcade Treasures, Mega Man Anniversary and X Collection, the Sega Genesis Collection, Sonic Mega Collection Plus, Activision Anthology, and the list goes on and on. It's actually really staggering to see all of them. Out of the really good compilations, Taito Legends 2 easily ranks as one of my personal favorites. This retro compilation by Taito, one of the most celebrated developers among the hardcore niche gamers out there, showcases 39 classic arcade games and spans the nearly 20-year gap from 1979 with Lunar Rescue to 1997 with G. Darius. I have the first Taito Legends on the original Xbox, but Legends 2 has the better selection of games in my opinion. As with a lot of compilations of this type, you do get your fair share of awkward games that really haven't aged the best by today's standards. One that comes to mind is Violence Fight. It's a two-player fighting game that was released before Street Fighter II. And it doesn't have what we would generally consider normal or standard gameplay for that genre because it was released before, the standard bearer of the fighting game genre, Street Fighter II. And then there are some games that just really weren't that good to begin with. For example, Nastar Warrior. It's a sequel to Taito's classic Rastan, and not only does it not live up to its classic prequel, it's just really not that good of a game by any standards. Not today's standards or the standards of yesteryear. But that being said, I am glad that they did include it on the compilation for completion purposes. There are a couple of other examples I could make for games that feel a bit dated in their play, however they don't harm the overall feel of this compilation. No developer has hit gold in every single game they have ever released. Not a single one. And this compilation still has a great list of games, including some lesser known games that I was really surprised by. Up until this week I could never figure out The Legend of Cage. I couldn't even get past the first part of the game. But I always dug the Legend of the Eight Samurai vibe the game had. It's a classic Japanese movie, you should really check it out if you've never seen it. Though the gameplay isn't as tight as, say, Shinobi or Ninja Gaiden, The Legend of Cage still has plenty of action to be had. This control scheme is a little awkward, making you hit up to jump, but overall it's a decent game. A tough game, but decent enough once you get the hang of it. Continuing, however, seems to take you back to the beginning of the game. Or maybe I just suck and I didn't make it past the first level. Dungeon magic has become one of my favorites on Legends 2. Imagine Knights of the Round meets Zelda, where you explore dungeons replete with baddies to kill, treasure to collect, booby traps, and a big boss at the end of each level. But then imagine it's made with arcade gaming in mind, and you'll have a basic idea of what dungeon magic has to offer. It's really a unique blend of genres, and as a huge beat-em-up fan, I was really surprised by this one. And like the majority of the games on Legends 2, there is a two-player co-op option, and that expands the fun considerably. Quicks is definitely a unique concept. The player moves their marker to create squares in order to block in the quicks, those wavy lines in the center of the square, while avoiding little sparks that follow you. If the sparks touch you, you die. If the quicks touches your line, you die. Unique concept, and for whatever reason it gives me that 80s Tron vibe. Balloon Bomber has that classic Atari age feel to it. You are an anti-aircraft gun shooting at balloons that are dropping bombs. Hence the name Balloon Bomber. If the bomb hits the ground, a crater is made and you can't drive over it. This can leave the player stuck in one spot helpless as the balloons drop their bombs on you. Luckily, you can also shoot their bombs. Who says destructible environments are an original idea? Okay, that's just a joke there. Obviously, the modern version is a little bit different. To be honest, I have never gotten around to playing an elevator action game. Elevator Action 2 has eaten up a bunch of my time this week. The concept is simple enough. You choose one of 3 characters and ride elevators through a building, killing enemies and looking behind doors to collect data, or to gain new items to use. The enemies also pop out of doors too, and the action gets more intense as time goes on. It's a simple concept with some really addictive gameplay behind it. Ray Maze, assuming that's how this is pronounced, is another surprising one to me. If Pac-Man upgraded to a trike that could collect power-ups like an energy shield and the ability to shoot lasers at his enemies, he would end up with something like Ray Maze. I was sucked into this one for a good while. And though it is one of the many Pac-Man clones, if you will, this one does it right. Its combination of fast gameplay and its own unique twist on the formula set it aside as a really fun game in its own right. It even has giant boss fights thrown in for good measure. And how could I talk about Taito without mentioning Bust-A-Move? Bust-A-Move again has that classic formula that makes the series so addictive. Shooting colored bubbles at bubbles of the same color to make them disappear before time runs out. These games have always been and always will be extremely addictive. This is one of Taito's best known series for a reason. It's just really that fun and really that addictive. There are actually quite a few more games to cover. Some that I enjoyed, some I didn't, and some that were pretty obscure. However, I think that it might be high time that I cover the real reason that Taito Legends 2 is an absolute must-have for retro gamers. As you may expect from the company who pretty much invented the genre with Space Invaders, a game that caused a yen shortage in Japan, Taito Legends 2 showcases a pretty epic grouping of shoot-'em-ups. Aside from there being 3 different versions of Space Invaders on this disc alone, Space Invaders DX, a remastering of the original with the Versus mode and a parody mode, Space Invaders 95, and my personal favorite version, because I don't absolutely suck at it like I do at any game that has to do with dodging and shooting, Majestic 12. MJ12, eh? Alien conspiracy? I wonder. Anyway, there's also a plethora of other great shoot-'em-ups to be played. Games like Gun Frontier, Metal Black, Grid Seeker, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, Gekkirindan, are all high-quality offerings to the genre. However, the real reason why Legends 2 should be in every shoot-'em-up fan's library is because it contains 3 of Taito's most legendary and respected shoot-'em-up games. These 3 alone on a disc would make it a killer compilation. The Darius series is a long-running and well-respected series, and Taito Legends 2 not only has Darius Gaiden, but also G Darius. And if that wasn't overkill of awesomeness, they also threw in Raystorm for good measure. Raystorm is the follow-up to Rayforce and is a 3D polygonal vertical scrolling shoot-'em-up with a lock-on system similar to Panzer Dragoon. Not only do you have to worry about the enemies on your plane of the playing field, but the enemies below you as well, which you take out with said lock-on system. This adds a whole new dimension and strategy to the formula. As with a lot of polygonal shooters, sometimes the screen gets so filled with special effects that it's sometimes hard to see the enemy rounds headed your way. It's also sometimes hard to tell if an enemy is on your plane of the playing field or below you. However, you do eventually learn what to look for through continuous play. Overall, Raystorm is hectic and fun. And also like Panzer, as you kill enemies you fill a special attack meter and then unleash it on hordes of unsuspecting enemies. This one has a unique take on the formula and tight gameplay to boot. This is definitely a killer addition to Taito Legends 2. Darius Gaiden is perhaps the most legendary entry into the Darius series. Ask a room full of shoot-'em-up fans for their top 10 lists and this game is very likely to come up a lot. Shoot-'em-ups are pretty self-explanatory in their concept. You basically just shoot everything that moves while collecting power-ups to upgrade your weapons. And the Darius series also gives players a shield that can take a few hits before it disappears. Without the shield, it's a one-hit death, so there is a little bit of grace in the gameplay. This game doesn't rely on a lot of gimmicks either. It's just straight up fun to play. The biggest gimmick, if you will, is the fact that you fight giant mechanical fish as bosses. Another really cool addition is that the player chooses their own path to the end. Once you beat the starting level, you get to choose between 2 levels on a pyramid setup. There will always be the same number of levels to play through to the end of the game, but you'll never play through it the same way twice. This means it will take a while to fully explore the game and gives the game a ton of replay value. Overall, this game is really fun to play and has a ton of replay value and a good challenge. This classic shoot-'em-up needs to be in any shoot-'em-up fan's library. This is arguably the killer app of Taito Legends 2. G Darius is the only one of the big 3 that I already owned a home console port of. I even posted it as an underrated PS1 gem because it doesn't get a lot of mention, especially with games like Einhander stealing all the spotlight for the PS1 shoot-'em-up scene. I did once try buying Darius Gaiden for the Saturn, but the guy shipping it shipped it disc only, wrapped in a piece of paper, and wrapped in a thin layer of plastic. Suffice to say, the disc looked like someone took a bite out of it. However, since I have more experience with G Darius than the other two, it's sort of my personal favorite of the three. This version of Darius is fully polygonal and now gives the player the ability to capture enemies and use them as weapons. The fully polygonal giant fish bosses look pretty impressive still. But as with Raystorm, it is also sometimes hard to make out enemy fire coming your way. There are also not as many levels in G Darius than in Darius Gaiden, so it doesn't have quite as much replay value. That being said, this is a fine addition and it rounds out the top 3 killer apps on Taito Legends 2 very nicely. Some of the more hardcore shoot-'em-up fans might note that the Taito Legends versions of these games does give you infinite continues. Because it's the arcade versions, it simulates putting in a credit every time you hit select. That being said, you don't have to hit select if you don't want to. You can actually limit however many credits you use. For people like me who absolutely suck at shoot-'em-ups, it's helpful to have infinite continues. But that being said, it does take a lot of challenge out of the game too, because you don't have to start all over, and it's not like that dynamic where you are stuck on a really tough level and you just can't get past this level, so you concentrate more and more and more until you learn the level over and over and over again. Here you can just hit continue and then just spam them with the bombs. But like I said, no one's forcing you to hit select, and you can limit yourself. So it's just kind of up to the player. So that's it for my first edition of these random game grab videos I'm planning to make, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep up with them, but I will say I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Taito Legends 2 this week, and it's a great compilation. It should be in any retro gamer's collection. I believe it's also on the Xbox. I'm not sure about the PC, and I don't think it's on the GameCube, but if you're a retro gamer, especially a shoot-'em-up fan, this should be in your collection. Tons of great retro games on there, and yeah, I mean, just not much more to say about that. And also, sorry I didn't go a little bit more in depth with some of the reviews, because you could take each game here and do an in-depth review on it. You know, that's the thing with compilations when you gotta cover a bunch of games. But we'll see what I pull out next week. Maybe it'll be a full game, and if I get all the way through it, I'll do a full review. If not, I'll just do a review up to the point that I'm at in the game. So, other than that, I will talk to you later. So, have a great night, great evening, or great whatever. How did I spend the PS4's North American launch day, you ask? I spent it by finally beating Armored Core 2. Seeing as Armored Core 2 was a launch game for the PS2, it seemed almost a fitting way for me to spend my day. In hindsight, the PS2's launch lineup was a little lackluster in its offerings. Since I was a mere high school student back in October 2000 when the system launched, I had very little chance of owning one. And even if I had the money at the time, the massive system shortages would have been another hindrance to my goal of owning one. Being deprived of experiencing the system on day one, I've since gone back and tried to collect all the launch games, and I'm pretty close to that goal too. The problem with the launch lineup wasn't that all the games were horrible, they just weren't revolutionary. The PS2 was a system people bought with the promise of future games like Metal Gear Solid 2 and Final Fantasy X. No one cared about Grand Theft Auto at that point because the series only hit it huge after Grand Theft Auto 3. There was very little in the launch lineup that screamed next generation from a design standpoint, with the exception of maybe SSX, but that's debatable. And though Armored Core 2 does fall into the classification of being a prettier PS1 game, having 3 games released previously on the PS1, it is still one of the best PS2 launch games. The Earth has been destroyed by a war known as the Great Destruction. People have been forced to move underground to live. After a long struggle between giant corporations to gain control of the Earth, A new Earth government has finally formed, taking the power away from those corporations. As the new government is formed with the focus of cleaning up the Earth and making it livable for inhabitants, the memory of a pre-war effort to colonize Mars is brought back to the forefront, and immigration to the terraformed red planet is now encouraged. Like sharks swimming to blood in the water, the corporations again jump on the chance to regain power on a new planet, taking on the newly formed and nearly powerless Mars government known as the LLC. You are a Raven, part of a mercenary force of AC, or in other words, giant mech, operators for hire by the highest bidder, and you are pulled into the conflict between the corporations and the Mars government in a game of financial gain. Who will gain ultimate control as the story unfolds? Who cares? There's money to be made, ACs to customize, arena battles to be won, and a lot of stuff to blow up in the meantime. Nothing personal, you're a mercenary, and it's just business. Right from the start of the game, you'll notice that Armored Core 2 is a tough game. From learning the difficult controls to the steep cost of parts to customize your AC versus the sometimes low payouts from the missions, to the strict ammo management in the missions, and even the sometimes grueling arena battles. Armored Core 2 isn't a game for those looking to casually jump in a giant mech and blow things up. Armored Core goes more for the sim feel versus, say, the more arcadey feel of games like Gungrave and Blaze, which was another PS2 launch title. Gungrave and Blaze is more suited for those looking for casual destruction in their mission-based action. Armored Core 2 forces players to claw, scratch, and fight their way all the way to the point where they can finally get ahead. Not only does the game force you to pay for ammo spent and damage occurred in each mission, but failing one mission can give you negative cash, putting you in a hole you can't easily climb out of. This is a game where I found myself saving after everything I did and reloading after every failed mission. I'm actually surprised the load and save screen images aren't burnt in my TV permanently. Something that most gamers forget, or perhaps were too young to remember, is that the PS1 wasn't released with an analog controller. Even after the dual analog controller and the DualShock controller were released for the system, developers were still slow to adopt them into their development, and even those who did still had to create control setups for the original controller as well. Only a small handful of games required a DualShock. Games like Ape Escape and RC Stunt Copter come to mind. So seeing as developers spent their development time in the PS1 era developing control schemes for both analog and digital controllers, it's not a surprise that early PS2 games didn't make full use of the DualShock controllers either. What makes the control scheme in Armored Core 2 so tough is that From Software completely ignored the analog sticks during development, making aiming and movement a lot tougher than it should be. I played through the entire game on the default control setting, which requires you to press the trigger buttons to look up and down. After years of being used to moving and aiming with the analog sticks, going back to a digital pad control scheme is really tough to get the hang of. However, after a while of playing, it finally clicks. The controls have a very steep learning curve to them, but eventually you get used to them, even if they never quite feel perfect. The weakness in the control is made up for with an auto-targeting system that works pretty well most of the time, but sometimes it acts up, targeting the wrong enemy. However, this is only a minor weakness and doesn't occur all the time in the game. The control weaknesses, however, become a practice in frustration when you have an enemy that moves fast and flies around a lot. The arena battles had me infuriated at times because of the sluggish feel of looking up and down with the trigger buttons. And because of the more sim feel, the sluggish turning speeds sometimes make it feel like you're a sitting duck being unfairly pelted, which can add to the frustration. All that being said, in typical fashion, only after I'd already beaten the game did I find out that the controls were 100% customizable. Though you still can't set it to analog control, I found that I could change it to a similar control scheme to games like Descent and Forsaken on the PS1, using the face buttons to move and the D-pad to aim. This makes controlling a lot easier and aiming a lot faster, although still not perfect. When you break down the missions in Armored Core 2, the game falls into the classification of a mission-based vehicle shooter. The 35 available missions, though having a good variety to them to keep the action from getting stale, remind me of games like the original Gungrave on the Saturn, or even the Strike series, with the exception of those missions that have an exploration element to them that actually reminds me a little bit of dungeon crawl games like From Software's own King's Field series. The missions generally take place in large outdoor environments and have simple objectives like attack, defend, protect, or just destroy everything within the preset boundaries of the playing field. There is a good variety of enemies to take on, and the storyline will sometimes throw plot twists in there, giving you a surprise boss fight in what seem to be a routine mission. Enough thought was put into the missions to keep things interesting at every turn. There is also an added strategic element in that, with the exception of a few long missions in the game, there are no health and no ammo refills at all. The ammo you have at the beginning of every mission is the only ammo you will have throughout the entire mission. This makes strategic use of your ammo of the utmost importance. This also affects the weapon you choose to take into each mission. That high-powered rifle may make a devastating explosion, but it only carries 40 rounds, and this mission has 100 enemies to kill. The same goes with your health. You may be a giant walking tank, but if you don't learn how to take cover, you're not going to make it through. Your ammo use and damage incurred in each mission is also deducted from the payout of each mission, so it is to your best interest to be conservative with both. Having limits on both adds to the strategic element of the game, but it also adds to the difficulty. Armored Core 2 also gives players an arena mode for those times when you get tired of the missions, thus adding more variety. In arena mode, or as I call it, virtual on mode, you fight your way through 49 enemies, up from rank 50 to the rank of 9 breaker or first place. Like Sega's Virtual On, this is a one-on-one fighting mode. You choose your field of battle and then go head on against your opponent, trying to kill them before they kill you. As you may imagine, taking on an arena opponent means facing the best and the hardest enemies in the game. Each opponent has their own strategy, their own AC loadouts, and they know how to move and dodge, meaning the difficulty amps up really quickly. I found that the combat training in the arena mode helped me face enemies in the missions. The best part of the arena mode is that you don't have to pay for the repairs to your AC unit, and you can continue indefinitely. Certain opponents will also send you parts via your in-game email upon defeating them. When you win, it's pure cash, and that can help you buy much needed parts and weapons for your AC. And that's where Armored Core really gets into the sim mode, the customization. The official number of possible combinations for your AC unit is 10 billion, but those numbers are a bit padded because they take color combinations into account. However, customization is where Armored Core truly shines. All the money you earn from the missions and in the arena goes to buy parts or weapons for your AC unit. There are hundreds of parts in this game, customized down to the minute simulated detail. You choose your AC's head, core, legs, arms, back unit, booster, generator, color, weapon loadouts, and etc. Artistic gamers can even create a custom emblem for their AC unit. Do you go for mobility, having a faster but weaker AC unit, hoping that the mobility will make up for the lower defense? Or do you go for the all-out beast that has high attack and high armor but low mobility? Or maybe somewhere in the middle. Do you want standard legs with your unit? Or maybe one with reverse joints? Perhaps tank tracks? Do you go for a good missile launcher and a machine gun? Or do you want dual plasma cannons mounted on your back? Better get some legs that can hold the weight. What kind of arms do you want? Better get light ones for mobility, or heavy armored ones if you're going to get pelted. Make sure you can carry the rifle you want. Or who needs a rifle? Why not forego that and get arms that are mounted missile launchers? There's also the loadout you use for missions and the ones you have strictly for arena battles. The customization options are nearly endless, and customization is what has always set the Armored Core series apart from other mech games. The complexity of it alone puts its depth leaps and bounds above similar games, but complexity demands a lot of attention and time on the part of the player. This will turn off those looking for a more user-friendly, casual experience in their mech games. The depth of the series is also why the Armored Core series has a rabid cult following, but has never seen huge mainstream success either. When you finally beat all 35 missions, they open up for you to replay. Or if you missed a mission, because you often have a choice of what missions you take and for what faction, meaning some missions disappear if you choose to work for the opposite faction, you will have the option to finally complete it. This adds a little bit more replay value to the game. That being said, if you tire of the campaign missions and tire of the arena battles against the computer, you can take your souped up mech and fight against your friend's mech in a 2-player split screen battle. This also adds to the longevity of the game. There is also an option for a system link battle, but unless you have 2 early model PS2 systems with the Firewire port, this option isn't available to use. Graphically speaking, graphics hounds won't find a whole lot here to please their eyes. Armored Core 2 was a first generation PS2 game. The PS2 was a system that was very difficult for developers to get a handle on in the beginning because of its strange architecture. Though the visuals are clean, they still suffer from a lot of first generation PS2 graphic issues like the dreaded jaggies because of the lack of anti-aliasing. The game also has a tendency to slow down when the action gets heavy, which in hindsight isn't a big deal in a PS2 game, but at the time when the system launched we all thought that slowdown would be a thing of the past. Overall, the game still looks decent, but definitely didn't help quench the fires of the fanboy arguments at the time that the Dreamcast has better graphics than the PS2. I still can't help but wonder if maybe this was someone's personal introduction to PS2 graphics, because it was a launch game. Not everyone had a Dreamcast at the time, or a gaming PC with the Voodoo 3 3D accelerator. So I can actually see someone's eyes melting if this was their first jump from the grainy PS1 or blurry N64 graphics into the next generation. It seems pretty simplistic by today's standards, but it would have been pretty magical for the viewer at the time. Just one of those things I ponder at the release of the PS4 yet again. The bottom line, even though I have owned the original Armored Core and Project Phantasma for over a decade on the PS1, Armored Core 2 is actually the first game in the series that I finally took the time to play. Even though I thoroughly enjoyed my time with the game over the past week or so, I realize that it's more for the niche gamer. With its awkward controls, deep customization options, and high difficulty, those who toughed through the game will find a deep and rewarding experience. If you're looking for something different or have always had an interest in playing the Armored Core series, give this one or one of the other games in the Armored Core series a try. All things said and done, this is a great series, and Armored Core 2 would have been a great buy for early PS2 gamers.
If you fail, you die. You die.
MDK.
MDK, standing for, well, no one quite knows what it stands for. The most widely accepted meaning is Max Dr. Kurt, but it could also stand for Mission Deliver Kindness from the game's manual, or for those of us who remember the movie Demolition Man, and the meaning I always assumed, Murder, Death, Kill, with many other possible meanings, sort of an inside joke from the developers. Though it got a decent amount of attention, and even scored highly in magazine reviews at the time, MDK is one of those games that has slipped through the cracks of time, nearly forgotten by gamers as time went by. Published by Playmates, and initially developed on the PC by Shiny Entertainment, the house that Earthworm Jim built, the PS1 port was handled by Neversoft Entertainment, who would later go on to make Warbucks off of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise. The first MDK has long been forgotten, and has even been overshadowed by its still overlooked but far more popular BioWare-developed sequel, MDK 2, or MDK 2 Armageddon for the PS2 port.
Somehow, what was supposed to be a mere 5-day expedition in space to study flange orbits turned into Dr. Fluke Hawkins and his research assistant Kurt staying in space on the Doctor's homemade spaceship for years, thus leaving the Doctor work on his other inventions, one of which being a 6-legged dog that Kurt named Max, but the Doc insists on calling Bones. While in space, Bones, Max, is the first to notice the streams on the outer fringes of the solar system. Not until the streams hit Earth do they realize the real purpose of these streams. They were a means of transport for an alien race who call themselves Stream Riders. Led by an alien named Gunter Glut, they have one objective: strip mine the Earth for its rich mineral deposits, bringing down huge mining cities through the streams with which to do it. It's up to Kurt in his special suit, tailor-made by Doc Hawkins, to send the aliens packing.
MDK is an action-focused third-person shooter. The game's general premise is simple. If it moves, shoot at it until it's dead. That oversimplification may make it sound like MDK is a mostly mindless shooter. And the main meat of the gameplay does come down to jump, dodge, and shoot. The levels are designed to keep things fresh, each area having its own specific objectives. Whether the objectives are as simple as kill everything in a, by PS1 standards, impressively large outdoor environment using your sniper helmet to pick off targets in the distance to progress, to even some small puzzle and jumping elements. Each new area has enough thought put into it to keep the action from getting stale, even if all these elements do take a back seat to the action. And when it comes to it, MDK doesn't let up. The only rest it gives you from the exhilarating action, aside from the puzzle and jumping elements, are the loading hallways between each area in the game. And there's even some variety thrown into those by the developers, adding mini-games of sorts on occasion, like a tube sliding game, and even a little bit of snowboarding. But both are a little shallow in nature, not being fleshed out as scenes like that have become since the time MDK came out. But they are nice touches. Since Kurt lives on a homemade spacecraft with Doc and Max, each level starts with Kurt entering the Earth's atmosphere while dodging radar and missiles while collecting power-ups on his way to each huge mine crawler on which the game's levels take place. Kurt doesn't go into each level empty-handed. Though his arsenal isn't the most impressive for a game of this type, his two main weapons are his trusty chain gun, which thankfully has unlimited ammo, and the game's most unique weapon. At any time, Kurt is able to attach his chain gun to his helmet, which turns it into a previously mentioned sniper helmet, allowing you to zoom in and take enemies out from a distance. The sniper helmet is pretty much required for most of the boss fights, and is brought into the level designs at times as a means of progression. But it's also useful to take down tougher enemies from afar. The game even keeps a tally of the headshots you earn in each level. The bullet cam is also a nice touch. Alongside Kurt's chain gun, which you can gain a super chain gun power-up for that gives you 200 rounds that do massive damage in a short time, and his sniper helmet, which has multiple types of ammo, like homing grenade rounds and mortars, Kurt also has a number of other useful items he uses along the way. At his disposal are your standard grenades, the Mighty Hammer, a giant hammer that creates a magnitude 12.9 earthquake, a throwable tornado, a dummy decoy, a self-inflating punching bag with a rather convincing drawing of Kurt on it, drawing all enemy fire towards it until the time runs out, and the world's most interesting bomb. A bomb disguised in a really alluring box that keeps enemies mesmerized until the box opens and blows them up. Suffice to say that despite the serious action MDK has to offer, in typical shiny fashion, the game has a great mixture of solid gameplay and a good sense of humor. There's even a nod to Earthworm Jim in the game, where hitting icons of Jim's head will send cows flying down on opponents. Groovy! Graphically speaking, MDK has a unique art design. One that's hard to describe in any other way than a trademark shiny art style. Similar to the ones in games like Earthworm Jim and Wild 9, two other shiny developed games. Sort of a dark, futuristic, and yet humorous world. It's hard to describe off the top of my head, because I can't really even think of any movies that would have a similar design. I can only describe it as a shiny art design. The environments have a decent amount of detail in parts, but other times look almost first-gen PS1. simple colored polygons with no texture maps. But the outdoor environments have a very impressive draw distance, taking the PS1 hardware into consideration. That being said, the visuals really shine in the special effects department, showcasing some of the best special effects to be seen on the PS1. Level 2-7 is a perfect example of the special effects on display in MDK. The game also moves at a blazingly fast speed, with slowdown occasionally rearing its ugly head, but it doesn't affect the gameplay. The explosions look nice, and the enemies have a good amount of detail by PS1 standards. Kurt himself, however, appears to be a two-dimensional sprite. The only time you see a polygonal model of him is during the falling scenes. However, the overall visual package is still solid by today's standards, with its unique art style, eye-pleasing special effects, and blistering frame rate. Controlling Kurt also feels natural. The main movement may have a similar Tomb Raider tank control scheme, but Kurt moves so much faster than Lady Croft, and he also sidesteps in a flash. And for those who dread D-pad controls for movement and aiming, not only are the controls completely customizable, but MDK also supports the old dual analog controller, the one Sony released before the DualShock, meaning that those gamers who are more used to modern control schemes will be more at home with MDK than a lot of other older PS1 games. I personally just use the D-pad, but it's certainly nice to have the option, especially in a PS1 game from 1997. The jumping scenes can sometimes be a small pain as well, because of how fast Kurt moves, but they are made more manageable due to Kurt's ribbon parachute, and falling down isn't quite as frustrating in MDK as it is in games like Tomb Raider. That was a really bad Tomb Raider, because Kurt moves so fast.
Alert. Alert. Alert.
The music is also worth mentioning because it actually adds to the unique atmosphere of MDK, but I would expect no less coming from Tommy Tallarico. That's actually how you have to say his name, I'm serious. I'm not really good at describing music, but there's a reason why Tallarico comes so highly rated. And the atmosphere in MDK wouldn't be the same without the music. It fits the game that well. And for those of you who may have a good old-fashioned CD player lying around, you can pop the disc in and hear the entire soundtrack. But whatever you do, don't play track 1. Those of you who have ever put a PS1 disc into a CD player and played the first track know what I'm talking about. Just about the worst sound ever made. Or perhaps to quote the hidden track of one of my personal favorite PS1 games, and forgive me if it isn't word for word. As you can see, this is a PlayStation black disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please, don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you? If MDK has one big flaw, it has to do with its short length. Having only 6 levels, you can actually sit down and play through it in one sitting. However, there are 3 difficulty levels to play through, and a number of hidden areas to find throughout the game. So there's still more to find after your initial playthrough, but once you've found it all and seen it all, there really isn't a whole lot to bring most gamers back. The boss fights are also relatively easy, with the end boss fight being the easiest in the game, which is slightly disappointing. The ending sequence is also a bit of a letdown for those looking for a deep reward for their time invested. But considering the era of gaming that MDK was released in, it's a forgivable flaw. The idea of cinematic story-based gaming wouldn't see full mainstream success until games like Metal Gear Solid and Half-Life hit in 1998, a year or so later than MDK. Previously, the idea of cinematic storytelling was a niche idea found predominantly in role-playing games.
The bottom line.
MDK may have been long forgotten in the folds of time, overshadowed even by its own nearly forgotten sequel. But with its fast, furious gameplay, well-thought-out level design, unique art style, and great soundtrack, it's still worth going back and playing. Don't let the short length deter you from playing this underrated PS1 gem. MDK is also available on the PC, but my disturbing lack of internet means that I can't easily check to see if the PC version is available on Steam. However, if you're watching this vid, that means you can easily check yourself. And just one quick final note. One thing I did find on this game that is rather disturbing. You know those people who play the demos and then record it and then put it in the game and it's like the worst played demo ever? I would like to nominate this game for the worst played demo ever. Why, Kurt? Why are you shooting at the wall? Why aren't you killing enemies? Why would they put this in the game? Just another little hidden nugget of goodness. Please, do not judge MDK by this poorly played demo. 'Cause if you did, I don't know what to say about that. I remember it like it was yesterday, Christmas Day 1997. My father had borrowed an issue of GamePro magazine from me in order to get the scoop on the hottest games coming out. That Christmas I received NASCAR 98, Fighting Force, which I have fond memories of playing, even if it didn't hold a candle to Streets of Rage, and my first introduction to the Tomb Raider series, Tomb Raider 2. I would later acquire the original Tomb Raider at a rummage sale, and despite the awkwardness of jumping back from Tomb Raider 2 to the original, have since come to appreciate the original as probably the best in the original Tomb Raider series, even if the second one is still my favorite. My main experience with the series revolves around the first two games. Brought up in the comfort of the British aristocracy, at 21 years old, Lara's life was forever changed when her plane went down during a skiing trip to the Himalayas. Forced to survive by herself, Lara would walk into a local village 2 weeks later. After her experience, Lara was hooked on adventure, and not even being disowned and cut off by her own family would stop her tomb raiding adventures, which published journals of would bring her fame and fortune. Though the game's manual makes it seem as if Lara had only ever lived a life of comfort and had never been adventuring before, the story would later have a revision of sorts with the addition of young Lara in Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation.
What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well,
The opening cinema shows Lara being enticed by a lady named Jacqueline Natla into finding an ancient artifact known as a Scion, an artifact rumored to give immense power to the person who wields it. This, however, is not going to be an easy task, seeing as the Scion has been split into 3 pieces and spread throughout the ancient world. The game's story is unfolded through the use of CGI cinemas and in-game sequences. Though storylines in 1996 gaming had a minimal focus outside of RPGs, Tomb Raider's story is fairly cinematic compared to the other games released in that time period.
You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
Lara's quest for the Scion will span 15 levels in 4 locations, which include the ruins of Peru, Greece, Egypt, and ending in the lost city of Atlantis. The game's design is spectacular. The levels, though daunting at first, still show some of the best blending of puzzle and action-based gameplay. Core did an exceptional job in the level designs of this game, and the quality still shines through to this day. I may as well just get it out of the way. The most incessant amount of whining I've ever heard levied against Tomb Raider over the years by its detractors pertains to the game's controls. I'll be the first to admit Lara is insanely hard to control. Her controls mirror games like Resident Evil, where pressing up is the only way to move forward regardless of the camera angle. This tank control scheme has an extremely high learning curve, and her jumping system also has an extremely high learning curve. However, controlling Lara is obviously not impossible, and the game does offer a very well made training mode for new players to get a handle of these controls. One must also take into account that Tomb Raider started development and was released before analog gaming really took off. That being said, 8-way run controls with the D-pad, or even analog controls like those found in Mario 64, would not work for this game. You may wonder how I could make a claim like that, but you must keep in mind that all of the levels in Tomb Raider are on a square-based grid. The control is more formulaic in nature to take advantage of a square grid. By using Lara's ability to look around and scoping out the jump in front of you, you can determine if you can make the jump with a simple forward jump, or if you need a running jump. This requires a little bit more discernment on the player's part than the average platformer game does, but Tomb Raider in general requires you to put a lot of thought into everything you do. The difficult controls also combat a problem that plagued 3D games with a third-person view for years: bad camera angles. Tomb Raider does have its share of bad angles, but as I stated previously, you don't actually have to see the jump to make the jump. Lara's ability to look around means you can plot out your jump before you even start moving, with the confidence that you are going to make it, even if you're jumping blind. I'm not excusing bad camera angles, but as an early 3D game, they were still working out the simple mechanics that we take for granted in today's gaming. When jumping in Tomb Raider, it doesn't matter what the camera does because there is only one way to move forward. Even if the camera shifts to a completely different view mid-jump, Lara will still make the jump. The tank controls may not be ideal, but they do have their advantages. The controls themselves also have a bit of an open feel to them. Lara does not automatically grab ledges. You have to manually hold a button in order for her to grab them. This can make the complicated controls feel a bit more complicated, especially if you're used to modern games that automatically grab them for you. I like this aspect though, because it lets me have complete control of everything Lara does. I understand the merits of having characters automatically grab ledges, but it sometimes leads to control issues in games that use it. To let go of a ledge in Tomb Raider, I just let go of the X button and she drops. In many modern games, sometimes just trying to jump to the platform below is made more complicated because the characters usually turn around and grab the ledge. I realize these design measures in modern games are to prevent you from accidentally plummeting to your death from falling off the ledge, which can be a common occurrence in Tomb Raider, but I still prefer to have complete control. The grab feature isn't perfect in Tomb Raider, but it still works great. Due to the square grid, you nearly have to be lined up perfectly with the ledge to grab it. There is some forgiveness for not being perfectly square to the ledge, but the game is still a lot less forgiving about it than most. This can oftentimes lead to Lara plummeting to her death because you are not lined up right with the ledge, and again lead to frustrating backtracking because of the save system. I've been playing Tomb Raider for a little over 17 years now, and yes, even I sometimes fumble over the controls here and there. However, modern control schemes didn't come to us overnight. It took years of refinements and tweaking established control schemes to get where we are today. It also took the release of dual analog controllers, not available at the time of Tomb Raider's release, to finally get a good balance of camera plus movement controls. That being said, this game has an extremely high learning curve when it comes to the controls. It always has. That's just one of the things one must take into account when going back and playing the original Tomb Raider series. You are forced to learn the tough controls under fire, and the game doesn't let up as soon as you start. If you've been spoiled by the soft touch of analog controls, going back to D-pad controls mean you might literally play this game until your thumb bleeds. Not an attack on the controls, but if you've lost your old school callus, your thumb will be aching. Plus, there are many other reasons why you'll be gripping your controller tightly, which I'll get into later. The bad thing about Tomb Raider's level designs are that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next. This is one of the biggest complaints against the entire series. The game doesn't hold your hand, and you will find yourself getting completely lost and backtracking through an entire level trying to figure out what to do in order to progress. In fact, complaints over this design choice were voiced so loudly and the backlash against it so great that even to this day, developers have completely sterilized their games of tough puzzle elements, making modern puzzle elements in adventure games so easy they not only feel insulting to your intelligence, but they practically show you the solution from the second you enter a room, making you wonder why they even bother adding the puzzle elements to begin with. But the great thing about Tomb Raider's level designs are that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next. In other words, the bad thing is the game doesn't hold your hand, but the good thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. I myself have spent countless hours being lost in Tomb Raider, probably more than most of those who levied complaints against the series in its heyday. And while I do agree it is frustrating being absolutely stuck in the game, spending hours upon hours trying to figure out what to do or where to go next, only to have a simple solution pop up, there is something that is still so completely satisfying about finally figuring it out by yourself, without help. It's a tough form of satisfaction that you rarely see in gaming anymore. After years of playing Tomb Raider and learning how to scan and search every inch of a level, I have found that very few games have been able to stump me since. I remember when Uncharted 2 first came out. I had a friend who was stuck on one of the puzzles for like a week. I came over and within 5 minutes solved it for him. I'm not saying that I haven't been stumped since, but because of the complaining, heavy puzzle focus in adventure games is a thing of the past. The exception being games like Zelda. Another complaint I hear is with the puzzle objectives. Yes, there is a lot of key getting, switch throwing, and the term and hatred for block puzzles comes from the backlash against Tomb Raider. When you understand that Tomb Raider has a unique blend of action, adventure, with a heavy puzzle focus, and the puzzle elements have tons of thought put into them, it's not the means of unlocking the objectives that is important, like throwing a switch or moving blocks a certain way. It's a journey in between. Each level is itself a giant puzzle, unlocked through solving smaller puzzles. Core design took a lot of time designing every level in the game. There is no half-hearted puzzle elements in Tomb Raider. They are all well designed and well thought out, and the levels are designed as one big puzzle. Those who would criticize this game for its objectives being simple switch pulling, key gathering, and block puzzles tend to overlook the sheer amount of thought put into the level designs of this game. And Tomb Raider isn't all about the puzzles. The game also shines in its action and adventure elements, which take place within the puzzle elements. As you may expect, in typical Indiana Jones fashion, the ancient ruins are also filled with all sorts of deadly traps, often sprung on you without warning. One can complain that this does lead to many cheap deaths, but the element of surprise adds to the tense atmosphere of the game, and the atmosphere is my favorite part of the game. Each level, aside from having a heavy puzzle focus, is rife with death traps, and all sorts of baddies just waiting to pounce on you at any given moment. Some enemies are easy to see and kill from the get-go, but others are scripted to show up as you accomplish objectives in the level. Pulling a switch or grabbing an item is the easy part. It unlocks the next part of the puzzle. However, it also unlocks consequences in the game. Just when you think you're safe, pulling that lever oftentimes brings enemies your way in areas you thought you had already previously cleared, or it springs a trap on you. You honestly never know what to expect. Add that to the fact that Lara is completely alone to explore. The game has a sense of tension that rivals games in the survival horror genre. You honestly never know what to expect next, and you rarely feel safe in the game. You're alone, and you're in a hostile environment with surprises all around you. I've often found myself staring down a hallway in the game, knowing full well that I have to go down that hallway to progress in the game, but telling myself that I don't want to. There's something down there. I know it. A feeling that easily rivals games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Sometimes you find yourself holding onto your controller for dear life, which adds to the pain in your D-pad thumb. There are so many unexpected surprises just waiting around every corner, whether it be an enemy lying in wait, or Pierre, the litterbug, who stalks Lara throughout most of the levels in the game, popping in at the most inconvenient times and disappearing just as fast, to one of the most memorable scenes in the game, and one of the most iconic scenes in that whole generation of gaming, the Tyrannosaurus Rex popping in to say hello. That's right, we have a T-Rex. The music and sound effects also add to the tension. Lara is usually surrounded in silence with maybe some ambient sounds in the background. You can hear everything in the environments around you, which adds to the lonely feeling in the game. Sometimes you can hear the enemies around you, a growl breaking the silence and causing butt puckering. Yes, I did just say that. As you run to the high ground for safety so you can get a vantage point to see where the sound is coming from. Other times, at selected moments, one of the soothing themes starts to play and adds almost a sense of wonder as you explore the ancient environments presented in the game. It really does give you a feeling like you're the first person to see these environments in thousands of years. However, generally, when you hear music in Tomb Raider, that means that trouble is coming your way. Something bad is happening and you're filled with a sense of danger, and all you can think to do is run and hope you make it to safety. You don't even know what you're running from yet, but the buildup of tension is done so well that fast-paced symphony music gets your adrenaline pumping and causes the aforementioned butt puckering.
Left Larson sucking wind then, eh?
If that is the phrase.
Well, your little vacation riot's over now. Time to give back what you've hijacked off me.
Let's try the lunchbox.
The voice acting and the story elements is surprisingly well done. When you take into account that it was released in the same year as the original Resident Evil, Tomb Raider's voice acting was spectacular for its time and still holds up pretty well to this day. The music, composed by Nathan McCree, can be both soothing and, depending on when it hits in the game, pulse-pounding. It's used sparingly in the game, leaving the player to mostly hear the sounds that Lara makes, and those of the surrounding environments. And with the hordes of baddies thrown your way, Core hasn't left Lara defenseless. Though the original Tomb Raider has the smallest arsenal of all the Tomb Raider games, there is still enough firepower provided to take on every enemy the game throws at you. Lara has her default pistols with infinite ammo to boot, automatic pistols, Uzis, and the mighty shotgun, the last three mentioned requiring you to collect ammo for throughout the game, oftentimes hidden away in secret areas, which are the reward for fully exploring levels. As the game progresses, the enemies get tougher, and your arsenal and your dodging abilities become more and more important. Lara will oftentimes find herself surrounded by enemies, and in order to have as little damage possible, the player is required to master what I call the Lara dance. Jump, dodge, roll, and keep moving while the enemies are swarming around you trying to kill you. When you do it right, you take little to no damage. But when you zig when you should have zagged, you take more damage than you should, forcing you to use a health pack, which you also collect along the way. Graphically speaking, even for its time, the Tomb Raider series was never considered a top-tier example of PS1 graphics. The frame rate generally moves at a consistent level, with some minor stuttering on occasion, but not enough to affect the gameplay. The textures are pretty pixelated, and Lara, whose character model in the first Tomb Raider is only made up of roughly 350 polygons, has some triangular features. If you're a snob about early 3D graphics, then this game isn't for you. It's design and gameplay that take precedent over visuals, and avoiding a game because it's ugly is not a good reason to avoid a game at all. There's also a lot of clipping issues in the game, however, this can actually be used to your advantage, allowing you to clip the camera through a door to see in a room you can't get to yet. Sometimes this can help you when you're trying to figure out where to go next. The Tomb Raider series didn't really come into its own graphically on the PS1 till Tomb Raider 3. Blocky, ugly textures, pop-in, clipping galore, and a number of glitches. Tomb Raider's visuals get the job done, but were never top tier on the PS1. When you take into account that Tomb Raider was in development for 3 years prior to its release, putting the start of its development in 1993, you start to realize exactly how revolutionary its level designs were. There was next to nothing for core design to draw inspiration from in the 3D realm of gaming. In fact, Tomb Raider was the standard bearer for what used to be dubbed the action-adventure genre of gaming. Despite the fact that Tomb Raider has only been given credit for cementing women characters as viable lead characters in games by the mainstream gaming press, Tomb Raider also had a profound effect on 3D gaming as we know it. Was it the most influential game in 3D gaming? No, but it definitely played a big part, and was one of the many games responsible for the 3D gaming revolution. 1996 was a landmark year for 3D gaming and gaming in general. A year that arguably helped shape the games we play today like no other year in gaming history. By the end of '96, the next generation of home consoles was in full swing with the release of the Nintendo 64. id Software also dropped the bomb on PC gamers with a little game called Quake that one could argue with its online functionality, use of a Voodoo 3D accelerator, the ancestor of modern graphics cards, making the source code easily available for the average gamer, which opened up the door for user modifications, like the original Team Fortress, and licensing of the game's engine to other developers, that Quake was probably the most influential game that year, and one of the most influential of all time. Tomb Raider, however, is just as worthy to be mentioned in the same sentence as both Quake and Mario 64, because it as well had a huge effect on gaming, regardless of the fact that the later backlash against the series has robbed it from its rightful place in gaming history. The bottom line on this one, the original Tomb Raider is still and will always be a classic, with its excellent mixture of action, exploration, and puzzle solving in sometimes wondrous and oftentimes tense environments. It may not get the credit it deserves, but it's one of those games that every gamer should at least give an honest try. The learning curve is high, and as it should, the game gets harder as it goes along, with the final levels being borderline insane with what's thrown at you. You'll die a lot, you'll struggle with the controls, but you may even come to appreciate the masterful design and the unique atmosphere. If you've never played it, you should, and don't wimp out and play Anniversary instead. After playing the first Tomb Raider for the last week, I'm almost half tempted to pop in Tomb Raider 2 and give that one a go, but I think I'll resist. Tomb Raider, since its release, has been ported to almost every platform under the sun, from the PS1 to the Saturn, the Mac, and the PC, which also had an expanded edition Tomb Raider Gold, to even the Nokia N-Gage, for all 5 people who ever bought one.
Hello and welcome. 2D Gamer back again with an underrated gem review for Grand Prix Challenge on the Sony PlayStation 2. Unlike most of my underrated gems videos where I let the gameplay speak for itself, I decided that with over a decade of rust playing simulation racing games, I would do Grand Prix Challenge more justice in a review format. However, before I get into Grand Prix Challenge, I've decided to go over a little bit of gaming history with all of you. When the PS2 specs were first announced, the hype over the reported capabilities of Sony's new system was off the charts. Capabilities like the ability to push 60 million flat shaded polygons a second, without effects. A number that really meant nothing unless developers were going to make games without other things that tax the system, like textures, lighting, physics, and etc. However, this reality didn't come into the hype machine. I even remember George Lucas being quoted as saying that 60 million polygons a second would be up to the visual standards of the pod racing scenes in The Phantom Menace. On September 13, 1999, just 4 days after the Dreamcast's North American launch, Sony unveiled the final design of the PlayStation 2 at that year's Tokyo Game Show, in a move to steal some of the Dreamcast's thunder in the eyes of gamers. Previously, all gamers had to go on were still frames of tech demos and early screens of games in development from the mainstream magazines at the time. If there was one group of gamers who were not all impressed with the PS2's early graphical showings or technical specs, aside from PC gamers who were never impressed with console anything, it was Dreamcast fans. After all the hype of the system's capabilities and the lackluster graphical showings in the PS2 launch titles, Dreamcast fans asked one simple question: why do PS2 launch titles look worse than Dreamcast games? As PS2 ports of Dreamcast games came onto the scene, reportedly being inferior to their Dreamcast counterparts both graphically and not running as well, or even Dreamcast games that look better than their PS2 counterparts altogether. The fanboy flame wars heated up on gaming forums everywhere, with Dreamcast fans claiming that Sega's console had superior graphics to the PS2. While the debate covered and still covers a large variety of games, one debate still sticks into my mind even to this day. With first-generation PS2 racing games like Ridge Racer 5 and Driving Emotion Type S suffering heavily from first-generation PS2 visual glitches, like the dreaded jaggies and shimmering, or in the case of Driving Emotion, also suffering from terrible handling. I mean, seriously, I am not trying to go off the road in this gameplay! Dreamcast fans were quick to note that not only did these games not look better than Dreamcast racers, but neither of them was even close to Test Drive Le Mans. Even the later PS2 port of Le Mans 24 Hours, which I do not own as of yet, would be reportedly inferior graphically to the Dreamcast version. Finally, Sony released the hugely anticipated Gran Turismo 3 in the summer of 2001 in North America. The debate was over. No one could argue that GT3 looked leaps and bounds better than anything on the Dreamcast. Dreamcast fanboys would finally have to concede the PS2's victory. Right? Well, not exactly. Dreamcast fans fired back with one last retort. While Gran Turismo 3 did indeed look better than even Test Drive Le Mans, their counter was to point out that Le Mans looked almost as good as GT3, but had a maximum of 24 cars on the screen, compared to Gran Turismo 3's mere 8 cars. And with the PS2 port of Le Mans reportedly not being as good, this was still touted as proof that the Dreamcast was more powerful than the PS2. So what, you may ask, does this ancient relic of fanboy flame wars of the past have to do with Grand Prix Challenge? Melbourne House, the team behind Test Drive Le Mans and the Dreamcast, also developed Grand Prix Challenge on the PS2. And in many ways, I would consider it an F1 sequel to Test Drive Le Mans. I do not remember which YouTuber suggested Grand Prix Challenge to me, but I do remember that it came highly recommended. I put it on my list of games to get, but oddly enough, someone I know gave me 5 of their leftover PS2 games, and right there in the middle of the stack was Grand Prix Challenge. After booting it up, I quickly found out why it came so highly recommended. Grand Prix Challenge is an officially licensed F1 game, which covers the 2002 racing season. It lets players tear up the tracks with official F1 teams on official F1 courses. Players are given the option to tear it up in Quick Race, which throws players into a race but in last position. Grand Prix, which is also a single race event but allows for qualifying and tuning options. Championship, which takes players through all 17 race venues to complete the season. Grand Prix Challenge, which puts players in 10 race challenges, with each challenge upping the difficulty as it goes on, taking away things like the ability to turn the AI opponents on easy or beginner and medium handling settings, meaning that by the last challenge, the player is racing in full sim mode with full rules, damage on, hard AI, and on their own racing skill without any handling help. Time Trial, where players can race against the clock or a ghost car to complete the fastest lap, and Multiplayer, which allows 2 friends to go head-to-head in Grand Prix. While my experience with F1 games is extremely limited, meaning I am unable to comment on how it stacks up to other F1 racers on the PS2, I can say that the gameplay in Grand Prix Challenge is incredibly satisfying in its own right, and the controls feel spot on, so long as you are using the D-pad to steer like I do, as the analog controls take some getting used to with the threat of overcorrecting. This is also the kind of game that racing steering wheel controllers were made for. But again, I cannot comment on how the controls feel with the racing steering wheel controller because I do not have one on the PS2. Those new to simulation racing games, or those who suck at them like I do,
will find Grand Prix Challenge to be the perfect beginning simulation racer. One of the race options is the ability to set the handling on beginner, which means that like in Test Drive Le Mans, the game will actually brake for you on all the tight turns, meaning all you have to worry about is making the turn. This is what I call the training wheels mode, which will help newbies and those with lesser sim racing skills to still be able to play and enjoy the game. The only downside to the beginner handling setting is that it can be used as a crutch to keep you from trying to improve your skills. However, the Grand Prix Challenge mode is the perfect mode to help new players learn the skills necessary to compete on their own without the beginning handling, bringing about the thrill of true simulation driving done in your own skill. Graphically speaking, by PS2 standards, for a game developed in 2002, not only does the game look really good, with cool touches like smoke effects and tires that pick up sand and grass should you go off the road, not that I would know, but the game moves at a constant 60 frames per second. Even with 21 cars ahead of you in the middle of a rainstorm with particle effects galore, like raindrops on the screen as you play, the game doesn't slow down. I was, however, unable to test slowdown in the multiplayer mode as of making this video. This game looks great for a PS2 game and has an immaculate frame rate to boot. If there are any downsides to Grand Prix Challenge, it would have to be the shorter play length when compared to the overwhelming amount of racing modes in games like Gran Turismo. There are a few things to unlock like all the tracks and even a harder AI difficulty, but overall, Grand Prix Challenge will not keep you as long as other racing sims. The tuning options are also pretty bare bones. This isn't the game to build a car from the ground up in. Also, Gran Turismo and Test Drive Le Mans fans will not find the coveted 24-hour endurance races here. You can set the lap options to the full F1 race lengths for the true sim feel, but as an F1 game, Grand Prix does not have the hardcore appeal of the full 24-hour race, which, if you ask me, no big loss there. The bottom line. This is one for racing purists. Those who love the thrill of simulation racing should definitely look into Grand Prix Challenge. Those who are new or have a lower skill are also welcome to enjoy this truly underrated game. So, now that I have informed you of the great fanboy graphics debate of the PS2 versus the Dreamcast, what happens and who wins when we compare Grand Prix Challenge to Test Drive Le Mans on the Sega Dreamcast? The answer is simple. The person playing both games to do the comparison wins, because they're both great and you should look into both of them. Test Drive Le Mans was also released on the PC, the PS2, the PS1, and even the Game Boy Advance. Check into Test Drive Le Mans if you have never played it, and check into Grand Prix because it's an underrated game.
Feel free to laugh at me if you want, but when I picked up Skyblazer, in my limited knowledge of Super Nintendo games at the time, I thought it was actually the highly recommended Soul Blazer instead. I was still new to the online forums at the time, and the Game FAQ's forum members would throw list after list of recommended Super Nintendo games. Not having regular gaming magazine subscriptions during the 16-bit era meant that I had to go back and learn about the games I did not own or rent in the days when the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis reigned supreme. At the time, I just remembered that something with the name Blazer was highly recommended. And while I've still yet to pick up Soul Blazer, it's on my list. I certainly do not regret picking up Skyblazer. This was a case of mistaken identity that still worked out in my favor, landing me this nearly unheard of gem for Nintendo's second home console. Skyblazer, developed by the team behind the Super Nintendo version of Hook, and published by Sony ImageSoft. That's right, pre-PlayStation Sony. Is a 2D action-adventure platformer hybrid that I can best describe off the top of my head as what you might get if you mixed a game like Mega Man X with something like Super Castlevania 4. In Skyblazer, you assume the role of Sky, descendant of the great sorcerer Skylord, on his quest to save the sorceress Ariana, who's been kidnapped by the Lord of War, Ashura, in Ashura's quest to resurrect his master Raglan, the Lord of Destruction. Not the most original story, however. What was unique for its time is that there are a few text sequences throughout the game that move the story forward. Albeit not too far forward. It was unique, but Skyblazer doesn't spend too much time on the story elements in general. Skyblazer is just fun to play. I know that is not very descriptive, but I would say a lot of the enjoyment comes from the complete freedom of movement in controlling Sky, mixed with his ability to scale the walls and the special abilities he earns along the way. The gameplay overall just feels polished. Sky moves fast and moves freely. The player always has control of him, even in the air. Sky even has the ability to recover from the Castlevania-style blowback when he takes a hit in midair, and his ability to scale walls is put to good use in both the level designs and in the platform jumping elements in the game. Missing a platform doesn't spell instant death like it does in so many other games of this type, because Sky will grab the corner of each platform, saving players from certain death. The complete air control definitely makes Skyblazer feel like a platformer, but Sky's 1-2 kick combo and special attacks he uses to dispatch enemies gives it an action feel. Over the course of the game, Sky will earn a total of 8 special abilities, 7 of which he earns by defeating bosses Mega Man style. Though I found very limited uses for 4 of these abilities, the dash, the heal, and the default ability, the name of which I'm sure I would know if I had the manual for the game, but this one, are invaluable to your quest. The developers even thought enough to allow players to pause the game to scroll through the abilities, making it easier to get to the one you need in the throes of battle. From a design standpoint, the level themes themselves are standard fare. You have your typical fire, ice, and underwater stages, though the wind stage is a bit different. You've played similar levels in a multitude of games that have come before and since Skyblazer's release, but the game's blend of gameplay mechanics still keeps things feeling fresh. The level designs themselves are pretty straightforward. There are a few hidden areas, but overall they're not as intricately designed as something like, say, Super Mario World, where there are tons of warp paths and hidden areas. Skyblazer keeps it simple. However, the level designs do make very good use of Sky's abilities, especially his ability to scale walls, taking it beyond just being a cool gimmick and making it a central part of the gameplay experience. Sky's ability to dash becomes an essential ability in later levels, and can be a lifesaver when you accidentally fall off a ledge. The developers also threw in 4 flying levels to break up the action, 2 of which have sort of a shoot-'em-up feel, and the other 2 act as sort of bonus rounds to gain extra lives in between the continents. Look at all that Mode 7 in its beautiful glory. Delicious. The boss fights, which occur on average every 2 levels or so, do land a little on the easy side. At least that is, once you learn their patterns. When I first played the game, I did spend many lives learning those patterns, so they're not complete pushovers. However, their patterns will not take the average gamer long to figure out. Since capturing the initial gameplay footage for this review, I've played through the game 3 more times, and have managed to beat most of the game's bosses with little to no damage, outside of losing my rhythm. So I guess I would say that the bosses in the game are medium difficulty overall, because they do take some time to learn. Graphically speaking, by Super Nintendo standards, Skyblazer, though not top tier, is still above average. The Super NES's color palette is put to good use, and the sprites are well animated. Most of the backgrounds look nice, if not a little uninspired. And the game does put some of the system's graphical tricks to use, like Mode 7, Mode 7, and did I mention Mode 7? The music is also well done, and adds almost an RPG-style mystique to the game. In fact, it reminds me of the music you would hear in your average 16-bit RPG. While I wouldn't say that they are as iconic as the themes in some games, the tracks are still well done and add nicely to the experience. The sound effects, however, are mostly generic, but not bad in themselves. If I would say that Skyblazer has one big flaw outside of its relatively easy difficulty, though that is not to say that I did not die plenty of times, it would have to do with the game's short length. My initial playthrough to capture footage only took me around 2 hours, but I did get lost for a while in the Dragon Hill Forest. This is a game you can easily sit down and beat in one sitting. The game is short and sweet, but it is a shame that there isn't more here. It feels like the game's full potential was stunted by its length. However, what Skyblazer does offer is fun enough to make it worth your while to play. And for those who do not have the time to sit down and beat it in one sitting, Skyblazer offers a password system given to the player at each shrine in the overworld map. You simply go to the password option to put in your password. Wait, stop! Does anyone else notice something about the password input screen right here? Remember, this is a Sony game released before the PlayStation, and here it is. X, circle, triangle, and square. Just an interesting tidbit, almost prophetic. The bottom line. Skyblazer is short but sweet. It is fun, but it won't take you long to beat. That being said, You certainly will not regret spending time with this completely overlooked gem. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the ending sucks, but who cares? It's a Super Nintendo. We never expected good endings anyway. That's right, E.T. on the Atari Video Computer System. The undisputed worst game of all time. A game so diabolical that it crashed the industry, so evil that Atari had to dump untold numbers of cartridges in a landfill. A game that even simulates E.T. crawling out of the bowels of hell whence he came. Everybody knows that this is the worst game ever. Right? Everyone has always known this is the worst game of all time. Not exactly. I, like a lot of other gamers, am a Nintendo brat. Christmas of 1988, my grandparents sent us a Nintendo Entertainment System. My very first game was the original Mario Brothers. Like a lot of Nintendo brats, I had no concept of gaming prior to the Nintendo age. In fact, E.T. is actually 2 years older than I am, and I did not even know what an Atari was until I was much older. I acquired a ColecoVision when I was around 9 years old or so, but did not even own my first Atari system until my late 20s, which is the backwards compatible Atari 7800 I am using for this very review. I remember the late 80s, but I am definitely a 90s kid, and like so many other kids during that decade, I had very little care for retro gaming. Most of the 90s gaming vibe was all about the current and future games. The retro gaming nostalgic craze where gamers finally started looking back to gaming's past was still many years off. E.T. was long buried and long forgotten by gamers. Quite frankly, most of us neither knew about it nor cared. So where did the reemergence of the worst game ever stigma attached to this game come from? Where did the modern hate for this game gain steam? While most people have probably since heard about E.T. on YouTube, I would trace the reemergence back to an older source. I want to say that it was a 2003 or 2004 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly that ran the first modern story of the saga of E.T., and the bandwagon started rolling from there. I've seen a number of videos covering E.T. I've seen the AVGN episode from the movie I will probably never watch. I've seen the bandwagon types dumping on the game. But one video I must have seen before going into this review was an Atari Tips video explaining the gist of the game. Because I remembered the basic concept of what you were supposed to do in E.T. We seem to forget, or perhaps most of us never knew, that a lot of Atari games came with in-depth manuals that explained the game concept. Some games relied on these manuals to explain details that you would otherwise have great difficulty figuring out on your own through playing the game. E.T. is definitely one of those games that requires a general explanation of your objectives. Otherwise, you'll be completely lost. I've seen many bash reviews where the reviewers bash this game based on their own ignorance of the objectives and not on the game's merit. So not wanting to be like one of those YouTube kids that simply loads a ROM of a game I like and then bashes it because they don't know how to play it, I decided to give a fair shake to E.T. by learning how to play it first. E.T. the Extraterrestrial finds E.T. trying to collect 3 pieces of a phone in order for E.T. to phone home. Each piece is randomly placed in different holes throughout the map. After collecting all 3 pieces of the phone, symbolized by the spelling of E.T. on E.T.'s, I guess you would call it HUD, E.T. must then also find the randomly placed call spot on the map, marked by what looks like a space invader. Upon calling the ship, a countdown starts, in which E.T. needs to hurry back to the woods he started in to find and stand on the right randomly placed zone to be picked up. That is the basic principle of the game. However, it only gets more complicated from there. Making E.T.'s job of returning home all the more difficult is two IRS agents relentlessly pursuing him throughout his quest. Wait, I've just been informed that they are actually an FBI agent and a scientist. Sorry for the confusion. I just assumed that since one tries to take everything you have and the other one drags your butt off to jail, they must work for the IRS. E.T. also has a time limit of sorts, as every step he takes runs down his energy, shown at the bottom of the screen. At random places throughout each section of the map are different zones which E.T. can activate. It is imperative for players to constantly keep an eye on the HUD in order to know when they run over these zones during play. Each zone allows E.T. to do different things. Activating a question mark will show any holes that have phone pieces in them, whether they be in there from the beginning or from the FBI guy who came to re-hide them after he stole them from you. The arrows allow E.T. to warp to the exact same spot in the next screen in which the arrow points. The little circle thing allows E.T. to eat a Reese's Pieces, those little black dots you pick up, which refill 300 points to your energy. The little face calls Elliot, who will come and take your Reese's Pieces from you and add them as points at the end of the game. Giving him 9 pieces will also land you a phone part if you need one. The one that looks like a Roman numeral 3 sends the FBI agent and the scientist away. When you combine all the elements of the game together, it actually makes for a pretty intense experience. However, yes, there are holes. And yes, E.T. falls into them a lot, especially when running from his pursuers. The collision detection of the holes is off. Sometimes just running near one will land you in one. Getting out of the holes, however, is pretty simple once you get the hang of it. But yes, as has been stated in so many reviews and videos, upon escaping a hole, it is very easy to fall right back into them. It is glitchy to escape a hole, landing E.T. right above the hole on the screen, and having your first instinct, which is to press up or the direction away from the hole to get away from it, landing you right back in the bottom of the hole. However, I have found that learning the quirks of the game makes this a lot more manageable. If you land on the top of the hole, try pressing down instead of up, and E.T. will float over the hole. If you land on the right side, hold left. It doesn't make a lot of sense at first, but with a little practice, it makes falling back into holes a lot less common. The general controls of the game, outside of that glitchy falling back into holes business, feel pretty good. On the overworld, movement is responsive in all directions, and E.T. even has the ability to sprint. However, sprinting makes your energy drain all the faster, so use it strategically and as needed. Getting out from the bottom of a hole is as simple as pressing a button and holding up on the joystick. Graphically speaking, the simple sprite actually does resemble E.T., and the title image is also well done. Honestly, this is Atari, and I don't have enough 2600 games to comment on how E.T. stacks up altogether. No one plays Atari for its visuals, and unless there's some really cool use of the system to create an effect we did not think was possible, they really don't need to be mentioned. Like a lot of other Atari games, E.T. has multiple modes of play, 3 in total. Mode number 1 is what you may call hard mode, and is the mode you are most likely to see in reviews and videos. It has both the scientist and the FBI agent in pursuit of E.T. Mode number 2, medium, gets rid of the scientist but keeps the FBI guy to pursue. The third mode, and the only mode I've been able to beat, gets rid of both the scientist and the FBI guy, and just has E.T. hunting for the phone pieces. Call me a sissy for only being able to beat the game on easy. But Mode 1 is Nintendo... Wait, not Nintendo hard, you fool. Atari hard. And I don't see myself ever beating it unless I get lucky. The bottom line. Let's be honest here. E.T. isn't even the worst playing game on the Atari 2600, let alone the worst game of all time. Quite frankly, if you have never played a game worse than this, I encourage you to please play more games. This certainly isn't my favorite Atari game I own, but it is by far not the worst game I have played. That's not to say I wasn't cursing at the game at times, but I still enjoyed it for what it was. I know it's cool to jump on bandwagons and bash the game that crashed the industry. But if one game single-handedly crashed Atari, then quite frankly, Atari was probably going to crash anyway. There was obviously a lot more bad business decisions going on than way overproducing this cartridge. And hey! No Atari crash! No Nintendo rising up out of the ashes! No Nintendo rising up out of the ashes! And no Nintendo brats like me. And no modern gaming industry as we know it today. In which case, I wouldn't be speaking to you right now. So whatever part E.T. actually played in the great crash of 1983, gamers should actually be thankful this game exists. Please, stop jumping on bandwagons. Learn how to play this game first. Give it a try, and if you still hate it, you still hate it. Just don't hate a game because you're told to. See that right there? That's the only gamer score worth bragging to your friends in the Atari age.
Ready?
All-Star Slamming D-Ball was a $10 budget game released in North America near the end of the PS1's lifespan, and is a throwback to the NES classic, Super Dodgeball. And while I would still take the 8-bit classic over this 32-bit budget release overall, All-Star Slammin' D-Ball, despite its flaws, is still an incredibly addictive game of virtual dodgeball.
In the not-so-distant future, with the rapid expansion of the world's population, most notably the sharp increase in the number of adolescents...
No, wait. I really don't need to know the story in a dodgeball game. Sorry, while it's sort of a nifty touch, I really don't see gamers caring about the storyline in a dodgeball game. All-Star sees gamers taking the field in a 7-on-7 game of dodgeball. 4 players in the field and 3 buddies on their opponent's sidelines. The core gameplay is definitely influenced by Super Dodgeball. Players can dodge, jump, pass, run, and even do special attacks by putting in Street Fighter style D-pad combinations after their skill level, which is based on a system of points earned by catching opponents' throws, has reached a high enough level. The gameplay is fast, fun, and can be really intense at times, especially when you're down to your last player against all 4 players on the other team. The one gameplay feature that All-Star really would have benefited from, had they borrowed it from Super Dodgeball, is player life bars. Whereas Super Dodgeball saw players beating opponents by repeated hits to drain their life down to 0, All-Star Slamming D-Ball goes with the official dodgeball rules. 1 hit and you're out. This makes the game really intense, but it also makes the matches feel like the lightning round of dodgeball, as many matches will be over in under 30 seconds. This means the single-player tournament mode, which requires you to beat 7 teams, is incredibly short. In recording this footage on normal difficulty, I managed to beat the game in under 17 minutes. All-Star is fun, but way too short. Much shorter to play through than the 8-bit Super Dodgeball, and even has less modes of play, only allowing for tournament and single match play.
there's nothing here similar to the beanball mode in Super Dodgeball. It does, however, give you a code to unlock a secret team after you beat the game, so it does have one unlockable of sorts. The replay value in the single player is extremely limited overall. However, like a lot of other games I own, I have found extended replay value in popping this game into my system for a few minutes at a time, and playing it in short bursts. It's a perfect game to play when you have just a few minutes to spare, or as a side game to play in between playing larger, more complex games. Or even when I'm working on a YouTube video and need to take a few minutes to defrag my mind. Simple, mindless, addictive fun. That being said, one of my most fond memories of this game, which I bought when I was still in high school, is playing one-on-one matches with friends. I remember one Saturday, we spent a few hours in our own little makeshift tournament with this game. And that is where All-Star really shines in the replay value. If you have a friend or friends to play against, this is a perfect game for friendly competition, and for bragging rights. I have fond memories of playing this game against friends, and with so much as one other person to play against, the replay value increases exponentially. Single player is fun, but hearing your friends whine when you beat them, way more fun. All-Star is best enjoyed with friends, and maybe it's the memories of good times, but I still really enjoy this game, and recommend it as a great bargain bin buy. The bottom line. If there can be only one dodgeball game in your collection, then I would wholeheartedly recommend the Nintendo classic Super Dodgeball over All-Star Slammin' D-Ball due to more features and depth of play. But if there can be more than one dodgeball game in your collection, then All-Star is still a good, dirt cheap means of entertainment for PS1 gamers. Buy it cheap, play it with a friend or two, and you'll get more than your money's worth out of it.
Released in November 1997, the PC version of Quake II made huge waves in the PC gaming world. It later went on to be the most played online game of 1998. It was the Call of Duty of its day, and console ports were seemingly inevitable. Almost 2 years after the PC version hit, the N64 finally got its chance to get in on the Quake II action. And that begs the question, how does Quake II on the Nintendo 64 stack up to the PC version? Well, it really doesn't. But not in the way you think. You see, the N64 version of Quake II is nothing like the PC version, weapons and enemies aside. It's actually sort of like its own Quake II mission pack, because the developers decided to go with 19 original levels over just a simple port. The game plays in the typical old school shooter fashion. You'll get different objectives to complete in each of the game's levels, but it basically just comes down to the old throw the switch and get the key type. However, Quake II was never about puzzle solving, and this port is no different.
It's all about the action in Quake, and this game delivers in droves. Throughout Quake II 64, you'll be forced to deal with the hordes of enemies that come your way. This is no simple task, but thankfully this port has almost all of the meaty and heavy-hitting weapons of the PC original, which equip you to deal with all the baddies the Strogg throw your way. A lot of modern shooters don't retain that oomph in their weapons, but enemy reactions and damage dealt by the weapons in Quake II make most of the weapons incredibly satisfying to wield, a feeling you don't get in a lot of more modern shooters anymore. If you get tired of fragging the not-so-bright AI enemies, or have already beaten through the game has a pretty fun deathmatch for up to 4 players. No bots, though. Quake II steals its control scheme from Turok, where you move with the C buttons and aim with the analog stick, which works pretty well. There is a little bit lost in translation from PC to console, which is to be expected, where it'll oftentimes take you a little extra time to line up your shots, especially with the railgun, just perfect on an enemy, which can cause you to take a few hits before you pull the trigger on them. Graphically, the game runs smooth and looks high-res, especially with an expansion pack. But the enemy animations are extremely choppy, even with the expansion pack. The music is also different from the originals. The music in the N64 version is now more ambient in nature, as opposed to the more adrenaline-pumping tracks of the PC original. The weapon sounds, though, are faithfully reproduced. The bottom line. Though it's nothing like the PC original, Quake II on the N64 still manages to be a fun addition to any N64 gamer's first-person shooter collection, and is actually one of my favorites on the system overall. If you've still got a 64 and want a good single-player and multiplayer, with friends that is, shooter game, then Quake II is worth a look. However, if you've never been a big fan of the Doom Quake style, then this game probably won't change your mind on the matter. I never had cable growing up, so the only times I was ever able to watch the cartoon of G.I Joe were Sunday mornings when I would visit my grandmother's place. Granted, this pitted my brother and I against my sisters who wanted to watch Gem and the Holograms, which... no. Over the years, I've seen all kinds of coverage for Nintendo games on YouTube. I've had games like Shatterhand, Kickmaster, Journey to Silius, Nightshade, and even Kabuki Quantum Fighter brought to my attention through various reviews and gameplay videos. However, I've never seen G.I Joe given the due treatment it deserves, and considering this is one of my favorite NES games, it's kind of a shame because this is a really awesome game. It has all the elements of NES greatness we have all come to love. Tight gameplay, classic level designs, great music, and for NES standards, good graphics. There's even some story elements and cutscenes thrown in for good measure. You start out the game with a quick pep talk from the man himself, General Hawk, who gives you a quick briefing in which he tells you your mission objective and who the mission leader will be. Each mission has a mission lead, but also lets you choose what 2 other Joes you want to take along with. For example, for the first mission, Duke is the leader. Your second choice will be Snake Eyes, And for me, I like to take the mission leader for the next mission as my third choice. For the second mission, Blizzard is the mission leader. Your second choice will be Snake Eyes, and since Snake Eyes is the mission leader for the third mission, I like to take Captain Gridiron. So why is your second choice always Snake Eyes, you ask? Because another really cool feature in this game is that each character has their own specific stats and unique abilities. For example, Snake Eyes can jump the highest in the game, thus making him the most invaluable member of the team to have on every mission. Rock and Roll has the weapon that does the most damage, Duke is the all-rounded guy, and Captain Gridiron has the hardest punch in the game, which is weird because Snake Eyes uses his katana and Blizzard his knife for their hand-to-hand combat weapons. The game is unique in that each Joe is not just a clone of each other. Each one has their own unique feel to them, and choosing the right team is imperative to your success in the missions. Each of the game's 6 missions is split into 3 zones: Action, Adventure, and Escape. The Action Zone is the straightforward scroll and kill everything with a few hidden areas to find along the way mode. I would say Contra style, but this game is not Contra in that each Joe has their own life bar and ammo has a limited supply, except for Snake Eyes, who uses his ninja Hadoukens to kill enemies from afar, which doesn't use up your ammo. I play the majority of the action scenes using hand-to-hand combat, saving my ammo for boss fights or for when enemies are on a narrow platform I need to jump to and I don't have room to jump and punch them. Luckily, swapping from hand-to-hand to weapons mode is as easy as hitting the select button, and each Joe has an infinite supply of grenades used by holding up on the D-pad while hitting the attack button in hand-to-hand combat mode. The Adventure Zone, or Objective Zone if you will, sees the Joes traversing large maze-like levels to find check marks with which to place C4 explosives. These are the most challenging levels in the game because they require full exploration to find the places marked for explosives. Scattered throughout these levels are hidden areas with which to find gun and life power-ups, and even various Joe vehicles to aid them in their race to find all the bomb points before time runs out. The vehicles are a really cool addition, but they do have a very small life bar, so reckless playing will make the use of these vehicles all too brief. As you progress, the adventure levels become larger and more complex, and the amount of bombs you have to place increases. This makes for a gradual increase in the difficulty level and feels more balanced. The Escape Zone is similar to the Action Zone in that these are pretty straightforward levels. There are hidden areas to find in these as well, and there are also vehicles to use in your escape if you look hard enough. At the end of all 3 zones, you fight a boss, 2 mid-level bosses, and 1 final boss in every level of the game. The boss battles are well done, but can oftentimes come down to a war of attrition thanks to the ability to switch between Joes on the fly by hitting the start button, similar to the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. This can be a lifesaver when one of your Joes is close to death, and I like that it pauses the game for you to switch, as this helps keep your split second from death Joes alive as you get a fresh one in there. If the game had stopped there, solid level designs, characters with unique abilities, cool vehicles to use, 3 Joes to swap between on the fly per mission, and a cool hand-to-hand / weapons combat mixture, it would still be a great game and highly suggested to all NES players. However, G.I Joe adds one feature that just ties it all together, and is probably the most unique aspect of the game. Throughout the game, players collect both life and weapon upgrade icons to upgrade their life bars and their weapons. When you start out, your weapons are basic level 1A. As you collect 4 more weapon upgrade icons, your weapon levels up to 2A, and this goes until the 4th weapon level where your Joe will have the maximum level weapon he can in the game. The life pickup upgrades your life bar by adding to it, so even the character with the smallest life bar at the beginning of the game will have his maximum sized one by the time you get to the end. I won't compare this to the depth of an RPG leveling system, but each character does grow in life,
and damage ability as you find more of these upgrades. This is why my general strategy is to always bring the leader of the next mission along with. I generally max out the mission leader's weapon first, then start leveling the weapon for the next mission leader. The exception being Snake Eyes. I usually use his level to upgrade Captain Gridiron and Rock and Roll, saving Snake Eyes for last, leveling him up right before you acquire the man himself, General Hawk, for the final mission. Infinite jetpack and all. The upgrade system is probably the most unique aspect of the game, and it just ties the whole experience together as another superb offering for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I just can't even figure out why this game doesn't get more mention. Graphically, by Nintendo standards, it may not be the most technically impressive Nintendo game, but the visuals are solid. There is a lot of flickering, and slowdown can become common with a lot of action on screen, but this is Nintendo. And for many years, I never knew that slowdown was a bad thing. It was just something I thought all games did because of how common it was in 8-bit and 16-bit gaming. The controls are solid. The only minor issues that may nag some people is a slight Castlevania-style blowback when you get hit, enemies that instantly reappear if you scroll back to where they are. This can be tough in the jumping portions, but there are a whole lot less ambush enemies in this game than in comparable games, and some tricky jumps here and there where you will have to avoid bumping your head on the platform above, requiring perfect timing. Overall, the controls work great. Swapping Joes on the fly, landing tricky jumps, dispatching enemies, and swapping in and out of weapons mode feel intuitive. The music is also rocking. You may not number the tracks in the all-time list of best NES tunes, but they are still really good and definitely fit the action perfectly. This is classic NES stuff right here. For NES standards, G.I. Joe is moderate in difficulty. There are only 6 levels to play here, and there is thankfully even a simplified password system in place. This game won't take NES pros a long time to master. There are some tough boss fights in later levels, but if I can beat this game, anyone can. It's not easy, but it is beatable. As a kid, I was convinced that most NES games weren't beatable. I would generally just play them till I got to the part that I couldn't pass and then quit. I never really even tried to beat them, and looking back as I have grown and gotten better at playing NES games, I am still convinced that many of them are not meant to be beaten, or I know I don't have the patience to play all the way through them. Upon beating G.I. Joe, a second, harder quest opens up that only allows you to bring 1 extra Joe in each mission with you, leaving only 2 Joes to use per mission. I haven't actually beaten the second quest, I've only gotten up to the 3rd mission so far, so there is extra replay value once you master the first quest, and more challenge for you Nintendo pros out there. The bottom line. This is one of my favorite NES titles, and it doesn't seem to get enough attention for how good it actually is. This game rarely gets mentioned despite its quality. If you're looking for a good NES romp to play and are played out of the Mega Mans, the Contras, the Castlevanias, and etc., then this is definitely a game you should look into. I would even be so bold as to put it up there with those previously mentioned greats, because quality abounds. Come on, Nintendo gamers, this game needs more attention. And as a final note, there is also a sequel to this game called G.I. Joe The Atlantis Factor, which I have never played but apparently changed it to more of an action game. From the videos I have seen, it still looks like another quality title that is worth a look, and I plan on picking it up someday.
Talk about a game that came out of nowhere, with almost no pre-release coverage before it hit. I was first introduced to this game in the hallowed halls of GamePro magazine, where the editor writing the preview, I can't remember if it was Scary Larry, Major Mike, or Bro Buzz who covered it, was so incredibly blown away by the game that you couldn't help but be just as excited as he was. His enthusiasm for the game just oozed through the pages, and I couldn't help myself. I really wanted to play this one. 1 month they previewed it, the very next month they reviewed it. That's how much pre-release hype it got. What sets Bloody Roar apart is that all 8 fighters have the ability to transform from human form into beast mode! Giant animals. By filling the beast gauge that sits right underneath their life bar. The higher you fill the beast gauge, the longer you can remain in animal form. Players can even regain some life in beast mode, and taking hits will knock you back down into human form. When I first played this game, I had never played anything like it. It was incredibly revolutionary to me. It wasn't until I later played Fighting Vipers on the Sega Saturn that I realized that Bloody Roar borrowed a lot of its general gameplay mechanics from that game. But even then, that doesn't make Bloody Roar any less spectacular. The beauty of Bloody Roar's gameplay is in its simplicity. Its fast-paced fighting gameplay is incredibly easy to pick up and play. This is a fighting game that gives you instant gratification. Simple gameplay, easy combos, and the ability to morph into an animal at any time you choose makes for a game that is easy for gamers of all experience levels to pick up and play. Does this game cater to button mashing? Absolutely, but that doesn't make it bad. This game isn't trying to have the level of involvement of games like Virtua Fighter, because sometimes you just want to pick up, play, and enjoy a game. What it lacks in depth, it makes up for in playability and intensity. In fact, this game is extremely intense. I can't tell you how many times the matches come down to that final hit or combo. I know this happens in every fighting game at times, but the fast pace of Bloody Roar makes this a common occurrence, where, with butt puckered, yes, I just said that, you will say, "Whew, I beat him! I thought I was done!" The fierce combat keeps you on your toes, the gameplay is high-strung and very exciting. Graphically, the character models are a bit blocky but sport some nice texture detail. The arenas are also nicely detailed, if not a little rough looking, but most of them do have polygonal backgrounds, and there are even some cool touches like a working elevator in the nuclear power plant level, not that you'll have time to notice. The lighting and effects look nice, and even with all the action on screen, there isn't the slightest hint of slowdown. Overall, the visuals are a bit rough, but the game is fluid, and that's the most important thing to get right in a fighting game. The controls are perfect. They are responsive, and there are absolutely no issues. The combos are easy to pull off, as are techniques like the mid-air recovery. There are only 2 attack buttons until you turn into a beast, and then the beast mode button allows a 3rd attack button, only to be used in that mode. The sound effects are well done, but the generic guitar tunes are forgettable. You can even change the music back to the original arcade game's music, which is just as generic and forgettable. The modes in the game are pretty standard for fighting games. You have your arcade versus time attack survival and practice modes. The game does have a cool watch feature where you can watch 2 computer-controlled opponents duke it out, and there are some unlockables as well, like big heads. Overall, there's nothing like an Edgemaster mode or any extra mini-games like in Tekken. The bottom line. Bloody Roar is a fighting game that is easy to pick up and instantly enjoy. It may kind of cater to mashers over deep skill, but the fighting system is deep enough to hold the attention of seasoned fighting vets and newbies alike. It is fast, fun, and what it lacks in depth when compared to deeper fighting systems in other fighting games, it makes up for in pure playability. The ability to morph into animals is a really cool feature.
The game makes it work well, and it doesn't feel like a gimmick. It becomes an integral part of the gameplay and strategy in the fights. This is an awesome fighting game and the first in a long-running series. I know the more recent iterations haven't fared well in the mainstream reviews, but I don't care. I love the Bloody Roar series. And for PS1 collectors, be sure to check out Bloody Roar 2, which improved the graphics, added super special moves, turned Bakarayu into a kid, makes Gato an unlockable boss character, and trimmed out Mitsuko, Greg, and Fox, who I would hate to destroy some childhood crushes here, is a dude. He goes by Fox, but the manual is very clear. His real name is Hands. It always seems to surprise people when I break this news to them.
You win. Sight of blood excites me. Sight of blood excites me.
An ancient Chinese relic known as the Dagger of Sion has been hidden away for what was hoped to be all eternity within the Great Wall of China. Previously possessed by an ancient emperor who used the dagger's ability to turn its owner into a dragon upon piercing the heart, in his quest to conquer all of China, he was finally defeated in battle and the dagger sealed away in hopes that it would never, ever be used again. Neither the game nor the instruction manual go into exactly why Lara is interested in the dagger, other than it's an ancient relic, and I guess that's Lara's interest right there. However, you very quickly find out that Lara isn't the only person interested in the dagger. Lara's quest for the dagger will bring her into direct conflict with Italian cultists led by a man named Marco Bartoli, who have been after the dagger for centuries, and even the Tibetan monks who have protected the dagger for generations. In the review I did for the original Tomb Raider, I said this.
I remember it like it was yesterday. Christmas Day, 1997. My father had borrowed an issue of GamePro magazine from me in order to get the scoop on the hottest games coming out. That Christmas I received NASCAR 98, Fighting Force, which I have fond memories of playing, even if it didn't hold a candle to Streets of Rage, and my first introduction to the Tomb Raider series, Tomb Raider 2. I would later acquire the original Tomb Raider at a rummage sale, and despite the awkwardness of jumping back from Tomb Raider 2 to the original, have since come to appreciate the original as probably the best in the original Tomb Raider series, even if the second one is still my favorite.
Tomb Raider 2 was my introduction to the series and will always stand as my personal favorite in the Tomb Raider series, and as one of the first 4 games I owned for the PlayStation, the first being Final Fantasy VII, will always be a defining experience for me when it comes to the PS1. Core Design was faced with a mammoth of a question in developing Tomb Raider 2. How does one follow up one of the most influential video games of all time? Whether or not it's given the credit it deserves, it's no secret that if one was to look at Tomb Raider objectively, not only did it have a monumental impact on that era of gaming, spawning countless clones, but its influence can still be seen today in modern gaming. To put it simply, there was no way that Tomb Raider 2 was going to surpass the original in terms of influence alone. However, in terms of expanding on the original, Core went with bigger, harder, and more. And overall, though my bias in this being my introduction to the series is obvious, came out with a game that, outside of losing a little in atmosphere, improved over the original in almost every other way. The levels in Tomb Raider 2 are bigger than in the original, have a ton more enemies thrown at you, enemies that take a lot more hits to put down, and there are a lot more death traps and tricky jumps in this sequel than in the first one. I've always found Tomb Raider 2 to be a much harder game than the original, which was no slouch in terms of difficulty in itself. With the extra difficulty added, Core hasn't left gamers helpless. Lara's arsenal of weapons has been expanded to include things like her handy-dandy grenade launcher, which blows enemies into tiny little chunks for good measure. And along with the arsenal, Lara's moveset has been expanded as well. In Tomb Raider 2, Core gave Lara the ability to look around while holding onto a ledge, allowing you to see more of the environment you are either dropping down or moving up to while hanging. An underwater roll was added for a quick turnaround. Lara can also do a mid-air roll, which helps immensely when doing the Lara dance, as I've dubbed it, moving around while fighting enemies to take as little damage as possible, and giving Lara the ability to turn around in mid-air to grab a ledge or ladder behind her. And Lara also now has the ability to climb ladders. That's right, go back and play the original Tomb Raider. Did you notice that you played through the entire game and never climbed a single ladder? The addition of which opening up new level design options for Core. They even threw in a couple of vehicles for Lara to drive for good measure. As with the original, I would classify most of the 18 levels presented in Tomb Raider 2 as giant puzzles, often split up in between solving smaller puzzles that work towards beating the larger level puzzle as a whole. In between the puzzle elements, the exploration, action, and tough platformer elements take place. We used to classify this unique blending of puzzle-heavy design with action and platforming as being an action-adventure game, which is still a fitting classification for what you find in the original Tomb Raider series. The part that most gamers have struggled with in the original Tomb Raider series, aside from the tank controls, which with the square-based grid of Tomb Raider's level design is the best working control scheme for the game, is figuring out what to do and where to go next. Oftentimes, what to do next can be pretty obscure to the player, leading to hours and hours of wandering the levels, retreading every inch to find out what it is you may have missed in order to progress. Or as I stated in my original Tomb Raider review, the bad thing about Tomb Raider's level design is that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next in order to progress. But the good thing about Tomb Raider's level design is that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next in order to progress. So in other words, the bad thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. But the good thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. It seems that in recent memory, it has become sort of mainstream and popular to label obscure level design as bad design in games. I remember reading this sentiment in an old magazine in either the late 90s or early 2000s, and it has sort of become a common thought in gaming. However, I would disagree. I don't consider obscure objectives to be bad design. What I consider it to be is a different design philosophy than what has become the user-friendly mainstream philosophy we have become accustomed to in the modern age. You have to remember that the original Tomb Raider series was released in a time where developers put their heaviest emphasis on level design. Though there are story elements in the series, which for Tomb Raider 2 was almost as rare in 1997 gaming as it was in 1996 gaming with the original, the developers were not focused on pulling you into a story narrative. They weren't designing a forgettable gaming experience using story elements as a smokescreen for the lack of innovation like most modern games do. They instead were designing levels with which to challenge gamers at every level. Tomb Raider 2 challenges gamers at every level. Not only are quick reflexes required for the action elements and the many death traps involved, but your observation and problem-solving skills are also put to the extreme test in the game. Tomb Raider 2, like many games from that era, treads that thin line between I can't figure out what to do, screw this game, I give up, and thus being put back on your gaming shelf to collect dust to, okay, I know I can beat this, let's give it one more try.
The developers would design a level and then challenge you to figure it out with minimal clues. In many ways, it's almost like a battle of the wits to see if you can beat them at their own game. Literally. Though Tomb Raider achieved mainstream success, the difficult, sometimes cryptic solutions to the puzzles in the levels, mixed with, yes, the difficult-to-learn controls, kept it from being easily accessible to all gamers and still makes returning to it or playing it for the first time just as difficult. However, as I said in my original Tomb Raider review, there is still something so incredibly satisfying about finally figuring out the solution to a puzzle in the game. Getting lost does suck. Tearing your hair out trying to figure out a tough puzzle as you backtrack through the entire level can be maddening. But finally figuring it out on your own brings a deep level of satisfaction and creates an experience you will never forget. This is a rare form of gaming satisfaction that you rarely see in modern gaming anymore. That being said, maybe you just think I'm blinded by my love for Tomb Raider and don't see bad design for what it is, and, well, maybe that's true. However, if we shift this towards another franchise, then please explain to me why in the 19 years of 3D Zelda games, the Water Temple is still the most infamous dungeon in all of Zelda fandom. Simply put, because unless you had a strategy guide, it stumped you, drove you mad, and gave you a huge sense of gratification when you finally beat it. In similar fashion, finally beating a tough level in Tomb Raider 2 brings that same feeling of gratification. Atmospherically, when playing through Tomb Raider 2 this time, I realized that the original seems to have a much more tense atmosphere. Even if Tomb Raider 2 still has a great atmosphere overall, and still builds up tension throughout the game. The same kind of tension and unsafe feeling that games like Resident Evil have. Lara is alone, traversing hostile environments with death traps and hordes of baddies around every corner, all trying to kill her. You rarely feel safe, and the few times you do feel a false sense of security are quickly shattered by an enemy lying in wait, an instant death trap being sprung sending Lara to her death, and even the sounds of distant footsteps of an enemy you can't see yet and have no idea if they are coming after you. Or just walking around on another part of the level, daring you to progress to where they're at. Tomb Raider 2 is still incredibly atmospheric and still builds a very good sense of tension. This game will still make your butt pucker countless times, sometimes startling the ever-living crap out of you. However, in trying to put my finger on what the big difference was, I realized something. A lot of fans say that Tomb Raider 2 is where the series first lost sight, taking Lara out of the tombs and adding levels that, while still masterfully designed, didn't make sense to be in a game called Tomb Raider. Levels like an oil rig set up with as many switches, keys, and booby traps as any of the ancient tombs. And while some of these levels do seem out of place, even if they do make sense under the story narrative the game is telling, these levels are still incredibly intense. In the offshore rig, for example, Lara, upon being captured by the cultist, has to escape from her prison cell and then traverse through the first part of the level, avoiding the baddies trying to kill her with absolutely no weapons to fight back with, leaving you frantically scrambling to figure out what to do while being hotly pursued. Even the Venice level, with its canals and dilapidated decaying houses, still always managed to capture my imagination as a teenager. and also has a fitting atmosphere as a result, despite not being ancient ruins, but a more modern decay of once decadent structures within an ancient city. Lara's adventures even take her to explore the wreckage of a sunken luxury liner, long forgotten on the ocean floor, but this also fits well with the atmosphere, even if Celine Dion didn't sing the theme song for the level. I then decided that maybe it's the fact that Tomb Raider 2 throws a ton more enemies your way. Everywhere Lara goes, every animal hates her, and hundreds of cultists are thrown at you trying to ruin Lara's day. But even with a heavier focus on action, there is still nothing quite like the feeling of entering a room and then suddenly hearing footsteps right behind you. Just because you expect baddies to show up more often doesn't mean they still don't startle you when they do. Plus, I've realized that in soon-to-be 20 years of playing this game, I have memorized when and where most of the enemies are going to come from, but still found myself being startled over a couple I had forgotten about. I then thought, maybe it's the Save Anywhere save system implemented in Tomb Raider 2 that may have eroded some of the atmosphere. Tomb Raider fans did complain that they thought this made Tomb Raider 2 too easy, which, what? No. But I can see it taking away some of the tension in where every time you feel a sense that danger awaits you around the corner, you can save your game, run around the corner, and even if you die, you start out right where you left off, thus saving you from having to backtrack large portions of the level as you did in the original because the save crystals were in static locations in the level. Tomb Raider 3 would later combine the save systems of the first two games, allowing you to collect a finite number of save crystals, but allowing you to use them anywhere in the level. However, the ability to save anywhere may save on backtracking and may give you a little feeling of safety whenever you save your game when feeling impending doom. It may even make some of the harder platformer elements less frustrating by allowing you to save before every hard jump so you don't have to backtrack. But it doesn't help you solve puzzles, defeat enemies, or make those jumps to begin with. In fact, you can even possibly save yourself into a corner if you're not careful. And at last I thought that maybe it's because the levels seem to have more ambient noise in the backgrounds than in the original. But that can't be it. As with the original, when you hear music in Tomb Raider 2, that is a sign that core design is trying to kill you. Something horrible is happening, and your first instinct is to run to safety. Get on top of a box, get somewhere, pull your pistols out, and start blind firing. The building up of tension is just as present in this game as in the original, and furthermore, some of the ambient background noise is super creepy. Take a listen to this sample taken from the offshore rig and diving area. I'm pretty sure that if you heard this coming from your closet at night, you may never sleep again. I would totally have my stuff packed and be moved out the next day. And then finally it dawned on me. Why is it that some of the levels in Tomb Raider 2 seem to recapture the same spectacular atmosphere of the original, but others didn't? It wasn't the levels themselves, the hordes more enemies, the save system, or even the ambient sounds. I realized something. All of the levels in the original Tomb Raider took place seemingly underground. It had a deeper sense of claustrophobia mixed with a deep sense of loneliness.
On top of the great sense of tension, all the death traps, all the puzzle elements taking place in sometimes wondrous ancient ruins, was an overwhelming feeling that you could be 1,000 miles underground exploring an environment that hasn't been seen for a couple thousand years. No escape, no help, no hope. If you die, no one will ever find you. A lot of the environments in Tomb Raider 2 feel less cramped, less claustrophobic, more open, brighter, and you actually see the sun and sky. It seems that in expanding upon the original game and making a bigger experience, Core unwittingly sacrificed some of the atmosphere that made the original so good, leaving Tomb Raider 2 a little lacking when compared to it. Atmosphere and monumental impact on gaming as a whole aside, Tomb Raider 2 improved on the original Tomb Raider in almost every other way, taking my bias into account that this will always be my favorite game in the series no matter what. In the end, when you have a game that changes gaming like the original Tomb Raider, nothing you do in the sequel will ever live up to the original. The 2 T-Rexes and 1 dragon you fight in Tomb Raider 2 will never be as fondly remembered in gaming as the 1 T-Rex in the original. Final Fantasy 8 and 9 will always live in the shadow of Final Fantasy 7. I was one of the few that liked Super Mario Sunshine better than Super Mario 64. However, by comparison, Mario 64 will always be remembered over Sunshine and any other platformer in its generation for that matter. I like Quake II better than the original Quake, but the original will always be remembered more. Doom 2, Final Doom, and Doom 3 are spectacular games, but the original Doom is an icon. And the cycle continues, so on and so forth. It was inevitable that the memory of Tomb Raider 2, 3, The Last Revelation, and Chronicles would eventually fade into the dustbin of gaming's past, mixed with the later backlash against the series and the claims that every sequel was just more of the same and the formula was stale by gamers in the gaming media. I've always seen a double standard that there was no one to ever complain that Resident Evil 3 was actually the 6th mainline Resident Evil game released on the PS1, with Capcom rehashing the first one twice and Resident Evil 2 once with Director's Cut and DualShock versions, but hey, you know, who am I to say anything? In Tomb Raider's defense, at least every game was a completely different game in the series. Did the formula get stale in releasing 5 games in 5 years? Yeah, probably. In all honesty, I have played the first 2 Tomb Raider games to death, but have barely played Tomb Raider 3 at all, only recently acquiring it. I've played a good portion into The Last Revelation whenever I picked it up a few years back, and I really like the open exploration feel of it, but have yet to play anything but the opening levels of Chronicles. However, I still have to give props to Core Design, who were on a creative high for 5 good years, able to create well-designed, deeply thought-out levels with heavy puzzle elements and great atmosphere in 5 Tomb Raider games. Core would later join developers like 989 Studios, who could never quite make the jump from PS1 to PS2. I haven't played The Angel of Darkness, but I do own it. And I know it was the Tomb Raider game that pretty much killed Core Design. I really dug Hurdy-Gurdy, though. The bottom line. Tomb Raider 2 was not only a defining experience for the PlayStation for me, and yes, I know it was also on the PC, but will also always be my favorite in the series. I know the controls are hard, the early PS1 graphics haven't held up, and most modern gamers will pass it up for new remakes or newer games on a newer system, but I truly urge most gamers to give this and the rest of the original Core Design Tomb Raider games a shot. Learn the controls, learn the game, and you may come to appreciate the sheer amount of thought put into every level of these games. You'll be frustrated to no end, you'll die a lot, you'll struggle with controlling Lara, you'll be wowed by the atmosphere, jump out of your seat at times, and incredibly satisfied whenever you finally beat a level. I will always love this game and the original Tomb Raider series.
Don't you think you've seen enough?
Though it's simply named Ninja Warriors in the US, this is actually the sequel to the original Ninja Warriors, known as Ninja Warriors Again. When I first picked this game up, I dismissed it as just another decent but limited beat-em-up. You see, I broke one of my own rules and did something that I complain about other people doing. I didn't take the time to learn the game before making an assessment about it. However, I did eventually come back to this game and got the bright idea, which are few and far between with me it seems, that maybe, just maybe, there was more to the game than I previously thought. So I took a trip to Game FAQs to read a move FAQ, and sure enough there were a number of special moves available in the game that I had no idea about. Granted, my copy didn't come with the book, so thankfully there was an FAQ for the game. Imagine my surprise when the original writer of that FAQ actually commented on my original Underrated Gem video of this game I posted back in 2009. Once you finally learn the game, you find there's a lot more depth to its fighting system than at first glance. Each character is unique and has their own unique set of attributes and special moves to master. Once you get going though, you'll be hooked. If you're a fan of the genre like I am, this is definitely a great beat 'em up to invest in. The beat 'em up gameplay is smooth and satisfying, but also very challenging in its own right, sometimes downright frustrating. However, the game equals it out by giving the player infinite continues, which makes beating the game possible if you're sucky at games like I am. The true key to success in the game is mastering all the extra maneuvers each of the three characters has. Again, the fighting system has a lot more depth than it initially appears, and the extra moves, some exclusive to each character, add a lot more strategy to this game than found in the average beat 'em up. Players scroll left or right on the play screen using combos and special moves to dispatch hordes of enemies, and a power gauge slowly fills up at the bottom of the screen over time. Once fully powered, your ninja can unleash a big special attack that hits all enemies on screen and drains the power gauge completely, or a smaller combo special attack that drains it only partially. The catch being, if your character is knocked off their feet before the gauge is completely full, the gauge resets and starts counting down from the beginning. This adds another layer of strategy to the game, where sometimes you may find yourself waiting to move forward for the gauge to be fully powered, as a fully powered up gauge does not reset when you're knocked down. The story is, there is a tyrannical ruler that takes over a once powerful nation, and a resistance movement has sprung up to create 3 robot ninjas in order to depose this tyrant. In reality, the real story here is there's a giant army of fools trying to beat you up, and it's your job to beat them up first. Because, honestly, who really needs a story for a beat 'em up? Simply put, the whole point is just to beat everyone you see up. If it moves, punch it. That's the simple storyline in every beat 'em up.
The controls are buttery smooths, the graphics look great by Super NES standards with large character sprites and not a single hint of slowdown, and the music is also spectacular classic Super NES fare. This game plays great, controls great, and looks great for its time. There are a number of people out there who consider Ninja Warriors to be the greatest or one of the greatest beat-em-ups of all time. And while I agree that this is a spectacular beat-em-up, there is one crippling issue I have with the game that would keep me from including it on the list of the best of all time. It's only single player. If you're not bothered by the lack of a two-player co-op option, then feel free to ignore this complaint. However, as for myself, this has always been a genre in gaming that shines brightest with more than one player playing. In fact, some of the frustrations in the game would be alleviated with just one other player to watch your back. I can't help but feel that they missed a big opportunity by making this game only single player. I mean, how much more awesome would this game be with co-op? That being said, taken for what it is, Ninja Warriors is still a spectacular Super Nintendo beat-em-up, and I would definitely say one of the best, even without the two-player option, and is certainly worth picking up a copy of. However, doing a quick eBay check on the average asking price for this game, I paid around $10 for in the year 2000. It appears that it now goes for around $100. Personally, I'm glad I own this game. It is certainly a good game, but I don't see it as $100 good. Castlevania Chronicles was the second Castlevania released for the PS1. Instead of giving us a Metroidvania sequel to Symphony of the Night like we wanted, Konami went with porting and upgrading a previously unreleased, in America at least, Castlevania game from the Japanese-only Sharp X68000 computer system, and releasing it at a budget $20 asking price to boot. While this wasn't exactly what gamers were calling for at the time, Castlevania Chronicles was still a good value for what it offers. The disc contains both the original tough-as-nails 68,000 version of the game and the PS1 exclusive Arranged mode, which takes the original and updates the character sprites, remixes the music, and adds 3 difficulty levels, and also gets rid of the infamous Castlevania blowback. And it even has an unlockable time attack mode. From the start, the player has the option to play either the original game or the Arranged mode. The original 1993 release is a revisiting of the events of the original Castlevania game on the NES. Players assume the role of Simon Belmont yet again, and play through 8 of the hardest Castlevania stages I have ever played. Those familiar with the original Castlevania will recognize the level themes and even a couple portions of the levels. When it comes to gameplay mechanics, added in the original is the ability to whip down and diagonal when jumping, and the ability to redirect Simon's jump in midair. Players should not expect to see all the cool whip control mechanics added in Super Castlevania 4. Taken for what it is, the gameplay is still solid, if not feeling like a bit of a step back when it comes to the whip mechanics in particular. The levels themselves are well designed, but this could also just be me. I had a very hard time finding my rhythm in this game when compared to other non-Metroidvania games in this series. Granted, the average Castlevania game requires a lot more finesse and deliberate timing than I have ever had the gaming capabilities to excel in. This is a series that has always catered to the methodical gamer types. As a more clumsy type of gamer, I was able to survive most of the boss fights by foregoing learning their patterns and just getting in a slugfest of who's going to die first. It was usually me, but occasionally I was able to get lucky and beat them. However, even the more clumsy type gamers like myself are able to find that methodical rhythm and right timing required to succeed in the Castlevania series. I'm not saying that the Castlevania games are so linear that you could literally play them with your eyes closed based on memory alone. There are a lot of unpredictable elements in the game, like the Medusa heads, which don't come out in the same way every time. But they do have a predictable pattern for the gamer to use to either dispatch them or dodge them altogether. To be upfront, I have yet to muster the skill required to beat the original mode. Simply put, I own a good portion of the Castlevania series, but this is without a doubt the hardest one I have played, despite owning the first 4 games, Adventure and Bloodlines, along with Symphony on the PS1 and 360, and Area on the Game Boy Advance. I think part of what makes this game so hard is that even the common enemies do massive amounts of damage. As the game progresses, players will see their life gauge completely drained in as little as 4 hits. Coupled with the traditional tough level designs with their own set of tricky jumps and hazards, and the old Castlevania control quirks concerning climbing stairs, where players will oftentimes find themselves trapped, slowly moving up or down a set of stairs while being unfairly pelted by enemies while trying not to accidentally use your special items instead of your whip, and fighting accidentally being stuck in a stair climbing animation when you're trying to duck under things like Medusa heads, which means taking a cheap hit on accident. We have all accepted a lot of the more unfair design elements of the original Castlevania series, and skillful play and learning the game can help overcome some of these elements. I did manage, however, to beat the easier arranged mode, but even then, possibly because it was my first time through the game, I still had a very difficult time. Not that my gaming skills are superior or anything, I'm probably the average gamer. I made it to the She-Wolf before I finally had to change the difficulty setting from normal to easy. But the good thing is the game allows you to switch the difficulty setting at any time throughout your playthrough without forcing you to restart the game from the very beginning. I was able to find my rhythm within the tight Castlevania gameplay in the early levels. However, by the time I got to the last couple of levels, I felt like I was in a war of attrition, where my focus changed from learning the levels and making those tough jumps and finding that right timing to trying to take as little hits as possible so I would have enough life to survive the boss fights. However, I have no doubt that these levels can be memorized, and with enough play I could possibly find that rhythm again. I think part of the change comes with that the final levels are far more straightforward than the early levels are, forcing you to take on the hardest enemies in the game on a level playing field. By the end of it, I felt a lot more like I survived this game instead of beating it. Despite this, however, even for a novice like myself, this still ends up being a very solid Castlevania game and definitely was worth the budget price tag at its release. Graphically, the game shines in 16-bit era style visuals, and the frame rate is solid as well. The arrange mode updates Simon Belmont's character sprites, but I'm not sure if there are any other graphical changes between the versions. The music in both versions uses a mixture of classic Castlevania tunes and a few new ones, and I have come to appreciate the tunes in both modes. The controls outside of the normal stair issues are solid and responsive, and the ability to change direction mid-jump is a welcomed addition. But I made it through the game and realized that I didn't even use the whip down or diagonal move at all. Would rather have had the ability to whip up, but I can't fault the game for what it doesn't have when compared to even Super Castlevania 4, and have to take it for what it does have, even if it feels a bit like a step back in gameplay mechanics. Double checking this game on eBay, it looks like the PS1 version of the game is currently going anywhere from $44 to $100, which is, in my opinion, by far overpriced for what you get in the game. I can only suggest it to hardcore Castlevania collectors who want a physical disc. However, the bright side to this is that if you still own a PS3 or PSP, you can pick this game up on PSN for a mere $5.99, which is a great bargain. Even if you're like myself and hate digital download, this still is the best price for the game. The bottom line. Castlevania Chronicles is a solid entry into the Castlevania series, and even has historical value in that it finally allowed US gamers to play a hidden entry into the series, and makes a good addition to any PS1 collection. While not the Metroidvania sequel we wanted, its initial $20 price tag more than made up for it, and if you can find the physical disc cheaply, is still worth picking up. If not, however, the $5.99 PSN price tag is another enticing deal. However, when it comes down to your retro Castlevania fix, Super Castlevania 4 is a much better entry into the series and runs around the same price, making it hard to justify purchasing the physical disc, especially since it was released at a $20 price tag to begin with. Prior to 1997, I didn't own a PlayStation and never had regular magazine subscriptions, so I was not a very well-informed gamer at the time. There was no internet at my house either, so most of my gaming knowledge came from renting games. So it's not hard to understand why my knowledge of pre-1997 PS1 gaming still has some holes in it. It's also not hard to understand why I had no idea of Robotron X's existence until about a year ago, seeing as it was a 1996 release for the PS1. However, I didn't run right out and order the game. I've actually only owned this game for about 3 days now, and without exaggeration, a game I have owned for a mere 3 days has already become one of my favorite games for a console I've owned for a little over 2 decades now. Robotron X brings the gameplay from Midway's classic 1982 arcade release, Robotron 2084, and brings it beautifully into the 3D era of gaming. The general gameplay mechanics of the game are identical to Robotron's seemingly more popular younger brother, Smash TV, where you move with the D-pad and handle directional shooting with the face buttons. For example, to shoot up, you hold triangle, to shoot right, you hold circle, and to shoot diagonally, you hold a combination of 2 buttons at the angle you're aiming for. With the simplicity of the controls and the simplicity of the concept, kill everything and save members of the last remaining human family for points and kill everything, the big question with Robotron isn't how do you play this game. The big question is how do you stop playing this game. You would think with the simple objectives, small simple levels, and repetitive nature of the game, Robotron X would get very old very quickly. However, for some reason this game just doesn't get old for me. As simple as just adding a few new enemies and stage obstacles seems, it really does make each level feel different from the last. However, it's not the level designs that make this game so fun, it's the thrilling feel of the gameplay, and all the things that happen in between that makes this game a blast to play. What really makes this game so great is the feeling of playing it. The player moves really fast, dies in one hit, and has to survive waves of baddies while trying to rescue the last human family on Earth, rolling this game into a very intense experience overall. At first, you may find yourself hiding on the edges of the playfield, scared to enter the middle of the field due to the hordes of baddies that lie in wait. However, once you learn how to run the middle of the map, the game finally clicks, and the addiction takes off from there. This is a game that the high points in the game come not from stupid, scripted story elements, overdone, overproduced, bad storylines that aren't interesting, but from those unscripted moments that happen during the gameplay. For every time you throw your hands in the air and say, "What the heck just killed me? How did I just die?" you'll almost equally say, "How the heck did I just survive that?" There is something so satisfying about successfully navigating through hordes of baddies, dodging enemy fire, and successfully running through gaps to dodge touching foes that gets you into that hardcore gaming focus. You get in the zone. On the flip side of this, one death, and there will be many, can throw your focus off and lead to many more, knocking you out of the zone as you try to regain your composure and get back into beast mode. That brings up another high point I experienced while playing. Those times when you're down to your last 3 lives, stuck in a tough level and are close to giving up but somehow manage to recover from the deficit and earn back enough lives to confidently continue on to the next level. It's really hard to narrow down all the high points and all the thrills of playing this game. There are just so many, and this is a game you have to experience to fully understand. No matter how hard the game can be, even playing on easy like I am, call me sucky if you want, I don't care, you'll find yourself constantly saying, "I'm just going to play one more level," and then after that, just one more, and then after that, just, well, you get the idea. Graphically, the game is simple visuals and small maps, but the sheer amount of action going on the screen is beyond impressive, considering the PS1 hardware that is. Slowdown does occur, usually once the arenas with texture map floors come into the fray. However, the sheer amount of action on the screen required for it to show up is up to the point of insanity, where I would be more surprised if there was no slowdown at all. The game remains perfectly playable during these bouts of slowdown, so it really doesn't mar the experience at all. The camera follows the action perfectly, with the only hiccup being that it zooms in whenever you move up to the top of the playing field, and then slowly zooms out when you move to the bottom, leaving the potential for you to accidentally run right into an enemy you didn't know was there. However, the game does offer a top-down camera angle, which actually makes for a just as viable way to play it as the original camera view. This trims the fat presented in a lot of other early 3D games, which offered a ton of useless angles. The sound effects are pleasing and reminiscent of the classic 80s style gaming, and I really like the electronic music in the game. On the rare chance that I had enough time to slow down and listen to it, that is. The controls are also tight and responsive. No complaints to wage there. They do everything you want them to without delay. The only complaint more modern gamers may have, or Robotron purist types may have, is that being released before the dual analog controller or the DualShock, there is no analog support for this game. However, the use of the face buttons more than compensates for the lack of the arcade original's dual stick setup. There is also an option to save your game at every level by simply pausing the game, which is a nice touch so you don't have to lose your progress. The only big downside I can see with the game is that though there is a 2-player option, it's not simultaneous play, which would have been so awesome had they been able to pull it off. Instead, players take turns like we used to in Super Mario Bros. However, this is a small complaint considering how good this game is. The game also doesn't have a period of invincibility when you die, so you can die multiple times in a row, and will even sometimes respawn you right on a level hazard for an instant unfair death. The bottom line. I haven't even owned Robotron X for a week, and it's already one of my favorite PS1 games. This is how retro remakes are supposed to be made, maintaining the intense gameplay of the arcade original, but successfully translating the gameplay into the 3D era of gaming. This game is easy to learn, really hard to put down, and very cheap to pick up, scoring my copy for under $10 with shipping. If you've overlooked this one like I did, I highly recommend you pick it up. Seriously, I already love this game. And a final note, I actually ordered a copy of the seemingly better-known Robotron 64 at the same time I ordered Robotron X on the PS1. However, it's still in the mail as of me making this video. I read a little bit here and there on what the changes are from X to Robotron 64, but I do look forward to seeing if there are any significant changes or improvements. However, I can already guess that Robotron 64 is probably also just as worthy to pick up as well, and I will preempt it by recommending it to N64 gamers ahead of time, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to love this game too. And sure enough, I just went out and checked my mail after making the video and doing all the voiceover work for the video that you just watched, and there was Robotron 64 sitting in my mailbox. I've only really just kind of playtested it for about, 25 to 30 levels, and I can already tell you that this is also another spectacular game. But I can also say this, the PS1 and N64 versions of the game are actually different enough that I actually recommend looking into both of them if you have the option. The N64 version seems to use the PS1 version as inspiration for some of its level themes and design and setup, but it actually has quite a bit of a different feel, I'd say. But both are really good, just kind of different but kind of the same. I know that's not very descriptive, but seriously, the N64 version, look into this one too. So there I was browsing my local thrift store the other day, the same thrift store I've been finding some crazy Wii 60 and GameCube game deals at recently, and I noticed they had acquired a new stock of Wii games. I greedily rushed to the shelf and shuffled through the games to see what treasures beheld me. Wading through a couple of shovelware titles and games like GoldenEye and Spectrobe's Origins, which I already owned, I ended up walking away with Dragon Blade Wrath of Fire, Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings, Link's Crossbow Training, Mercury Meltdown Revolution, Red Steel 2, and this game, Centipede Infestation. When I returned home, Centipede was the first game I popped into my attention-starved Wii console, and I very quickly forgot about all the other games I had bought. By my own admission, I've always been a bit of a snob when it comes to retro reboots and remakes. However, Centipede Infestation is seen as a reimagining of Centipede, and imagine my surprise when this game was not only instantly fun, but also had very little to do with Atari's arcade classic Centipede, and a lot more to do with Midway's arcade classic Robotron 2084. Centipede Infestation is a marriage of the Centipede universe with the extremely addictive formula of Robotron. And seeing as I've been on a bit of a Robotron kick as of late, buying and reviewing Robotron X on the PS1, and also buying Robotron 64, I was delightfully surprised at Centipede Infestation. If you're a fan of Robotron or Smash TV, then I highly recommend this game if you happen to own a Wii. Supporting both the nunchuck controller and the classic controller, Infestation controls identical to Robotron, where you move with the left stick and handle directional shooting with either the Wiimote or the right analog stick. The direction you push is the direction you shoot in. As in Robotron, most of the environments are pretty small. And also like in Robotron, the game throws a ton of enemies your way and can be pretty hectic as well. There are even a couple of more complex adventure and objective types of levels that require you to traverse through them from start to finish, but the majority of the levels keep it simple and small. Throughout each map, you can pick up different power-ups and weapons upgrades by shooting special enemies that drop them. The weapons upgrades can be upgraded to more powerful versions of each weapon by collecting 2 of the same icon. There are occasional levels with turrets to use to fight the hordes, and destroying bugs that are carrying seeds plant towers, that is, turrets or bomb plants that assist you in destroying enemies. The giant centipedes also make an appearance, and at the end of each area, there are giant bosses to fight, 5 bosses in total throughout the game. There is also a 2-player co-op option for multiplayer, and by gaining accomplishments throughout the game, players can gain extra costumes, jukebox mode, concept art, and even unlock an insane difficulty mode by beating the game. Graphically, the game's visuals are clean, and I never even noticed a hint of slowdown while playing. The art direction in both the in-game graphics and the story cutscenes gives me that Saturday morning cartoon vibe. The music is another highlight, as I really dig the tunes in the game, and the story cutscenes, while far from deep, are a nice touch, but are completely skippable if you choose to do so. If Centipede Infestation has one big flaw, despite being a completely enjoyable experience, it's that with a mere 40 levels, you can pretty much beat this game in one sitting. I oftentimes found myself wishing the levels were just a little bit longer, as some of them felt like they were over when they were just getting started. And aside from a few interruptions, I pretty much beat this game in a couple hours of play. However, with the added co-op option, 3 difficulty levels to play, and extra unlockables, the game gives you plenty of reasons to play through it a couple of times for some added replay value. The bottom line. Though stunted a little by its short length, Centipede Infestation is still a fun Robotron-esque romp that I still recommend to Wii owners, especially for cheap. Play by yourself or co-op with a friend. This is a worthy title to pick up for your Wii. And as a final note, Centipede Infestation comes to us from the folks at WayForward Games, best known for the Shantae games, but who also handled development of Contra 4 and another retro remake on the Wii, and another game I highly recommend for the Wii, A Boy and His Blob. Seriously, pick this one up too. Christmas Day 1993, my parents blessed us with a Model 2 Sega Genesis, with Sonic 2 as the pack-in title, and our very own copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Hyperstone Heist. Previously, I had no idea what a Sega Genesis was. I vaguely remember seeing the Genesis Does commercials on TV, but only knew Nintendo to this point. All I knew was my brother was super excited to get a Sega Genesis, so I shared in his excitement, having no idea what a Sega Genesis even was. Previously, we had the same Nintendo my family received on Christmas 88 or 89, and knowledge of new gaming consoles wasn't a thing that really existed in my world. Nintendo was a thing, but so were cartoons and playing toys, and all the other fun things that went along with being a kid in the late 80s and early 90s. One of the favorite games for my brother and I to play on the NES was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Manhattan Project. We would end up spending hundreds of hours in total playing through Manhattan Project, and looking back, it is still probably my favorite Ninja Turtles game of all time. The very first Sega Genesis game we booted up was Hyperstone Heist, putting Sonic 2 on the back burner. Upon finally seeing Hyperstone Heist that Christmas morning, for the first time in my life, I noticed graphics. Playing through NES games, I never took the time to notice if one game looked better or ran better than another. Being uninformed at the time, games were just games. Some were more fun than others, but as far as visuals go, it was never a priority in my mind. However, when I first booted up Hyperstone in all its RF switch glory on the tiny TV we had in our room, I marveled and remember saying, "Wow, now games look like cartoons." I was blown away and convinced that graphics cannot look any better than what was before my eyes. Everything about the game's visuals and smooth and addictive gameplay blew me away. It seems pretty simplistic by today's standards in all their 4K high-def glory. But those of we who have been there to see giant leaps in graphics have many console generations of memories, having to adjust our eyes to the beauty of next-generation gaming sitting right before us. As far as my gaming life is concerned, booting up Hyperstone Heist is one of those magical moments I will never forget. Those in my generation were lucky enough to have many similar moments in our gaming lives. Whether it be that jump from 8-bit gaming to 16-bit gaming, the jump from 16-bit to 32 or 64-bit gaming, or the jump from the PS2 to PS3, or the Dreamcast, or even when the Voodoo graphics card became a thing in PC gaming. My generation has been spoiled, and for me, it started in my 9-year-old eyes looking at the graphics of the Sega Genesis, and the excitement of owning a new system. Definitely a defining gaming moment for me. From a gameplay and design standpoint, Hyperstone Heist borrows its gameplay mechanics and some of its level designs from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo. Having not played Turtles in Time prior to this, I had no idea. So to me, this was a fresh jump from Manhattan Project to Hyperstone. Each turtle has their own set of combos, an automatic back attack for enemies behind them, their own special attacks which drain your life bar, new aerial moves that depend on hitting the button at the right time in order to do them correctly, the ability to slam opponents for an instant one-hit death, and my personal favorite, the ability to run with a variety of running attack maneuvers to pull off as well. Hyperstone has a couple of the same levels as Turtles in Time. However, Hyperstone plays a lot more like a modded version of Turtles in Time overall. A few similar levels, but used in new ways, and is a completely different game altogether, even if there are similarities between the two. As with other Konami games on the Genesis, Hyperstone was a Genesis exclusive version of a Konami franchise. Most gamers are aware of this, but Konami was in the business of releasing exclusive versions of their franchises for the Genesis, even when the games were identically named with their Super Nintendo counterparts, like Sunset Riders for example. While Castlevania Bloodlines and Contra Hardcore
were completely new games in their franchises, Hyperstone Heist is a bit of a middle ground, where it's similar to the Super Nintendo version of Turtles 4, but still different enough to stand as its own game. And in my unpopular opinion, taking my bias that this is the one I have owned for 24 years as of making this video, is actually better than Turtles in Time in its own way. Inevitably, I can't talk about Hyperstone without mentioning Turtles in Time. The two games are almost intertwined, so I'll cover a few things I see rightfully noted in comparison videos and give you my reasoning as to why I like Hyperstone just a little bit better, despite considering both to be two of the best beat-em-ups of all time. In comparisons, people rightfully mention the obvious big difference between the two, that being the Mode 7 scrolling effects absent from Hyperstone, as the Genesis wasn't capable or very capable of doing them, as the Super Nintendo was. Hyperstone lacks the cool effect of throwing your enemies at the screen that Turtles 4 has. I also think Turtles in Time has a better selection of boss characters over Hyperstone, and more of them, including some dual boss fights. Turtles in Time is also a little longer in length than Hyperstone, however, after years of playing Manhattan Project, both are super short. It also offers a versus mode and a time attack mode, but who cares about those? I don't. Imagine my surprise that Christmas Day sitting down and beating the game with my brother in one sitting. It did not take long until we were singing along with Pizza Power in the end credits. However, as with both Turtles in Time and Hyperstone, that never stopped us from playing them again and again. On the music end, Time versus Hyperstone, I actually prefer Hyperstone. But that's because that's the one I've owned longer, but the differences are close enough that I leave that one up to your personal preference as to which of the two sounds better. Graphical effects and slight length differences aside, Hyperstone still edges out the venerable Turtles in Time when it comes to the core gameplay. I can't speak for the PAL versions of either game, nor for those of you who play them on emulators, as I've never used emulation outside of official compilation packs, that is. However, Hyperstone runs smoother and moves faster than Turtles in Time, which feels a little sluggish by comparison. Hyperstone also assigns the run maneuver to the C button, meaning the player can run at will and can smoothly pull off the run maneuvers without any delay. This makes the run moves an integral part of the gameplay in Hyperstone. In order to pull off a run maneuver in Turtles in Time, you are left with two imperfect options. The first option being the auto run option, which in holding the D-pad in one direction for a certain amount of time causes your turtle to automatically sprint. As you might expect, this causes a delay before allowing players to use a run maneuver, and makes running seem almost random at times, and it doesn't allow for these maneuvers to be a reliable part of your strategy in the game. The second imperfect option in the game is to turn on manual running, which requires the player to double tap the desired direction on the D-pad. This also causes a delayed response, and while more reliable than auto run, works spottily at best in the game. Just pressing one button to handle all sprinting in the game feels a lot more intuitive. Mix that with the amazing D-pad of the Genesis 6-button controller, the only controller I've used for my Genesis for 23 to 24 years now, and Hyperstone runs smoother and controls a lot better. If you happen to own both the original games for the original systems, feel free to play both and disagree with me if you choose to do so, as I am not so dogmatic about my opinion to think that my opinion is fact. Quite frankly, if you still love Turtles in Time a lot better than Hyperstone, that's fine with me, actually. I just prefer Hyperstone. Yes, partially possibly because of my bias in this
being my first experience with either game and gameplay style, but hey, if you disagree, that's fine with me. I don't really care, it's cool. The bottom line. Forgive me if this video morphed into less of a review and more of a comparison of Hyperstone versus Turtles in Time. But while both are definitely worth picking up, Hyperstone will always be the better of the two in my humble opinion, due to its smoother gameplay and better control mechanics. Checking on Amazon and eBay, Hyperstone will cost you a little bit more than Turtles in Time will, seeing as it was a Genesis release and more overlooked. However, Manhattan Project is cheaper than both of them for you Nintendo fans out there. You actually can't go wrong with any of those three. I've been on a bit of a Robotron kick lately. A couple of months ago I picked up Robotron X on the PS1, Robotron 64, and even recently discovered Centipede Infestation on the Wii, which despite having the name Centipede, is a blatant throwback to Robotron in its gameplay style. Robotron 64 is a semi-port of the PS1's Robotron X to the N64. By semi-port, I mean it uses some of the same level themes and even some of the gameplay stylings of the PS1 version, but puts them in a game that feels almost completely different at times. For those unfamiliar with the Robotron series, the original Robotron 2084 hit arcades in 1982, and was a twin-stick shooter using one stick to move your character and the other to handle directional firing, and is an extremely challenging yet extremely addictive classic arcade game. It's one of the kinds of games that no matter how abysmally you play, nor how quickly you die, you always find yourself coming back for more. Without a doubt, a classic. Robotron 64 carries on those same addictive traits first seen in the original arcade game, then brought into the 3D era of gaming with Robotron X on the PS1, and then sort of ported to the N64 from the PS1 version, even if they are two completely different yet similar games. It never matters which version of Robotron you play because all of them are fantastic and incredibly addictive. According to the official GameSpot review of this game, the N64 version almost didn't get released. In their paltry review of Robotron 64, they said, and I quote, "In December of 19..." Sorry, that's actually my mainstream media quotation voice right there. I honestly have to say it like this, sorry. In December of 1996, Robotron X was released on the PlayStation. This polygonal take on the Robotron series was decent, but was also incredibly easy and, yes, even tedious. I completely disagree with this, by the way. Robotron X on the PS1 is hardly easy unless you play it on easy, and though, yes, it may seem tedious at first, is still completely addictive and keeps you hooked. The quote continues, "Midway promised that the N64 version would follow soon after, but weeks turned into months and eventually Midway dropped the project. Crave Entertainment picked up the project, dusted it off, and released it over a year later." Though the same developers who created X on the PS1 also developed Robotron 64, Player One Studios, I believe is what they were called, it has a completely different feel from the PS1 version, yet still that same classic feel of Robotron at the same time. When I did my review of X, some comments complained that Robotron 64 was too easy, and it does feel pretty easy at first, but does gain in hardness as time goes on, and the gameplay is just as engaging and addictive as other versions. I was able to beat this game on normal difficulty setting with some difficulty. It still has a good challenge to it, especially if you up the difficulty setting. The basic concept of Robotron 64 is the same as all other versions. Players wander these small arenas killing hordes of enemies trying to kill them, while trying to save Mom, Dad, Little Mikey, and Grandpa, the last remaining human family on Earth, from destruction. The enemies have a good variety to them, from the invincible Hulks who cannot be destroyed yet hunt down members of that last human family, the giant brains, and even the large boss battle at the last level. The frenzied gameplay of Robotron 64 tests your quick reflexes, dodge ability, and on-the-fly strategy in trying to save members of that family. Eugene, the main character, dies in one hit, making things all the more intense, and the gameplay gives you an overwhelming sense of excitement. As I said in my previous review of Robotron X, with the simple concept of Robotron 64, kill everything, save the humans, and kill everything, and these simple controls, the real question isn't how do you play Robotron 64? The real question is how do you stop playing Robotron 64? Robotron 64 has the same addictive qualities of a game like Gauntlet, where it's very hard to put your finger on it that, despite its repetitive nature, the game still draws you in for just one more level. And then after that you say, how about one more level? And then, okay, this one will be the last one, I promise. Putting this game down is really hard to do once you pick it up, which is the sign of a true classic. The N64 version has two control setups that work really well for this game in order to mimic the twin-stick controls of the arcade original. The first sees players moving with the analog stick and handling directional shooting with the C buttons. The second option allows players to dual-wield N64 controllers, using the analog stick on the first for movement and the second for directional shooting. This takes a little bit of getting used to at first, but is no more difficult to get the hang of than the nunchuck was for the Wii. I generally found myself using the C buttons as I have very little experience with the actual arcade original and more experience with games like Smash TV on the Super NES, but I also found the dual-wield analog play to be just as functional in the game as well. The controls are responsive and I have no complaints to wage there whatsoever. Graphically, these small arenas allow for a ton of action on screen with a completely solid frame rate, but the enemy models support less textural detail than the PS1 version did. The N64 version also seems to run a little bit slower than all other versions of the game, even on the highest speed setting, making dodging a little harder in this one. But the game still manages the same intensity of Robotron X at times. The game offers multiple camera angles, but all of them outside of the arena angle are unplayable, as even the classic top-down angle is zoomed in too far to be playable. The techno beats in the game fit the action well, and are another highlight of the game. I really enjoyed them, and the sound effects fit the retro vibe of the game very nicely. If I have one complaint against Robotron 64, it's the same one I levied against Robotron X in my review of that game. And that is, though there is a two-player multiplayer option in the game, it isn't two-player simultaneous play. Instead, both players take turns playing like old-school Mario. While I can't fault the game for what it doesn't have, a 2 to 4 player option for the N64 version of this game would have really rocked. That being said, with the dual controller option in the game, you could technically modify it into a 4-player game in the 2-player mode, with teams of 2 taking turns, one player controlling the movement and the other shooting with the second controller. Better than nothing, I guess, but 4-player simultaneous play in Robotron 64 would have been epic. The bottom line. With its simple concept but classic, addictive, and frenzied gameplay, I see Robotron 64 as a must-buy for N64 owners. This game never really gets old despite its repetitive nature. There's just something in the gameplay that will keep you playing for all 200 levels of the game and returning again even after you have completed it. This is more than just a simple retro reboot, it's also one of the best N64 games out there. For the last week or so, I've been playing my Atari 7800. The 7800 is an interesting system. Not only is it backwards compatible with Atari 2600 games, but has its own library of games, including upgraded ports of classic Atari games like Asteroids and Centipede, but also has games like Choplifter, Xevious, Dig Dug, Pole Position 2, Dark Chambers, and Robotron 2084. The Atari 7800 also has this incredibly fun little game, almost exclusively for it. Released in the arcades first and then ported to the Atari 8-bit computer and the Atari 7800 later, Food Fight follows the exploits of a kid named Charlie Chuck. No relation to the Chuck Wagon, I assume, who, according to the game's manual, loves to eat more than anything else. So when the carnival came to town, Charlie Chuck headed straight for the food fight contest, because nothing shows off your love of eating food more than wasting tons of it in a gladiatorial contest of throwing it at other human beings. Food Fight is a single-screen game where the whole point is to traverse each level to eat an ice cream cone on the other side of the screen, within the 32-second time limit before the cone melts. Charlie always starts on the right side of the screen, and the cone is always on the left side of the screen. The objective sounds simple. However, in Charlie's way of victory are four ill-tempered chefs, Angelo, Oscar, Zorba, and Jacques, who do a very good job of harassing Charlie on his quest for the cone. In Food Fight, the ammo in the game are the piles of food stacked randomly in each level. Charlie can hold one item of food at a time, so he must acquire more from the piles strewn throughout the map. This means that players have to make every shot count. One shot, one kill, because Charlie can only hold one item at a time, so missing that one shot can leave players frantically scrambling to the next pile of food. This gives the game a good amount of intensity. Add that to the one-hit deaths where Charlie can lose the match if he is touched by an adversary, hit by food, or falls in a manhole, on top of the limited amounts of ammo in each food pile, with the exception of the infinite watermelons, which never run out of ammo for some reason. The fact that the game speed seems to increase every 16 levels or so from my counting, completely randomized levels so you never play the same level twice, and you have a recipe for a game that, despite its simplistic concept, is exhilarating, addictive, and one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game I own, for the Atari 7800 so far. You start the game by choosing your difficulty level, and after that you can choose to skip up to level 16 right from the start if you want to. Once you get past level 16, the game remembers your level progress. So, should you get a game over and end up back at the title screen, you can skip right back to the level you were on. This means that with enough perseverance and focus, Food Fight can be beaten. If there actually is an end to the game, that is, and your cart doesn't just, say, randomly freeze up on you at level 59, thus killing your progress in the game. Not that that's what happened to me. Honestly, I have no idea if this game has a set number of levels or is just an endless loop. As with the way it is set up, there are endless combinations of level possibilities. As I alluded to earlier, every level in Food Fight is completely randomized. In fact, you never play the same level twice in this game, even should you have to continue and thus replay the same level twice. As you get further in the game, the AI difficulty ramps up as quickly as the game's speed does, which amps the tension up in the game. Even on mere intermediate difficulty as I am playing on, as you get further, your four ill-tempered adversaries pose all the more threat on your quest for that ice cream cone. In fact, I swear in the later levels these fools are cheating with the Turbo Touch controller. The game gets very tense very quickly and is quite hair-raising as a result. Food Fight has a Robotron-esque quality to it, where the best parts of the game come in those moments you never see coming, and the feeling of tension that comes as the game speeds up, and the AI gets harder. Some of the best high points in the game come in those times where you swear you're a goner and have no chance to win, but somehow manage to scrape through with a level victory. On the same note, there are those times where you swear you are home free, a split second away from victory, only to be hit with a piece of food right at the goal. With the 4 against 1 odds, the game keeps you feeling as if your back is against the wall, which makes victory all the more sweeter than the ice cream cone goal at the end. The gameplay comes down to simple but pure fun. This is a great exclusive for the 7800. There is also some strategy to be had in the game. Learning how to dodge on the fly is imperative to being successful, as is making your shots count. The game also allows players to carry food on to the next round should they have any in their hands when they reach the ice cream cone. There's even some strategy in trying to lead your opponents with projectiles in order to hit them in the right timing. Mind you, I completely suck at every single one of these, but the game forces you to adapt and form these strategies under fire, and with enough play I did see my skill level at the game improve quite a bit. Another good tip I can give beginning players is, if you are struggling with this game on the lower difficulty settings, shift the difficulty to expert mode and try to survive a couple of rounds before shifting it back to the difficulty level you were on. Learning how to survive this game on the hardest difficulty will help give you an edge on the lower difficulty settings. Graphically, the game certainly isn't the most complex I have seen, even on the 7800, but it does run well, and you can make out the various food projectiles and the character models pretty well as well. The 7800 certainly wasn't as capable as the NES or Sega Master System, but the game runs smoothly, and even has some nice touches, like having Charlie's head point in the direction you are moving or aiming. I only made it to level 59 in this footage before the game froze up on me, but I don't remember seeing any slowdown, even when the game speed amped up dramatically. Granted, there might have been some, but I didn't have time to stop and notice in the white-knuckled throes of food battle. The music in the game is used sparingly, and the sound effects are par for the course in Atari gaming. The 7800 used the exact same outdated sound chip as the Atari 2600, so sound and music were certainly not its strong points. That being said, the sounds in the game are decent with a retro flair, with the longest clips of music being played during the cool instant replay segments that play when the player does exceptionally well in a level, which is actually a pretty cool effect, all things considered. The game controls well with the 7800 joystick. However, for this footage, I am using a Genesis 3-button controller, which the 7800 recognizes as an Atari 2600 joystick. The Genesis controller works on quite a few 7800 games, just not the ones that use both action buttons, and it only recognizes the D-pad and the B button on the Genesis controller. However, like your Super Nintendo fanboy friend who came over to play Sega Genesis in the 90s, the 7800 has no idea what to do with the glorious Genesis 6-button controller. But the 3-button controller works well on those games that recognize it. It may be the second best way to play Genesis games, but as a Nintendo brat who grew up in the age of the D-pad, it is my favorite way to play Atari 2600, 7800, and even ColecoVision games that work with it. The bottom line! If you're one of the few who owns or is interested in collecting for the Atari 7800 Pro system, Food Fight is definitely one of the best games I have found for the system. Not only is it pretty much an exclusive, its edge-of-your-seat action will have you gripping your 7800 joystick for dear life. If you're interested in the 7800 beyond its backwards compatibility with 2600 games, Food Fight needs to be in your collection. And like most of the games for the system, this game actually won't cost you very much to pick up, as collecting for the system isn't even close to as expensive as collecting for most retro consoles is. In fact, I like Food Fight so much it's actually in my intro video. Right after Guardian Heroes. If you look really quickly, it's there. It's there. I swear it's there. Look into Food Fight if you have a 7800 or are interested. This should be one of the first games you pick up. It's fun, it's simple, and it's fun. Most important of all, need I repeat the simple fact that it's fun. Pick it up.
I was reading an old issue of the official PlayStation magazine the other day where I happened upon a review of Blowout. I've probably skimmed through this issue dozens of times over the years, but for no good reason, never actually read this particular review. When they described this $9.99 2003 budget release as a combination of Contra and Metroid, my interest was instantly piqued. Away to Amazon I went, and I picked up a factory-sealed copy of Blowout for a mere 97 cents before shipping. So maybe around $4 total. Blowout comes to us from Terminal Reality, known for the Blood Rain series and most notably the Ghostbusters game on the Xbox 360 and PS3. And does indeed combine elements of both Contra and Metroid together in what is a surprisingly fun budget release that completely slipped under the radar in 2003, and seems to still be under the radar. In Blowout, you star as Marshall Dutch Kane, sent to a battle platform that has been overrun by alien clones. Or something like that. In reality, the real story is there's a bunch of alien creatures trying to kill you. So shoot them, kill them first, and shoot them some more. Blowout does have a bit of a mixture of Metroid and Contra in its gameplay. The levels are large labyrinths to be explored and uncovered on your minimap, and there are even long vertical tunnels like in Metroid. Basically, the game boils down to shooting hordes of alien scum, exploring the maze-like levels, finding keycards and switches in order to get through different doors, finding power-ups and hidden pathways, finding new weapons, unlocking the full level on your mini-map, fighting a large boss who attacks from the background of the level, and then doing it all over again in the next level. The formula may seem a bit repetitive, but seeing as the game has a mere 10 levels, the game keeps it simple and ends before it gets too repetitive. My own admission here is that only owning this game for 2 days so far, I have yet to actually fully beat it. However, having played it off and on all day, I'm really enjoying my time with it. I'm on the 7th level so far, and the formula is still fun. So, save some game-ruining glitch in the last 3 levels of the game, I can definitely suggest this game, especially for the very cheap asking price. Kane's arsenal in the game has all the standard types of weapons you would expect. From the infinite ammo-based machine gun, which has an overheating gauge added for a slight annoyance, to your trusty shotgun, minigun, grenade launcher, rocket launcher, and even a sonic impulse cannon. All the weapons in the game feel weighty and satisfying to use, with the exception of the flamethrower, which has a bit of a hit or miss quality to it. Kane also comes equipped with a jetpack to help him attack enemies from above and handle all the jumping elements, which adds an interesting twist to both combat and the boss battles. Graphically, the game looks good. In fact, it looks really good for a budget 2003 release for the PS2. Not top tier PS2 visuals by any means, but the game runs fast and smoothly. The effects are well done and look nice. I only noticed the slight hints of slowdown when the action got really heavy, and the backgrounds have a nice sheen to them. The voice acting is also reasonably well done, and I really like the music as well. In the rare cases I could hear it with all the action going on. The soundtrack actually reminds me a lot of Quake II's soundtrack for some reason. The controls work well too. There are 2 control setups to choose from, and the default takes a bit of getting used to. However, I like switching it to setup 2, where you move with the left stick and aim with the right. And then I hit the R3 button during play, which allows Kane to move in one direction while shooting in the other. This gives the controls a more comfortable, almost modern feel to them. The bottom line! Blowout was a budget release that I'm having a lot of fun playing, and I think will be more appreciated in today's gaming climate than it was back in 2003's. Even today, its asking price is dirt cheap, and its short length means that the game doesn't get too repetitive before it ends. If you're looking for some mindless yet still engaging fun, give this game a shot. You really can't beat the price on this one. Blowout was also released on the original Xbox and, in North America only, the GameCube as well. Find it on whichever console is most convenient for you. Fun game, worth looking into, cheap price, you can't beat it. a moment to sit back and think. What game comes to mind when you think of Mega Man on the NES? Most gamers think of Mega Man 2, which seems to be the most popular. Some may even think of Mega Man 3, but the general consensus seems to be that 2 is the most popular on the NES. I, however, have only owned the original Mega Man since childhood. Only later acquiring the second and third. I've played parts of the others on the NES, and I own Anniversary Collection on the PS2. But for 27 or 28 years now, my main Mega Man experience has been with the original. If you're familiar with Mega Man, and I'm actually not sure why you wouldn't be, you know the score. The game starts out with a stage select screen allowing players to choose which out of the 6 playable stages they want to play first. This was actually a pretty unique design choice for its time, but is the classic formula Mega Man has used since 1987. Beating a stage boss allows Mega Man, gaming's original identity thief, to use that boss's special attack in-game, and each boss is weak to another boss's attack. Figuring out which boss's ability defeats the other bosses was all part of the fun and strategy of the game. The original Mega Man is a classic example of why we still love NES games to this day. Cool concept, well thought out level designs, perfect controls, and finesse style gameplay requiring both memorization and perfect timing, all combined to give us that classic feel of the NES at its finest. Each level in the game has its own unique theme, centered around the boss at the end of the level, and each level is also completely unique, presenting its own set of challenges, design theory, and some level-specific enemies. Bomb Man stage, for example, is pretty straightforward. You move from left to right most of the stage, going up here and there as needed. Whereas Elect Man stage has you seemingly climbing up most of the stage, as if you're climbing up a mountain of electrical junk to meet the boss at the very top. Each stage is unique on its own and filled with their own set of stage obstacles, like those dreaded moving blocks or a tough jumping scene where one misstep can be instant death, and their own set of enemies, some requiring their own precise timing with which to dispatch them. The levels are that classic NES combination of well thought out design and tough gameplay elements that keeps you coming back for more. Mega Man moves fast, controls well, and has a good combination of twitch gunplay mixed with precarious level designs, which creates an overall feeling of excitement and danger. As a kid, I would usually start in Cut Man stage, because he was the easiest for me to beat with default Mega Man. After that, I would either try Elect Man stage or Bomb Man stage, but I would always avoid Guts Man stage because those stupid moving platforms were my bane. Not even the moving blocks in Iceman stage or the tough jumping on slippery surfaces haunted me nearly as much as those stupid moving platforms did. This is a game that took me incremental years to get better at, challenging myself to play on to the next stage in order to beat each one, and what a satisfying feeling when I finally learned each level well enough to beat them all. I didn't play this game all the time. I do, however, always put it in my NES whenever I dust the system off, so my skill level grew over many years of playing instead of through straight playing the game over and over again. I remember the satisfying feeling of beating Gutsman stage for the first time, and the feeling of finally being good enough to beat all 6 underbosses to unlock Dr. Wily's stage. However, up until a couple of weeks ago, I would generally shut the game off at this point. All previous attempts to beat Wily's stage ended in frustration and rage quitting on my part. No point in getting angry at a silly little Nintendo game, I would say. However, a couple of weeks ago, I finally decided what the heck. Other people have beaten this game even in front of me. I may suck at games, but dang it, I'm gonna beat this one. And sure enough, After a lot of memorizing, a lot of playing, and a whole lot of cursing, I finally beat Mega Man. After 27 or 28 years of trying, I finally beat this game. Did I spam the heck out of a Leckman special and the select glitch to beat Wily? Absolutely. After almost 3 decades of playing, I don't care. Let me have this victory, okay? Let me finally avenge my childhood. And later I'll worry about beating Wily in a more legitimate manner. But let me repeat, childhood avenged! Beating a game you could never beat as a kid is awesome. Like making amends with a childhood friend, and then kicking his ass. So why has the original Mega Man been such a hard game for me to finally beat? Outside of the fact that Wily's stage is insanely tough at first, requiring you to fight multiple stage bosses and refight all the previous bosses before finally taking on Wily himself in a Mega Man game that has no E-Tank items to refill your life at will. If I had to compare it to another NES classic, I would compare it to the original Castlevania in terms of difficulty. I'm not comparing them in terms of gameplay difficulty, though Mega Man does share some of the rhythmic timing style gameplay of Castlevania, and even some Medusa head type enemy patterns. Mega Man, however, moves much faster, twitch pace, but a pace that requires the right timing and patience at times. The controls, especially in the jumping department, are so much more fluid feeling and responsive in Mega Man versus Castlevania, making even the most precarious jumping segments feel a lot less difficult. What makes me draw the comparison isn't the fact that Mega Man and Simon Belmont were both characters in Captain N, that ridiculous cartoon in the late 80s I used to watch all the timicus, or that after you defeat a boss, you collect an orb while trying to strike the coolest pose possible. What makes Mega Man so hard is an issue that, like Castlevania, was rectified in its sequels to make them easier to beat. You have to beat this game in one sitting. Both the original Mega Man and the original Castlevania don't have a password system of any kind. There are no passwords and there are no save states, meaning you have to start from the very beginning every time you power the game on. That is, unless you do a retro save state where you pause the game, turn off your TV, and leave your system on for days in order to finally beat a tough level. Granted, I never did that. I would just shut the game off and come back to it when I felt like playing again. But I had one weirdo friend who would always have his systems paused. The combination of no password system, having to start the game from the beginning every time you play, and no E-Tanks, makes this possibly the hardest Mega Man game in the series. At least that I have played. In playing through Mega Man a couple of times now, I managed to beat it in just over an hour of play. Granted, I die a lot in Wily's stage, so I will eventually shave more time off. But I have found the best pattern to go is Bomb Man, Guts Man, Cuts Man, Elect Man, Ice Man, and Fire Man last. Sometimes I'll start with Cut Man just to change it up. The music in Mega Man is well composed and classic NES style. I will say though that I do believe that the music in its sequels is a little better composed and a bit more iconic. The original, however, still has some good tunes. Also unique to the original Mega Man is that Mega Man collects spheres that add to his point tally. Points which do, well, they don't do anything except give you bragging rights as far as I can tell. They don't earn you extra lives, and like Castlevania, Mega Man starts you out with infinite continues, which is also a good motivator to keep you playing. Just one of those strange features they ended up axing for the sequel, and for the better, I would say. The bottom line. Though not as popular as its sequels, the original Mega Man still retains all that NES goodness we've all come to love. Tough and well-designed levels, tight gameplay, smooth controls, and a classical music score. Sometimes rhythmic, sometimes frantic, sometimes so frustratingly hard you'll want to punch a kitten. No kittens were harmed in the making of this video. But all classic, and all satisfying when you finally beat it. By default, I would have to say that this is still my favorite game in the series, because this is the one I have the most fond memories with. If you want to know how Mega Man got its start, give this one a try, and try playing it legit. Come on, no save states. Classic game, and strangely enough, Mega Man was one of those popular NES series that actually managed to avoid the strange curse of number 2. I'm not talking about Dookie. I'm talking Castlevania 2, Mario 2, Zelda 2, and many more that had strange, offsetting sequels that are still controversial to this day.
Of your unit! Give them covering fire! Grenade! Attack! Grenade!
Overhyped, glitchy, filled with frame rate problems and design quirks that will turn most gamers off, and released to mediocre to low review scores. And yet, Guerrilla Games' would-be Halo killer still manages to be one of my favorite first-person shooters on the PlayStation 2. The subsequent re-release of the game on the PS3 seems to fix the frame rate issues and runs at 720p, but still retains many of the glitches and all the gameplay quirks of Guerrilla's not quite finished PS2 original. To start, this game has more glitches than you can shake a sea lice at. Frame rate issues? Check. Strange, untextured faces of NPCs that become textured before your eyes? Check. Wonky ragdoll physics that have dead enemies' legs flailing madly in the air? Check. And worst of all, sometimes level-ending glitches, where for whatever reason the game fails to trigger the end of a level when you reach the point where the level is actually supposed to end, sometimes causing you to have to replay entire chunks of the game in order to get a non-glitched level. Major check. Quite frankly, the PS2 version was not quite finished upon its release. It was just mostly finished. Why do I say that the game wasn't finished instead of taking the view of the gaming media at the time, which was, to quote the review in the January 2005 issue of GMR, the same issue they reviewed Halo 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, and San Andreas. But what nobody stopped to consider is if said FPS needs something more than a PS2. And later in the review, the hardware simply isn't powerful enough to consistently process what Killzone wants to do both in single-player and online multiplayer. Essentially, the view was, at the time, that the PS2 just wasn't powerful enough to handle Killzone. So why do I take the stance that Killzone was rushed over the belief that the PS2 couldn't handle the game? The first reason is simple logic. If you are Sony and you are touting Killzone as the PS2's answer to Halo 2, your game should probably beat Halo 2 to the market in an attempt to steal some of Halo's thunder. Utter fail in that regard, by the way. Killzone was simply at the mercy of Halo 2's release date, meaning it didn't get that final layer of polish it needed and was released in good enough state. The second reason I take the stance that Killzone was rushed as opposed to the fact that the PS2 just couldn't handle it is, well, take for example Battlefield 2. This game doesn't have quite as much gritty detail in its graphics as Killzone, but has huge open environments and a whole lot of action going on screen, along with 24-player matches online, also in huge open environments. Another good example is Criterion Games' Black, which has all the same kind of gritty detail as Killzone, but runs much better, as well as Area 51 from Midway, which gets my vote as possibly the best looking shooter on the PS2, which also runs smoother, and it had insanely fast 8-on-8 multiplayer Mayhem online, and it didn't sacrifice frame rate or graphical quality to have it. Later games proved that the PS2 was quite a bit more capable than the reviewers of Killzone gave it credit for. The PS2 was far from the most powerful system of its generation, but it was certainly capable of running Killzone a lot smoother than it does, had the developers had just a little bit more time to optimize it to run better and to polish out its glitches. Those looking for a much smoother version of the game, however, should look into the PS3 re-release on the Killzone Trilogy Collection. While certainly not glitch-free in itself, it runs better at a higher resolution and controls better as well. However, even in the PS3 version, there are certain design quirks that, all glitches aside, may still turn off a lot of gamers from this game. To start, the default control scheme sucks. It actually really sucks. The defaults weren't good even for when the game was first released. I've never used them, because to Killzone's credit, the game actually allows you to remap every button on the controller. The only caveat comes when adjusting the aiming speeds with a very touchy and imprecise bar in the options screen. I've never been able to adjust the aiming in the game to a perfect level, but I've gotten it close enough. However, the ability to remap all the buttons to the player's preference is a feature that even modern developers still haven't figured out is actually a good design choice. That way, if you don't like the controls, you can change them. Another strange quirk is the animation sequence whenever you swap guns. I guess the animations were added to add to the shaky look of the game, maybe for immersion. I'm not really sure actually. However, every time you swap your guns, you are greeted with a shaky animation of your character racking around in their firearm. This seems like a nice stylistic design choice at first, but it defeats all practicality in the middle of a gunfight, where swapping weapons is delayed by the animation of pulling your weapon out. This short animation sequence is responsible for countless deaths in the game, in those situations where seconds count. This, however, is where a glitch in the game actually works in the player's favor. Players can cancel out this animation sequence by tapping the sprint button whenever they swap to the next gun. This allows the shotgun in the game to be fired in almost semi-automatic fashion. However, the one animation sprinting doesn't cancel out has to do with the secondary fire on the Hellgast rifle and the ISA rifle. Using the secondary fire sees your character automatically reloading the secondary fire function without your consent. This animation sequence leads you to be a bit more strategic with your secondary fire functions, but also leads to very many deaths in the game. Fire and move, that's really the only strategy I can give you. There are more strange quirks in the game, but I don't have time to list all of them. I'll just touch on a few others. For example, when you first start playing the game, the Hellgas screams are incredibly annoying. This is more prevalent in the PS2 version where the screams are louder over the PS3 re-release where they aren't quite as loud, but the Hellgas screams in the middle of battle come off as really, really annoying at first. Oddly enough though, with enough playtime, they do kind of grow on you and you end up not minding them at all. However, anyone listening to someone play this game in the background is going to find this game to be completely obnoxious. For whatever reason, the developers decided to make the sniper rifle have some of the worst controls this side of GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. When zoomed in, the rifle scope has a very severe degree of look spring, where the scope wants to spring back right to the middle of the screen when you take your finger off the analog stick. It's almost as if Guerrilla took a look at all the sniping systems in every other contemporary first-person shooter at the time and said, "Hey, this works, let's fix it." The sniping controls a lot better in the PS3 version with its looser and more accurate analog sticks, but in the PS2 version, I always find it used better as a no-scope, one-shot kill tool. An attempt to be different and stylistic in nature makes the sniping mechanic in the game very cumbersome. The AI in the game could have been a bit better as well. The enemy AI fluctuates between dumb enough to let you walk right up and murk them, to quite harassing with superior accuracy. Sometimes they're dumb enough to take cover in the open, and other times they do a good job of moving and popping up to fire at you. Enemy AI is inconsistent, but they make up for it by being bullet sponges who can bullseye your character from half a mile away with a handgun while running at full sprint. Friendly AI, however, fares much, much worse. As the story in the game progresses, new allies come on board as playable characters in the game. The 3 other characters you don't choose to play as fight alongside you the whole time, and their AI is about as intelligent, well, as a potato. Luckily, the developers made them completely invincible, and they generally do a decent job of not blocking your path. And hey, they do occasionally kill an enemy here and there. There are a few other small quirks I could choose from, like, for example, in playing the PS3 version, I realized that some of the movements in the game were purposely made sluggish, meaning that sometimes what we would mistake as frame rate issues were actually done on purpose. However, without getting too nitpicky on the game, I'll shift my focus to the parts that, once I was able to look past the glitches and strange design choices, still make Killzone one of my favorite first-person shooters on the PS2. I like the gunplay in the game. I like that despite it being a sci-fi game, all the firearms are the traditional rifle types. The only firearm I'm not too fond of in the game is the shotgun, which has a weak spread pattern. The secondary fire shotgun on the Hellgas rifle has a much better pattern and is far more effective. That's another thing I missed in Killzone 2. The fact that many of the guns in the original have a secondary fire function. While the automatic reload of the secondary fire function can be a pain, there's something about feeding a Hellgas soldier a face full of buckshot that brings a smile to my face. I also find myself in this game being very light on the trigger. Unless I'm at point blank range, I find myself shooting burst shots instead of dropping the full hammer on enemies. I'm not sure why I do this outside of the fact that it makes for more accurate distance shooting. One of the most accurate guns in the game is the Hellgas version of the light machine gun. Shot in burst, it's super accurate from a distance and has plenty of ammo to dispatch enemies that get in your face. The accuracy of other rifles in the game also depends on which character you choose to play as. Templar is the basic vanilla guy. He is the most accurate with the ISA rifle. Luger is the sneaky assassin, more accurate with distance weapons, and who has the ability to crawl into vents and climb certain wires in certain levels with branching paths. Rico is the loudmouth musclehead, whose chain gun is one of the most devastating guns in the game. That's messy, man. Hakka's specialty is the Hellgas rifle, as he's the most accurate with it. He also has the ability to walk past Hellgas mines in certain levels that have opportunities for branching paths as well. That's another aspect of the game I like, but I wish they would have developed further into. The branching paths available for each character. Unfortunately, there are only certain levels in the game that allow Luger or Hakka to take separate paths from the rest of the team. The exception being the final level where each member splits up, and depending on which one you choose will have a different route. There are some things that change in each level depending on which character you use, but I wish this was offered in every level in the game, thus giving players more incentive to go back and replay every level with each character. Perhaps that would be expecting a little bit too much out of a standard shooter, but I still wish Guerrilla took more opportunities to add more branching paths. I'm not talking something as complicated as Deus Ex, but it definitely would have added to the replay value if they developed a little bit more into the branching paths idea. Another seemingly strange aspect about the game that I like is the fact that your squad is on foot the entire time. Maybe it's by design choice, or maybe the engine was too chuggy to handle what I call the "Hey you" sequences. Killzone doesn't force you into driving any vehicles, doesn't force you into a rail shooter sequence, and doesn't force you into any of the overdone, poorly designed, stagnant, epic, crappy, non-first person shooter sequences that were already overdone and boring even by late 2004 standards for first person shooters. How much more stagnant and uninspired are these scenes when developers still use them in modern shooters? There are times where you will mount a turret and a new wave of enemies comes in scripted fashion, but you actually don't have to get on the turret if you don't want to. The game never forces you into a high production value waste of time scene where you're just driving a vehicle because the game designers couldn't think of anything better to stretch the gameplay out with. By comparison, Killzone's memorable scenes feel a lot more organic in nature. Perhaps this is just me on my soapbox, but ask yourself, in the last 10 years, if you've played a lot of single-player campaigns and shooters, what were your least favorite scenes in each game? Were they levels you just couldn't stand? Or were they the scenes where the developers grabbed your hand and you found yourself playing a filler scene where you were playing a crappy version of Panzer Dragoon or driving some pointless vehicle? Again, maybe these scenes aren't in Killzone because the engine couldn't handle them, but the game is all the better for not having them. They were stagnant design choices even by the time Killzone was released. Now that I'm off my soapbox, I must say that I also really like the art direction in Killzone. I've described it before as World War II meets sci-fi in its art direction. The heavy use of filters and washed out colors in the environments creates a visual aesthetic that is still pleasing to look at to this day. This is also why Killzone took such pretty screenshots, which got PS2 fanboy types super hyped over the graphics in the game, heralding it as a Halo killer. I know the general consensus is that in order for developers to get anything out of the PS2, they had to use a lot of washed out colors and a lot of screen filters, and there might actually be something to that. But the effect of which leaving games like Killzone and even Shadow of the Colossus with unique atmospheric art directions that still set them apart to this day. Frame rate issues and glitches abounding, Killzone's art direction is still the star of the show when it comes to graphics. The engine may chug along, but the art direction steals the show visually.
My people, sons and daughters of Helghan, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams.
The voice acting in the game is also spectacular. for all the other flaws in the game, Guerrilla didn't skimp on the voice acting. The music likewise is also spectacular and epic in nature. It doesn't play during gameplay, just during the cutscenes. But the Killzone theme, especially, is still iconic in nature. There's no mistaking the Killzone theme for anything else. The PS2 version was online when it first came out, but the servers have long since been taken down. The PS3 version doesn't offer an online mode either, but both versions offer some decent bot deathmatch for up to 2 players. Playing the bot deathmatch definitely makes me reminisce about playing the PS2 version online. Oddly enough, I don't have any archived footage of me playing the game online on my external hard drive, but you can find around a decade-old footage of me sucking at this game online on my channel if you look hard enough. I guess I wasn't completely sucky at this game online. It was more in how the other people who played it online played it that kind of made it a little sucky. Essentially, the other players would just find the explosive weapons and go for cheap kills. If you got tired of explosives, you had to label your room as bullet only because you couldn't ban the explosive weapons. And then you'd have to rely on the honor of other players not to use those weapons, which sometimes worked, but it only ever took one troll, and all that went out the window. It's not that I didn't put my share of hours into the game online, but Killzone was always a good secondary online title, whenever I got tired of playing Delta Force Black Hawk Down online, which by this time was eating up all my online hours, even more so than SOCOM, Battlefield 2, Killzone, Battlefront, and the Call of Duty games combined. To me, Killzone just catered to cheap play. But that wasn't the only issue with the game online. Do you remember in SOCOM how you could create your own game and enter a map rotation? And even if you left the game you created, other players would keep it going and you could re-enter the game later if you chose to. Killzone would let you create your own game, but after the round was over it would kick everyone in the room back out to the main lobby. Even if you liked the people you were playing with, you couldn't add a map rotation to your room in order to play indefinitely. The bot matches fill a little bit of the void of not playing this game online anymore, and they have all the modes that no one ever played online because deathmatch will always be the most popular mode, and domination and assault modes were always left in the dustbin. The bot matches aren't unreal or time splitters good, but you and a friend can lose some good hours to them if you choose to. The bottom line. Halo killer? No. Unfinished, glitchy, and strange design choices? Absolutely. Good gunplay, cool art design, and some good bot matches? Yes. Now that online is no longer a factor, I would suggest the PS3 version to anyone interested in playing this game, but outside of a smoother frame rate and slightly better controls, the PS2 version and the PS3 versions offer the same experience. It mostly matters on which system you are collecting for, because either version is a good playthrough. Killzone is not my outright favorite shooter for the PS2 and especially not for the PS3, but I've always found the positives in the game to outweigh the negatives. If you're a fan of the genre and have still yet to play this game, I say give it a chance. You might get some good enjoyment out of it.
Good shooting! Ammo out! No! Not Johnson! He was only a boy!
Deployed.
Battletanx Global Assault follows 5 years after the events of the original Battletanx. A global plague has killed 99.9% of the world's women. Governments around the world started rounding up the remaining women and taking them to secret locations. In the events of the first game, Griffin Spade, a battle lord, leads an army across America to save his kidnapped wife, Madison. Because, in the immortal words of one of the greatest minds of our generation, Duke Nukem,
nobody steals our chicks and lives.
In Global Assault, Griffin and his wife, Madison's son, is kidnapped by an evil Queen Lord because they contain a mystical power known as the Force. The Edge. Or something like that. She kidnapped their son because he has some weird mystical power or something. But honestly, who really cares? The real story in the game is that other tanks be trying to blow you up, so you blow them up first and blow up everything else that you can possibly blow up along the way. Simple, right? Global Assault is one of those games that I never get tired of playing, despite its repetitive nature. Whether I play the single-player mode or the plethora of hectic multiplayer modes, the sheer mayhem and chaos in the game never loses its charm to me. This game always puts a smile on my face and is easily one of my favorite Nintendo 64 games of all time. To be honest, I can't quite put my finger on what makes me love the feel of the gameplay in this game so much. I just think that everything works and the game maintains its excitement throughout every mode of play, though some modes are more exciting than others. The single-player story campaign takes players from San Francisco all the way to Germany. I guess we all know by now that every vehicular combat sequel has to be a world tour. It's the law of gaming, apparently. In the quest to rescue Brandon, Griffin and Madison's son, and pushes the story forward with text boxes and pictures. There's a good variety of mission objectives, like kill every enemy while blowing everything up, rescue prisoners, kill every enemy, and blow everything up, get from point A to point B while killing everything and blowing everything up. Simple objectives, yet the gameplay stays engaging. On top of the thrilling carnage that can unfold in the game, especially in the multiplayer modes, there are a lot of destructible environments, in fact quite impressive by N64 standards. I often find myself getting sidetracked trying to blow up all the buildings that I can destroy in the game. There's also a good variety in the tanks, from the flame tank to the light tanks to the mighty Goliath. Each tank handles differently, and some even have special maneuvers you can do with the C buttons, like sidestepping, for example. The tank cannons themselves feel weighty and hefty on the larger tanks in particular, and leave a feeling of satisfaction when you use them against your foes. However, the most satisfying weapons to use are the power-up weapons. In the era where 3DO was churning out Army Men sequels ad nauseum, they not only showcased that they had the ability to use their imagination with the interesting variety of tanks in Global Assault, but also with these side weapons in the game, which are still really inventive and fun to use. On top of your tank's regular cannon, you can pick up a multitude of power-up weapons to be used against your enemies. Possibly my favorite is the guided missile, where you can fire a missile and control it as the camera zooms its view behind the missile, allowing you to murk unsuspecting foes from across the map from the safety of cover. There is also something very satisfying, especially in the hectic multiplayer modes, about laying down a line of bouncing Bettys and listening as the enemies behind you set them off and they rain pain down on their heads. I also love finding the gun buddies and setting them up to shoot at your opponents as well. They're very helpful. Players can even find and deploy a nuke, which has a satisfying screen-clearing explosion. There aren't very many side weapons that are pointless, and each one has a very satisfying feeling whenever you use them against your enemies. Weapons and single player aside, the real reason I always come back to Battletanx Global Assault. It's the multiplayer, stupid. Global Assault has a plethora of multiplayer modes, or, plethora of multiplayer modes for gamers to lose hours to. You can enjoy these modes in their most enjoyable form, with or against friends, or you can even enjoy them alone, allowing the other teams to be computer-controlled bots. Either way, you're going to lose hours to this game if you dive into the multiplayer, and that's what always keeps people coming back. The game offers simple deathmatch, every man for himself, Tank Wars, which is team deathmatch basically, Battle Lord, where you prevent the other teams from attacking your base and stealing your chick, or Queen Lord is what they call them, while trying to attack their base and steal their chicks instead. So, basically it's like high school, or capture the flag, whichever one you prefer. Convoy, where you have to protect a convoy going from point A to point B from the attacking team. Hold'em, where you have to hold on to your chick longer than everyone else, basically hold the flag. Family mode, which is a weird dumbed down controlling version of the game. My guess was so that young children or clueless parents could play along with their kids. And Frenzy, where you have to be the first to collect 10 chicks, or flags, before your opponents do. In general, I mostly stick to the deathmatch modes in the game because I love when they delve down into pure chaos and exciting mayhem. My only big complaint about the multiplayer modes are you have absolutely no customization options in the game. Deathmatch is default first to 10 kills, and you cannot set it higher. Tank Wars has a 3-minute timer, and you can't make it any longer, and there is no way to set up a map rotation. You can either just replay the same map after the round is complete, or you can go back out to the main menu in the game, reselect the mode, and then choose a different map. These aren't crippling flaws by any means, but it does mean that the rounds are over sometimes when they feel like they're just getting started. The Capture the Flag mode is the longest mode to play in multiplayer, especially with 4 teams on the map when you gotta steal all of their chicks. Lack of customization aside, the multiplayer modes are still the star of the show. They're good to pop in the game for a couple of satisfying minutes of play, or to lose even hours to this game, even 3 minutes at a time. Throw at least one other buddy into the mix and you can easily lose a whole night to this game alone. The Nintendo 64 was predominantly that multiplayer gaming console. Yes, Mario, Zelda, and a few others aside. And Battletanx still shines in that department, even in the stiff competition of Nintendo 64 multiplayer games. Graphically, the game looks decent by N64 standards. I am playing this with the expansion pack, as I always have, and with the expansion pack, even in the midst of pure chaos going on in the multiplayer modes, the game runs smoothly. It's been so many years since I have played this split screen, so I don't remember how or if this changes at all with so much as one friend playing. Sorry guys, I just don't have a player 2 in my life. The music is good and fits the action well, but you can definitely tell it has that compressed N64 sound to it. You know, like taking a speaker, throwing it in a metal barrel, and then throwing that barrel into the ocean and listening to a song play. Okay, that's just a bit of an over-exaggeration, but seasoned N64 vets know what I mean. It just has that N64 sound to it. The controls are also simple and very easy to get the hang of. It doesn't take long to get used to moving and aiming at all. Sometimes long-distance shots and aiming can feel a little twitchy, but the controls are the best a game of this type could offer, with one analog stick on the controller, and they are comfortable to use. the bottom line. If you are currently collecting or thinking of collecting for the N64 again, or you have been a long-time owner and for whatever stupid reason have not put this game in your collection, look into Battletanx Global Assault. With its exhilarating gameplay, varied single-player, and hectic multiplayer modes, this needs to be in your collection. By my own admission, I actually haven't played the original, even though I plan to pick it up. I've been planning to pick it up for like 20 years. But I do own the sequel, World Destruction League Thunder Tanks, on the PS1 and PS2, which, with its more Unreal Tournament take on things, just didn't recapture the feel of this one. You can look into Thunder Tanks if you want, it's decent. But there is a reason why Global Assault is one of my favorite N64 games of all time. It's awesome. That's why. It's awesome. That's all I gotta say. It's just awesome. Put it in your N64 collection. Do it now. Making its way to the Game Boy Advance just in time for the system's North American launch, and then ported to the PS1 in 2003, in the era of older brother has a PS2 so his kid brother gets the old PS1. Pinobee, or is that Pinobee, has the distinct honor of being the one and only Game Boy Advance to PS1 port, and is a solid, if somewhat uninspired 2D platformer, in the flair of 16-bit platformers that came before. So Grandpa B was creating a bee robot in the form of Pinobee, and before he could finish and bring Pinobee to life, he gets kidnapped by some bad guy for whatever reason, and then some fairy just comes and brings Pinobee to life or something like that. Honestly, who actually really cares about the storyline in this game? Basically, Pinobee is on a quest to save his inventor, Grandpa B, like Pinocchio saving Geppetto. From a gameplay and design standpoint, the game definitely takes its inspiration from 16-bit side-scrollers, but adds its own unique mechanics. The early levels are pretty straightforward, requiring little exploration, but the final levels are large labyrinths, perhaps with a little Sonic stylings in them. Players can choose to explore the whole levels, or just speed through them to the end of the level. It's actually up to the player to choose what they want to do. Pinobee has the ability to hover, float, and air dash. He dispatches enemies by either jumping on them or dashing into them. When you first start out, you can only dash in the air once, but as you play through the game, running into the fairy adds an extra air dash, for a total of at least 7 dashes by the end of the game. Throughout the game, players collect different number and color cards that can give power-ups like adding more life to Pinobee's life bar or decreasing the damage that enemies do. The cards are kept in Pinobee's item menu, but you can only hold so many, so you sort of have to pick and choose which color and number cards you want to keep. The only problem is, it seems random as to which color or number cards you get throughout the game, and the game is over way too quickly, before you even get to explore what the power-ups do. Getting all 16 cards of one color gives Pinobee the Queen card, or something like that, but I've actually still yet to do this as of playing this footage. A neat idea, but made sort of unnecessary due to the short length of the game. Pinobee's 22 levels are well designed with various themes and filled with various secrets and collectibles to find. Players can cruise through the game fast, collect few items, and beat the game in under an hour or two of play, if they choose to do so. However, this will earn them the worst ending in the game. That's right, for a simple side-scroller, there are 6 different endings in this game, and you'll want to go back, find everything, and complete all the levels to get the best one. And that's really when I started to get a lot of extra replay and enjoyment out of this game, when I went back and decided to find and complete everything. The game's storyline is progressed through Pinobee's diary entries he makes after completing each level. But if you look at the top of the screen, the expression on Pinobee's face tells you how you really did in each level, as far as completing it. Each level has a golden enemy to kill because I'm not actually sure why, just something you have to do. But many levels have other side quests you have to do, like flipping a switch that opens a door in a later level, or rescuing crickets. It seems as though there is always something extra or hidden on most levels to find, which is also incentive to go back and replay each level. The fact that you can't reach parts of early levels because you can't dash high enough in the air also gives players incentive to go back and explore everything. I like the fact that Pinobee has sort of a level up system where he gains new abilities that allow him to explore more of the previous levels. Not quite on the level of Metroid, but still incentive enough to return for the completionist gamers out there. Graphically, the game runs smoothly and the pre-rendered sprites are hardly taxing on the PS1 and aren't even on the level of Donkey Kong Country on the Super NES, let alone anything on the PS1. However, I give it some grace knowing that it's a GBA port, and they aren't terrible. However, the game definitely looks better on a standard def television than it does upscaled on the PS3, which is how I captured this footage. The sound effects and music are pretty standard, and the controls work well enough, sometimes feeling a little wonky when doing the mid-air dash. There's pretty much one song that plays throughout the gameplay, and while it's not terrible, it definitely doesn't stand out much either. Also, there are no lives in the game, but from what I can tell, the game offers infinite continues, which restarts you either from the beginning of the level or a checkpoint. You do collect flowers for energy in the game, not extra lives and not life. And the flowers, I guess, as I didn't notice much of a difference, act sort of like the coins in Mario Kart, where collecting them helps Pinobee move faster. They're pretty much just something to collect, just to collect it. The bottom line. With the plethora of fantastic side-scrolling platformers available on the PS1, Pinobee definitely won't stand out or make you forget about any of them. However, in its own right, this is a solid game all around from a gameplay and design standpoint. And found cheap enough, like the $5 I paid for it factory sealed a couple of years ago, you definitely won't regret spending time with it either. Especially once you gain extra dash abilities and can go back and fully explore all the levels. There are enough secrets, extras, and multiple endings here to keep you engaged for at least one afternoon of play. Far from the best 2D platformer the PS1 has to offer, but still a solid all-around package. This is a good, if not seemingly derivative game, but again, it's the only game ever, that was ported from the Game Boy Advance to the PlayStation 1. And it's actually not a bad playthrough. Okay, so I goobered in the video, rookie mistake. When I said there was one song playing throughout the game, there's actually a variety of songs. They're not actually badly composed, but they're also hardly taxing on the PS1 sound chip, and they don't really stand out, but they're not bad. So, if you want to put me in front of the firing squad for making a goober, I guess I'll stand there and, in front of the firing squad. I'm sorry. I also forgot to mention there are 2 boss battles in this game, but they're both super easy. The game itself doesn't actually even end with a boss battle, which is actually kind of weird. I don't know if that's different, good, or bad. My aunt used to send us a bunch of hand-me-down NES games for Christmas. For at least 2 Christmases this occurred. I could never tell if these were just games my cousins had and just didn't like, so they gave them to us, but I really didn't care either. These were games and I enjoyed them, even the bad ones, because I didn't know any better. In one of these Christmas game lots one year came 1942. Probably the best game in the bunches that she sent, except Sid Meier's Pirates, which I love, but has never held a battery save since I've owned it. 1942 hit the American NES market in 1986, and was a port of Capcom's 1984 controversial, in Japan at least, arcade original. It was controversial in Japan because it featured an American, from the looks of it, P-38 Lightning airplane shooting down Japanese aircraft in the South Pacific Seas. In other words, it was a game made by a Japanese company that featured Japan as the enemy. I've heard it described as, imagine if an American company made a game where you play as the Viet Cong killing American soldiers. Which, from the age in gaming this game was developed, I can understand the reason it was controversial at the time. World War II wasn't really a subject gaming had explored much at this point in gaming history, if at all, and my best guess is it was not only offensive for the reasons stated, but may have even been seen as a means of making light or even profiteering off of something as tragic and serious as World War II. Today the World War II theme is old hat, but this game was made in the age of killing spaceships and aliens, so the controversy of this being based off of something from a real war in real history is understandable. 1942 has shades of Galaga and shades of Xevious, minus the bomb-dropping mechanic. Players fly over unfriendly oceans and Pacific Islands, single-handedly vanquishing what could only be described as the entirety of the Japanese Air Force. Similar to Xevious, your plane has the ability to move forward and backwards on the playfield, not being stuck at the bottom of the screen, like, say, Galaga. This is useful to move and dodge the massive amounts of enemies and oncoming fire hurled at the player. Basically, this game consists of move, shoot, move, dodge, shoot, and maybe hit the loop button, which turns the plane invincible for a few seconds, allowing players to resituate to a safer spot on the map, in those few times you'll actually remember to use it. 1942 is pretty simple. Don't die, kill everything that moves, survive till your aircraft carrier. Occasionally, power-ups will show up requiring players to destroy strings of orange enemy aircraft and collecting the POW symbol. The color of the POW symbol determines which power-up you receive, like extra shots or allied planes flying on your wings. The basic enemy types consist of the green planes, which swirl around the screen firing and dodging, and the white planes, which are the kamikaze, who try and maneuver towards you or into you. As the game progresses, both types fire a barrage of bullets at the players. As you play, the larger planes come out from behind your plane, causing you to always keep awareness of what's behind you, as well as dodging what's coming at you from the front. This game gets pretty intense and very challenging as you get further into it. The difficulty curve jumps up slowly, but the final levels in the game are rough for anyone but those overachievers who put in no-hit runs in this game. Seriously guys, you can't be human. You must be a machine, pre-programmed AI. Or, just a really good game player making the rest of us slackers look bad. 1942 is one of just 2 shoot-em-ups I owned in childhood, and it's just straight simplistic old school fun and challenge. I forced myself to finally beat this game just for this review, as I've never just buckled down and decided to beat it. Technically, you can only lose at this game if you give up, because despite its difficulty, you are given infinite continues with which to beat this game from the start of the game, meaning Any determined gamer can see it through with enough patience. The reason I never beat this game as a child has to do with my general view of the majority of Nintendo games at the time. I never believed all of them were able to be beaten. I would play them, get as far as I could, or as far as I felt like getting, shut them off, and go on about my day. I just didn't believe that the vast majority of NES games were capable of being beaten, and I was okay with that. Now that I'm older, I am convinced that the vast majority of NES games aren't capable of being beaten. By me, that is, and I'm okay with that. I had tons of fun just playing them, and trying to get as far as I could. It wasn't until the days of the mighty Sega Genesis that I actually started to believe that games could be beaten. For some reason, the fact that I have never beaten most of my NES games and never beat them as a child never bothered me and still really doesn't to this day. This game is just fun, challenging, and it doesn't overcomplicate things. The controls are spot on, the graphics, while a step down from the arcade original, are decent, far from the best the NES has to offer, but this game throws an absurd amount of enemies your way. There is slowdown that occurs, but with the sheer amount of planes on screen at one time, I would be more surprised if slowdown didn't occur. This game throws carnage your way from all directions, and the gameplay is all the better for it. The sound, however, might annoy some people. In mimicking the arcade version's slightly annoying song that had what sounded like a whistle playing throughout, the NES version substitutes with Atari-sounding beeps for the one and only song that plays endlessly throughout the entirety of the game. With a few exceptions, there are short snippets here and there of different songs. I used to think maybe it was imitating radar beeps, but with the original using a whistle sound, all I can think is maybe they used whistles to communicate on the decks of aircraft carriers in World War II? I'm not sure. Either way, you do adjust to the music and find a way to tolerate it. But I don't see it being anyone's favorite NES tune ever.
The bottom line. I still love this game. The swarming, intense action, and challenging gameplay. I did force myself to finally beat it for this review, and now
I ain't never gotta do that again. I will be perfectly satisfied doing what I've always done. Pop it into my NES, or in this case, Retro-Bit Super Retro Trio clone console I'm playing this footage on, play it until I am content, and shut it off again. But I will still pop it into a system for occasional play. With its infinite continues offered from the start, this is a game that can be beaten by anyone willing to tough it out. I find it a lot easier and more playable than, say, Sky Shark, which was the only other shoot-'em-up I owned throughout the entirety of my childhood gaming years. 1942. Classic game, simple fun. Coming from the same developers behind River City Ransom, Super Dodgeball is a testament to the fact that sometimes the most simplest of concepts make for the most fun games.
Super Dodgeball is a 3-on-3 dodgeball duel to the death, where Team USA takes on the world, because
marker. Well, technically the action is 6-on-6, but there are 3 on the field and 3 on the sidelines to catch the out-of-bounds balls and even throw them at opponents, or even pass them to the teammates that are in play. This adds actually some surprising strategic depth to a simple game. In fact, for a simple dodgeball game, there is a ton of strategy and depth here. Players can jump, dodge, pass, and throw the ball. They can also do power shots with which to decimate their opponents, should they not be caught or dodged, that is. Players can intercept passes between the inner court and outer court opponents, and getting the timing down to catch the ball is imperative. The inner court competitors have a life bar to be drained by successfully scoring hits against them, but the outer court opponents are invincible, and thus not subject to the death penalty for failure. Granted, I still love banking the ball off the head of an outer court opponent, catching the ball back, and then banking it off of an inner court opponent. You know, for like good luck and stuff. Totally useless to do, but it's fun. This game is just pure, intense fun to play. Sometimes matches come down to that last throw, and man does it get your adrenaline pumping. The single player mode gives you the option to play the tournament mode and the beanball mode. Tournament is self-explanatory, go around the world, defeat every team, win the Cold War. Beanball mode is a free-for-all mode that looks like dodgeball with schoolyard rules. Single player? This game is still super fun and addictive, however the 2-player mode is where all the replay value is at. Get yourself at least one other friend to play with, or multiple friends if you want to create a tournament stable, and let the trash-talking cutthroat competition really begin. As incredibly addictive as this game is in single player, playing against your friends or family is where the most fun is. Simple concept, surprisingly deep gameplay, and a ton of replay value through the multiplayer. This game is a tried and true Nintendo classic. Graphically, there is a ton of sprite flicker in this game. Usually it's not an issue, but does sometimes disguise the ball. The music is great and even takes on the cultural tones of each team you play against. The only exception is the annoyingly high-pitched flute, which plays in the music in the Kenya stage. That stage also seems to overload and slow down, but I'm not sure if that's just an issue with the Retron 5 emulation I'm using for this review, or if it's true to the original hardware. I guess I won't actually know until I pull out a tube TV and my NES to set them up and play them the right way. The controls are pretty simple, and even things like jumping by pressing both face buttons is pretty easy to pull off. Despite the NES's mere 2 face buttons, pulling off all the techniques is responsive and easy. Something about the NES controller where hitting both buttons to jump isn't a hindrance. It feels more natural to do on that controller than even something like the Master System's controller. Maybe it's just because I'm used to this controller. Either way, the controls are spot on, even with some flickering and occasional frame rate issues. The bottom line. Super Dodgeball is still the best dodgeball game I've ever played. As I said, this is a tried and true classic. Simple concept, deep gameplay, and simple fun. This is a game that every NES owner needs to put in their collection, and it's actually surprisingly rather affordable. Tutti Gamer is not responsible for any friendships, relationships, or marriages ended because of Super Dodgeball competition. The Adventures of Cookie and Cream is an often overlooked early PS2 game that successfully blends platformer and puzzle elements together in one game. Cookies and Cream plays like what you might imagine a split-screen Crash Bandicoot game on the PS1 would play like. You control Cookie and Cream throughout the split-screen platform game, where what one of them does on their side of the screen affects what happens on the other. When the path is blocked for one of them, the solution is usually on the other one's screen. For example, Cookie's path may be blocked by an impassable pit of water, but you notice that Cream has a catapult with a watermelon ready to launch. Upon launching the watermelon into the pit of water, a hippopotamus appears to claim the watermelon and let Cookie ride on his back across the pit. It's that type of mutual puzzle solving that makes this game shine. That's also where the puzzle elements come into play. Each stage adds its own assortment of two-player puzzles to solve. The exact synchronization between the two characters is key, not to mention that you have a time limit on each level, and every time one of your characters gets hit, it shaves off more time. This adds to the sense of urgency needed to complete each of the game's levels in a timely manner. Upon beating all the puzzles in an area, you're treated to a boss fight. Each boss requires its own unique challenges that also requires two-player teamwork in clever ways. Some will be as simple as having Cookie dodge a giant boss, while Cream is on top of a wall pulling levers that send giant logs out to knock his legs out from under him, while others will require Cookie to pilot a vehicle, while Cream throws projectiles. This element of teamwork is an integral part of the gameplay and never feels like a gimmick because the game makes it work so well. This game is an absolute blast to play with a friend. This, however, brings me to the weakest part of the game. Though it can be played as a single-player experience, the only way to get the full experience is to play it with a friend. Having to coordinate both sides of the screen is challenging enough with two players, but having to control both Cookie and Cream with one controller makes what is already a pretty tough game even tougher. It's a whole lot less fun playing by yourself. It's doable, don't get me wrong, but you just don't get the full experience without a second player to yell at and blame for whenever you guys run out of time. And don't let the kitty graphics in Cookies and Cream fool you. This is a very challenging game. As the game moves on, the time limits get smaller and the puzzles get harder. Some of the later levels require almost a perfect run, which will mean many frustrating restarts and yelling at your homie whenever he's doing it wrong because, obviously you didn't make that mistake. This does, however, make it all the more sweeter when you finally conquer a level that was previously impossible to beat. It's also not always clear on what you need to do in a boss fight because they give you no clues. For the most part, though, it's pretty easy to figure out, but there are a few boss fights that will be particularly frustrating until you find the oftentimes easy solution. The controls in the game are very responsive for the most part with two players. The game only has an action button and a jump button aside from the analog control, but you will at times have trouble finding the spot you need to be in order to perform an action on short notice. This can lose you valuable time. Playing the game on single player makes the game also considerably harder to control, but the single control setup is actually pretty cool for single player. I mean, I can't fault it on that one, even though I still like it better with two players. The game is also relatively short once you figure out how to complete each stage. A friend and I were able to beat this in one gaming session, but we had played it previously and knew what to expect. There aren't a whole lot of levels to play, and there's only one unlockable area to play via finding little puzzle pieces scattered throughout the game's level. This adds a little bit of replay value to the game, but pretty much once you're done, you're done. The game's musical score is cheerful and uplifting, but I find it to be kind of forgettable, and Cookie and Cream screams may annoy some of you out there. This game is a little annoying to listen to in the background, but it's super fun to play.
The The bottom line. The dark souls of children's platform.
I'm just kidding. The Adventure of Cookie and Cream is a charming puzzle platformer hybrid that you won't get the full experience out of unless you play it with a friend. That way you have someone to yell at and blame for whenever you screw up. Don't let its kitty appearance fool you. This game can be very challenging, and it's also really fun. Look into it if you have the option. Gungrave is a budget 2002 release with just a little over 2 hours of frantic gameplay that, despite its simplistic, straightforward, and repetitive nature, still manages to be an engaging experience that was worth the $20 budget price of admission when it hit. In Gungrave you play as Grave, brought back from the dead Eric Draven style, who's on a mission to avenge his untimely death and bring down a shadow underworld criminal organization known as... what else? The Syndicate. I'm not a manga or anime fan, but the characters were designed by, and sorry if I butcher this, Yasuhiro Nitao, who is known for his Trigun series. Gungrave is a game I think gets looked back on with more appreciation now than it did at the time of its release, because mainstream tastes were a little different at the time. Keep that in mind whenever you see someone go back and review a game by quote-unquote today's standards. They really just mean the popular flavor of the moment. This game came out post Devil May Cry, and at the time I would say this game would have been seen as a game that put style over substance. People looking for something like Devil May Cry would have found it to be too shallow and way too short. Hindsight, however, has separated it from its contemporaries and puts those comparisons into the dustbin of gaming history, allowing the game to stand on its own without having the comparisons of its generation right alongside it. At its core, Gungrave is an unapologetic, straightforward shooter with a unique art direction and simple, repetitive gameplay. Basically, you shoot everything, and just in case, shoot it one more time. Grave shoots his way through the levels filled with all kinds of gun-toting baddies with varying degrees of toughness set in various locales around the city. At the end of each level, he fights a boss. Each boss has their own unique patterns to learn and vary in difficulty from easy to less easy to moderate difficulty. In fact, I only struggled in one boss fight on my first playthrough of this game. They aren't all overly easy, but with strategic use of demolition shots and life refills, it makes them a lot more manageable. The simple design might be off-putting for those looking for more depth in their action games, but the addition of the combo meter used to fill the demolition shot meter to earn big damaging attacks to be unleashed on your foes does add a little strategy to the mix. The demolition shots can also be spent via the pause menu to buy life refills in the rare case you'll need to refill your life. In-game, your combo can be continued by either killing enemies or destroying various environmental objects, so there is a method to the mayhem. The gunplay in the game is the highlight of the experience. While the tank controls and the inconsistent lock-on system may be a bit off-putting, you'll really only need to lock onto the bosses anyway, every other maneuver in the game is as thrilling to pull off as it is visually appealing. Grave can move forward while shooting, stand still to unleash a psychotic flurry of exhilarating shots, and even the coffin he carries on his back can be used to melee nearby enemies. There are also various dodging shot maneuvers which come in handy against the bosses in particular or just dodging regular enemies, and of course the aforementioned demolition shots, of which new ones can be earned based on your level performance. Combine the sleek gunplay, stylistic art direction, combo system, and various other abilities into one, and you have a very engaging experience for both hours the game lasts. So yeah, that's actually not an exaggeration. I'm guessing the reason this game was released at a budget $20 price tag was because its short length wouldn't justify a full price for it. On the default difficulty, thanks to the generous regenerating shield system, the game can be walked through in about 2 hours or less with little difficulty. There are multiple difficulty levels to play on and a handful of unlockables in the game, so you may be able to stretch playtime out to maybe 10 hours, give or take. Your mileage may vary. Graphically, the game's cel-shaded anime art direction helps the graphics hold up better than if it was going for realism at the time. However, there are bouts of slowdown when the action gets intense. The controls take a bit of getting used to as they are Tomb Raider style tank controls, but they only become an issue when there's an enemy at a strange angle right behind you, and the previously mentioned lock-on system is finicky and unreliable at best. It's best left alone unless you're in a boss fight, and even then it only kind of works. There is an option to turn on auto fire in the options menu that I also recommend. I played through the entire game once without it, and it wasn't until one of my swole gym bro co-workers wanted to arm wrestle a couple of days later with my wrist saying, "Not in my house," that I realized that sometimes turning on auto fire to save your forearm and wrist some damage is better than having stupid pride. I can still press buttons really fast, but doing it for 2 hours straight? Not so good on my forearm, so I do suggest auto fire. Sound-wise, the voice acting is well done and in Japanese with English subtitles, for those subbed versus dubbed people out there, and the explosions and gunshots are well done. I'm not good at describing music, but it definitely has an anime/jazzy gangster cartoon flick feel to it. Not that you'll be able to hear it with all the carnage going on. Now, checking on eBay for anyone buying physically, the asking price for this game is about $70 as of making this video. So it's up to you if you want to spend $35 an hour on this game. That being said, the more refined, further expanded, and better playing sequel, Gungrave Overdose, is around $40. So if you can choose only one, Overdose is the better buy of the two. I'm not one to call for a lot of remakes or remasters, but a re-release of some kind of Gungrave and Overdose would be nice in order to drive the price of the physical versions of the games down. The bottom line. Fun, simple, straightforward, stylish, short. Gungrave is worth playing if you come across it. When it hit, even for its budget price, it seemed to be a game that people either loved or hated. If you overlooked it when it hit, or maybe even dislike it, I'd say give it another look if you find it cheaply enough. There is enough intense action and unlockables to give you reason to play it through multiple times. Not the greatest game ever on the PS2, but definitely not a bad game, and it was definitely misunderstood for its time. It's a straightforward shooter, and it's worth playing. MagMax is a game I've owned since I was 5 or 6 years old, getting it as a Christmas present. The artwork for the game is amazing, but the game itself is a so-so shooter with an interesting blending of styles. On top of the cool concept of gathering parts of your ship to form a large robot, which gives you extra firepower, allows you to take more hits, and even wield a lightsaber-like sword, the game offers warps that take the player into an underworld area that plays a lot more like a traditional shoot-'em-up. The gameplay in the above-ground levels kind of reminds me of an isometric shooter, something like Viewpoint or Zaxxon, minus the isometric view. Once you finally make your way through a level, either above ground or below, your choice, you then fight a three-headed dragon named Babylon, who resembles a Godzilla character. As a kid, I could never get very far in this game. I would usually avoid the lower level as much as possible because my never being good at shoot-em-ups pretty much began here with MagMax. I always found the top side to be way more manageable. The abstract-looking enemies are easier to dodge up there, even if the firepower of the full robot in the lower levels is actually quite impressive. The upper-level enemies are definitely weirder, but being able to shoot objects that turn into robot parts kept me alive longer. Eventually, I was able to alternate between the upper and lower levels, especially if one of them hit a hard part and the other level would be the easier route. When I'd get to a spot I couldn't pass, I would simply warp to the higher or lower level in the game. Honestly, this is actually a very unique design choice that still separates MagMax to this day. You can play the entire game above or below, or alternate between the two. The game is still uniquely its own thing decades later. I don't remember how far I was able to get in this game as a child. I remember seeing the ocean level and maybe the last level. On skill alone, I think I may have made it to the 3rd or 4th level, but on occasion we would borrow an NES game, Genie. So I do remember finding out that MagMax is an endless looping game. It just goes on forever. You can pretty much beat this game in about 15 minutes, but your reward for beating it is starting back at the very first level. This kind of gives it an almost Atari or, well, retro arcade feel, but considering this is a port of an arcade game, I would say that fits. If I had one big complaint about the game, it's just that even as a kid, I liked the game, but only ever found it to be okay overall. There are some cool ideas at play here, the controls are very responsive, and I love the music, especially in the underworld. But the overall package is just okay. I've always found the game to be engaging, but unexceptional overall, finding the most enjoyment out of popping it into my NES for occasional play, getting my fill, and moving on. This is definitely a game I've enjoyed over the years in short spurts. There's nothing broken here, the game plays well enough, but there's also not a lot of depth to MagMax's gameplay either. The bottom line, MagMax is a simple shooter with some cool ideas. Building a robot, fighting a dragon, that's pretty cool. Its gameplay is a little shallow and a little repetitive, yet still engaging enough to get some enjoyment out of. This is a middle-of-the-road NES experience. As far as NES shooters go, you've played way better, but you've also played way worse. There's nothing broken here, the challenge is pretty good, and creating a giant robot and shifting between two planes of play is quite unique. If you own this in childhood, give it another try. For everyone else, it's worth playing. Play it for a bit, get your fill, and move on. For occasional plays, this game is enjoyable, but definitely won't appeal to everyone. When Syphon Filter 3 hit in late 2001, many reviewers dubbed it as the last big hurrah of the PS1's library, the final big-budget blockbuster title to be released for the system, as developers' main focus had already shifted to the next generation of gaming. They saw it as the final swan song of Sony's first console, and I would say that's probably still an accurate assessment of Syphon Filter 3. It's not that more high-quality games weren't released or at least localized here in North America in the years following Syphon Filter 3, or even that Sony themselves would abandon the PS1 altogether, still releasing the yearly crop of sports games like Game Day. However, when it comes to mainstream popular franchises, all others had already moved on, leaving Syphon Filter 3 to be that final, big-budget blockbuster title on the PS1. Syphon Filter 3 was the last mainstream, if you will, quote-unquote, AAA title to release on the PS1. A franchise that came out of nowhere with the original, reached its peak of popularity by the second game, and finished strong with the third, and outside of the PSP releases, would never quite reach the same mainstream notoriety it once had. Make no mistake though, for its generation, Syphon Filter was one of the most popular franchises around, even mentioned alongside other big name games like Metal Gear Solid. Now, there were other games that trickled out in North America after Syphon Filter 3, games like C-12 Final Resistance, The Italian Job, and Delta Force, but none of them were as high profile or as mainstream recognizable as Syphon Filter. Therefore, I think dubbing it the last hurrah of the PS1's library still holds up to this day, especially when you realize its late November release meant that it was reviewed in the same cycle as the release of Metal Gear Solid 2, Grand Theft Auto 3, and the launch crop of games from both the GameCube and Xbox, and depending on which publication reviewed it, still reviewed well. For example, Game Informer gave this game a 9 out of 10, in the same issue they gave Metal Gear Solid 2 a 10, and GTA 3 and Rogue Leader a 9.5. EGM and GameSpot gave it a 6.5 out of 10, but I almost never agreed with either of those sources' reviews, and looking back, I still don't. Now, it's been about 20 years since I last played through Syphon Filter 3, give or take, and I'm really glad I took the time to revisit it again. I always remember really liking this game, even in the years since I first played through it. It had left a good enough impression on me that I held it in high regard, even if it had been such a long time since I first played it that some of the missions in the game were actually new to me, even if I did play all the way through it previously. Some were familiar, but some surprised me again. Somewhere between playing the game for the first time and treading familiar ground. When it comes to Syphon Filter games, I'm not sure where I stand on which is the best. Objectively, I would say Syphon Filter 2 is probably the best, but even though I own 2 copies of the game, I haven't played far into it since I rented it back in the year 2000. Perhaps I'm just a weenie, but the biggest takeaway of the second game I remember was it was spectacular, but absurdly difficult as well. An amazing game, but I haven't mustered up that want to play through it again. I do remember tons of forced stealth missions, tons of flak-jacketed enemies, and tons of head-shooting flak-jacketed snipers. Kind of a pain in the butt from what I remember. I'll replay it again someday, I'll get over it and stop being a weenie. I would say that the original is still my favorite, because it's the one I've played the most, but Syphon Filter 3 is still such a good game. I kept saying, man, I really like this game as I played through it. Sure, it was more of the same when it came to the first two, but that still means it's a PS1 era masterpiece, and the game just flows so well. Syphon Filter 3 explores the origins of the Syphon Filter virus and fills in gaps from the 2 previous games, while also bringing the story to its final conclusion, at least for that generation of gaming. The story setup is a congressional inquiry into the actions of Gabe Logan and his cohorts, who are being set up to take the fall for the actions of the agency, the super secret government agency Logan worked for in the 2 previous games that apparently never existed. Each testimony shown through CGI FMV cutscenes is the setup for each of the 19 varied missions in the game, filling in the gaps of what happened before the first game and since the previous game, and how Gabe came to meet each of his comrades. Along the way, players get to play as 3 other characters besides Logan himself. The story is easy to follow and the whole game just flows well. Syphon Filter 3 is probably the easiest game in the series, at least for me. This might be why it flows a lot easier than the previous games, but the developers made, in my mind, some smart design decisions like cutting down on the frustrating required stealth missions. Those missions where being spotted is an instant mission over, causing constant, frustrating restarts and failures. There are still a couple of stealth scenes, but the game is a lot more straightforward in its design this time around, and I think it's a lot better for it. Again, the 2 previous games were amazing games, but I can say I am still a fan of having less of these scenes in Syphon Filter 3. And saying this is the easiest Syphon Filter game still doesn't mean this game is a breeze either. I would say it's a little more balanced, but there will still be plenty of deaths and checkpoint restarts, and thankfully, the devs brought back the ability to save and quit at each mission checkpoint, first introduced in Syphon Filter 2. If you've played any of these Syphon Filter games before this, you know what to expect. A game mirroring the pacing of a Hollywood action thriller movie of the Tom Clancy variety. Superb gunplay that is as fun as it is stylistic, varied mission locales with a good assortment of design styles behind them, and very strict objective-based gameplay that makes beating a tough scene incredibly satisfying, all combined to make a game and a series that easily rivaled and maybe even surpassed the venerable Metal Gear Solid as the PlayStation's best action games. What makes Syphon Filter so great isn't just the thriller pacing, the well-designed and well-thought-out missions and objectives. All that is a great combination and foundation to build on. However, the best part for me has always been the gunplay, and Syphon Filter 3 closes the series' PS1 efforts off in fantastic fashion in that regard. Dare I be so brave to say that in the days of pre-dual analog aiming and movement, the developers created a gunplay system that is vastly superior to any that came before or any of its entire generation. Nowadays, we are all spoiled by modern left-stick move, right-stick aim schemes, but the 3 ways of aiming in the Syphon Filter franchise just feels so intuitive. I think this series actually plays better without dual analog aiming. The Omega Strain tried, bless its little heart, and Dark Mirror is a solid title I own as well, but the gunplay in the first 3 games leaves the more modern efforts in the dust. Add in touches like that awesome blowback when you shotgun a foe, the thrill of running in one direction while shooting in another, and yes, even the mighty taser, and you have a series that just feels so much better to play in its PS1 efforts than its next-gen sequels.
How about the taser?
Yeah, taser wouldn't be bad. It might leave a little rash mark.
While playing through this game again, I kept saying, man, I'm glad I played this again. It's not that there weren't some frustrating parts in the game, but as a whole, from the flow to the gunplay to even the story, Syphon Filter 3 hit better 20 years later than when I first played it. I was in my zone, just enjoying every moment I spent with the game this time through, and being amazed at how well Sony Bend Studios finished their PS1 race. On top of the good pacing of the game, the frame rate is buttery smooth. No matter how much action is going on screen, it's all smooth. Running, shooting, and quickly zooming into first-person view to pop a headshot are all butter. They're butter. It's like butter, I'm telling you. The controls, which were tightened up in the second game, are just as tight in the third, and the sound effects are pleasing to the ear, and there are even clever sound clues like higher tempo music that plays to tell you there is an enemy nearby. I also really love the Syphon Filter title screen music. I think it's iconic, at least, to PS1 gamers. On top of the single player, there are also various challenge modes to play and even a 2-player deathmatch option. One-on-one deathmatch has never appealed to me, but the challenge modes are solid and get harder as you go along. Nothing Time Splitters-esque here, but a good addition to an already polished package. There would be other games that would be localized and released in the years following, but if Syphon Filter 3 is the last hurrah of the PS1's lifespan, then it's safe to say that the PS1 ended on a strong note, with a game that's quality has stood the test of time, at least in my opinion. Regardless of whenever it was released, it was still one of the best games released in one of the most incredibly competitive eras of gaming, going up against the launch of 2 systems and the release of Metal Gear Solid 2. The game was released late enough to have an advertisement for SOCOM US Navy SEALs on the back of the game's manual. Not many systems get to ride out into the sunset with their last big high-profile title being as good as Syphon Filter 3 was, and as an avid PS1 fan, I'm happy to see the system left us on such a high note. The bottom line here, Syphon Filter 3 is the final polish to one of the best action series of the 5th generation, if not the best, arguably. While you might be more inclined to like either of the first two better, this is the culmination of Sony Bend Studios' PS1 efforts, and possibly the best way to send off my favorite console of all time. If you haven't played through this game in decades either, hunt it down and give it another playthrough sometime. Like me, you might come to appreciate it more now than when you first played it. Here's a game that needs no introduction. Unless you were living under a rock or a blind Sega fanboy, there's a good chance that if you didn't own this game, you definitely rented it or played it at a friend's house back in the day. Donkey Kong Country set new visual standards we could never imagine were possible on the 16-bit consoles, thanks to Rare's ingenious idea to take 3D models created on a Silicon graphics workstation and digitize them into two-dimensional sprites for the Super Nintendo to handle, thus creating graphics that looked light years above anything we had seen on any of the 16-bit consoles so far. If everything else in the fourth generation was 16-bit, this game had to be at least 17-bit. Donkey Kong Country was more than just pretty graphics. On top of its shiny visuals, the game showcases fantastic level designs, putting Rare's development talents on full display. Sure, you've got your underwater levels, your barrel levels that require fast reflexes and perfect timing, and your minecart levels of dread. However, the core experience features levels permeated with hidden areas and objects to find, giving it a ton of gameplay depth for those who care to search for it. Like any great 2D platformer, Donkey Kong Country leaves the choice in the player's hands of how to play the game. Players can simply run from start to finish just to beat the level, or choose to explore the levels a little more carefully, trying to find all the hidden areas that are skillfully honeycombed throughout the levels. Players can find and collect the Kong for extra life, and even collect 3 animal tokens to play an extra mini-game where every 100 tokens you collect equals an extra life after the timer runs out. The levels aren't as complex in design as the levels in a Sonic game where there are 10 different paths to get to the end. Donkey Kong Country has a more simple and straightforward design structure like Mario, one main path from left to right, but with tons of hidden items and areas to find along the way. The secret areas usually contain mini-games where you collect golden bananas to gain extra lives. Like the coins in Mario, 100 bananas equals an extra life. There are also other kinds of levels besides the traditional platformer kind thrown in for good measure. These are the toughest levels in the game, for example moving platforms and minecarts that require memorization and trial and error. Most of these are the toughest levels in the game and require precision and lots of restarts. These levels are tough, inventive, and some of the most remembered levels in the game, because they probably tormented a lot of gamers in childhood. But man, that feeling of accomplishment when you finally beat one. I didn't play a lot of platformers during the 16-bit era, personally. My Genesis came with Sonic 2, but being late Super Nintendo adopters, we chose the Super Nintendo that had A Link to the Past as the pack-in by choice. That was the game that we finally convinced ourselves that we needed to buy a Super Nintendo for. Once we got the Super Nintendo, we played mostly RPGs, and in general, the whole era, we played beat-em-ups, fighting games, and various other genres. I did play quite a bit of Super Mario World at friends' houses because everyone who had a Super Nintendo owned that game. I didn't pick this game up until almost a decade after its release. I bought it for $10 from a friend who later sold me the rest of his Super Nintendo games for $20, which also scored me both of its sequels and a few other less interesting Super Nintendo games. This means that I got to finally play through it years removed from the hype and even after the graphical luster had faded. 10 years removed from its highest height in popularity when I was already enjoying PS2, GameCube, and Xbox games, I still came away from Donkey Kong Country saying, man, this is a great game. By default, Sonic 2 will always be my favorite 2D platformer of that entire generation. However, I can honestly say that Donkey Kong Country is probably my second favorite 16-bit platformer of all time. No disrespect to Super Mario World or the other top-tier platformers of that generation, Donkey Kong Country just hit better 10 years later. From its exceptional level designs to its well-designed gameplay mechanics and amazing sound, I came away from this game actually loving it. The controls are smooth and spot on, yes, even in the minecart level. levels, and the other various maneuvers are easy to pull off as well. The mechanic where you swap between Diddy and Donkey at any time to take advantage of their different abilities is also a great design choice that becomes an integral part of fully exploring the levels, and is seamless with the responsive controls, as are the tough barrel levels which require split-second timing. Rare perfected the controls in this game. The music is another high spot in the game. The soundtrack is so good they even released it and sold it separately. If you have an extra $200 to $700, you can pick up the American version of the soundtrack on CD on eBay. You can even pick up a 3-pack of the Japanese CD versions for all 3 Donkey Kong Country games for the super cheap price of $5,382. Smoking deal, folks. Smoking deal. The sound effects in the game are also an incredible part of the sound design. I don't know what it is, but they've always had sort of an ASMR effect for me. They're actually pleasing to my ears. I remember when the Game Boy Advance version came out, seeing a terrible review in Electronic Gaming Monthly tearing into the game, saying it was always overrated, and one of the big reasons was, look at those graphics. I would show you the review if I could find my magazines at the moment, but all my gaming magazines are currently buried in storage. However, it was a terrible review, and it was obvious just by the screenshots the GBA version had some issues. It's actually not a terrible playing port, but all you can say is, well, they tried. Bless their little hearts. There was also later backlash against Rare from Nintendo fans, at least the blind Nintendo fanboy types, after Microsoft bought them, where these fans suddenly came to the realization that, well, all of Rare's games are overrated. I never liked them anyways. I mean, Mario was always better than Donkey Kong Country, so overrated. While I do believe that phase has passed, for a while there was a bit of a consensus floating around that Donkey Kong Country was overrated, pushed by gaming publications and disgruntled Nintendo fanboys. So, was this game way overhyped because of its graphics at its release? Well, yeah, probably. But looking from a gameplay and design standpoint, this is still one of the best playing, best designed platformers of the 4th generation. The bottom line, nothing against Super Mario World, it's a great game with masterful design. However, the rise of Sonic in the 16-bit era brought a new crop of 2D platformers that were fresher than your mixtape. I'm not sure what generation of 2D platformers the 4th console generation was in, but the genre arguably reached its highest peak in both popularity and design, leading to the creation of so many timeless classics in that genre. And Donkey Kong Country is one of the best to come out of that generation of gaming, hands down. Even if you are in the class that now considers the game to be overhyped and overrated, you still can't deny the quality the game presents. Donkey Kong Country wasn't just the game that helped the Super Nintendo pull far ahead of the Sega Genesis in sales. It was also one of the best platformers and one of the best games in general for that whole generation. Just as worthy to join the likes of Mario and Sonic in that classification. There's an entire city of potential passengers with pockets brimming full of money who are willing to share some with you if you give them a fun ride. You are a taxi driver, and the catch is that you've got a time limit to get said passengers to their destination. Crazy Taxi is one heck of a fun ride. The entirety of the game is spent taking customers from one place to another in a giant city. As boring as that sounds, this game is an absolute blast to play. There are tons of gut-wrenching jumps and crazy near misses to keep you on the edge of your seat along the way. The crazier you drive, the more money is in it for you from your very impatient passengers. In addition to the regular arcade mode of play, this home version also has some added modes that teach you the techniques you'll need to use in the game. These modes give it some extended replay value for those who choose to partake in them. However, for the most part, you'll be playing the arcade or the original mode, which is a new city added to the home version of the game. Crazy Taxi has always come under fire for being too shallow. Well, yes, the game is simple, and yes, it is a little shallow, but in its defense, it was an arcade game, and arcade games are designed to give you some quick, shallow gameplay, and just as quickly steal your money. Those who criticize this game for being too shallow miss what makes this game so great. Crazy Taxi isn't a game you're going to sit down and spend 10 hours at a time playing. I mean, you can if you want to. But it is a game that's great to play 10 crazy minutes here or 20 crazy minutes there. In fact, I've had this game for over 22 years now, and I still pop it in every now and again for a quick go-around. So yeah, its replay value may not be in playing it for great lengths of time, so much as in playing it a lot over a long period of time. It's just mindless fun. It's a game that gives you instant satisfaction, and it doesn't need to be anything else. Sometimes fun is more important than depth.
I get you there in no time.
This is great. Hey, let's get to the bottom line about Crazy Taxi, which is shallow and simple, but most of all, it's a blast to play. You won't play it for long periods of time, but it's one of those games that's great to play a little bit here and a little bit there. Crazy Taxi proves that not every game has to be an epic deal. Sometimes games are just supposed to be fun, and this game fits that bill. No story, cutscenes, or hype. Just simple fun. I love this game, and I always have.
Don't panic. Move it. I did my best. You laugh. Hey, hurry up.
In case you ever feel like you're bad at your job, just remember that someone at Infogrames thought it was a great idea to release Motor Mayhem to store shelves 2 days after Twisted Metal Black hit. I picked this game up not too long after its release thanks to a PSM review that gave it high marks, and I was, at first, rather disappointed. This is a game that I wanted to like more than I did at the time, and seeing the PSM logo plastered throughout the game made the quid pro quo pretty obvious. However, in playing this game for this review, a strange thing happened. I've had a hard time putting this game down. In fact, though flawed in many ways, I've come away liking Motor Mayhem a lot more than I really think I should. I know it seems like a strange switch. A game I at first wanted to like but ended up slightly disappointed with now becomes a game I've come to like more than I wanted to. The game has some very obvious flaws, most notably the massive frame rate dips and the floaty physics. When the action gets intense, the game dips into the teens at times, but never quite becomes a slideshow. Its massive frame rate dips can affect the already floaty feeling controls, already made less responsive than Twisted Metal's thanks to the over-implemented physics engine. In fact, to say this game feels like playing Twisted Metal with a moon gravity mutator on isn't an exaggeration. The game is extra floaty, and even bumping small corners can send you flying through the air, making even the smallest contact a much more complicated deal than need be. You either float or stop in your tracks, making the controls feel extremely loose and floaty overall. The game also comes off as incredibly generic, from the characters to the weapons to even the map designs. The whole game lacks any particular flavor of its own. I would blame this partly on it taking the Unreal Tournament approach to car combat. Before Twisted Metal hit, there were a couple vehicular combat games that tried going to the no-frills bot deathmatch single-player mode route, nixing the story and backgrounds and just feeling like a tournament game. 3DO took their Battletanx series, gutted it of its charm in single-player mode, and turned it into a generic feeling tournament style game in World Destruction League Thunder Tanks. And they also released War Jets with a Z, which I've yet to play. In similar generic fashion, this game is called Motor Mayhem Vehicular Combat League. I guess both 3DO and Infogrames wanted to start leagues before Incognito set them straight with Twisted Metal Black. When I booted this game up, playing through the single player all the way through with one of the characters, I was at first thinking I was going to say this is a flawed game that only forgiving gamers could get into. And well, that's actually true. Even though I have come to like this game a lot, I can definitely say that with the frame rate, physics, and control issues, some might find this game to be unplayable. My first playthrough didn't do much for me. I came out of it just as underwhelmed as I had been in the past. The single player mode has players beating 3 tournaments: Deathmatch, where you have to score a certain amount of kills in each match to progress; Elimination, which is like the traditional car combat system where you have 1 life to eliminate all the other opponents; and Endurance, where you defeat a list of opponents in 1v1 matches. The ability to save in between battles also means that if you fail and lose a life, you can just exit and reload your save. You can find extra lives in each level anyway, so losing a life isn't a big deal. But why tarnish a perfect record? When you beat all 3 tiers, you unlock Buzzsaw as a playable character. I don't know why I did that voice. It's just so generic. You may as well say Buzzsaw. So there is at least one unlockable character in the game. I already had my mind made up on how I was going to review this game, but in order to make the review complete, I had to jump into the bot deathmatches just to mention how they were. I turned on 6 bots, knowing the frame rate was going to tank, and chose a level that wasn't available in the single player, and sure enough, with all the carnage, the frame rate tanked. However, for as bland as I found the single player experience to be, I had a blast playing the bot deathmatches. I've always been a big fan of bot deathmatches in first-person shooters, and Motor Mayhem's bot multiplayer had the same effect on me. I could play these bot deathmatches for hours, and that's exactly what I did. Different maps, dropping the bot count, changing the kill counts, it didn't matter. I was drawn into this game for hours upon hours. I've actually come to enjoy the multiplayer mode in Motor Mayhem more than the ones in Twisted Metal Black and Thundertanks. Simple, yet mayhem-filled fun that I've lost hours to in the last couple of days. I really like the deathmatch mode in this game, and playing it over and over has even allowed me to settle in and enjoy the single player more as well. There is even a 2-player split screen mode where you can play against a friend and up to 2 bots to simulate 4-player death matches. While the frame rate certainly has issues, I'm from the GoldenEye generation, and if we enjoyed 15 frames per second multiplayer in that game, I definitely enjoyed the incredible carnage in this game. I've had a lot more fun than I ever expected just playing the multiplayer, and it's too bad my high school friends were such weenies that they would only play games against me if they knew they could beat me, because we could have had a lot more fun with this game when I bought it, if they had just decided to play it. And though the controls are a bit floaty and sluggish and bogged down when the frame rate dips, one cool aspect comes with the special button. Like in Twisted Metal, you can put in button combinations to do special attacks. Motor Mayhem handles this by making players hold the L1 button and put in fighting game style combos with the face buttons. Each character has their own specific combinations, which makes owning the game's manual or finding an FAQ a necessity. The instructions in the manual are a little vague. Instead of saying hit circle, X circle, they say things like hit brake, power brake, and brake. Once you learn the combos, using each character's special attacks becomes an integral part of the game and gives the combat a surprising amount of depth. Another integral part comes with holding the power brake to do a fast turn. At first, turning feels sluggish, but mastering the quick turn is imperative and also becomes second nature in the midst of battle. The arenas are well designed, and while not the epic-sized arenas in games like Twisted Metal Black, still have their share of hidden areas and items to find. Some are simple and straightforward, but others are more complex. Overall, I like the arenas offered here. There is a little exploration to be had, but they are pretty simple overall. Some even having some cool destructible portions, and the locales range from spaceships to ancient ruins to even the airport. As I mentioned earlier, the controls feel loose and extra floaty, and I was going to write them off as sometimes being so delayed and terrible when the frame rate gets bad, they almost become completely unwieldy. However, there was a problem I discovered with my setup that was making the controls worse. If you are using an upscaler that adds a delay to the controls, like the RetroTink 2X Pro I'm using for this footage, the game's control issues will be magnified. The RetroTink also makes the screen a little choppy when the frame rate dips. I found that my little cheapy Hyperkin cable I bought was more responsive in the controls and handled the slowdown like a champ without making the screen choppy. Honestly, if you're wanting upscaling and a better playing experience, this little $30 to $40 cable is the better buy, even if it doesn't look as crisp and has a bit of a softening filter. And superior to both of them is that when I was writing this review, I decided to plug the game into my old Symphonic LCD TV, which is a first-gen progressive scan TV, and even with a simple S-video connection, it already looked better and played better than any upscaler could match. Sometimes just playing these games on period-appropriate TVs makes them look and play so much better than any of the best modern solutions. So while even on an old TV the controls do get a little unresponsive when slowdown hits, I was going to rate this game worse in this department because of the RetroTink. Don't get me wrong, the controls are still looser than Twisted Metal and still have their issues, especially with the physics, and the game never bogged down to unplayable with either upscale methods. However, if you are upscaling, just know that this game feels so much better on an old TV, and the lag is noticeable when switching between them. The controls do feel a bit loose in general with things like turning and moving, but the game's strange physics engine is far more a hindrance to the controls than any amount of slowdown. They feel way too floaty, and the general physics in the game are wonky. For example, using the bounce pads, like those found in games like Unreal Tournament, is incredibly unpredictable to where they will actually send you. Bouncing up to a higher platform, which is usually a lot more controlled in first-person shooters, can be made a lot harder than it need be. I have found that if you hit them on a turn, you have a better chance of going where you want to, but if you hit them too fast, you'll miss the ledge. This makes this gameplay mechanic feel unreliable to use at most times. If the devs would have worked to tone down the extra bounce, the physics could have been a plus and not a hindrance as they often are in this game. The general graphics look good for a 2001 PS2 game. 2001 would have been the second generation of PS2 graphics on the console, as developers were finally learning how to use the system properly to produce better looking games. Unfortunately, the developer Beyond Games didn't have time to better optimize Motor Mayhem before it shipped. If the frame rate problems were ironed out, this game would look great for the time and play even better. I don't know if this game was rushed to beat Twisted Metal Black to the market, but if that's what they were actually trying to do, they obviously failed. The art direction in the game is pretty generic, but I like its mixture of sci-fi arenas mixed with organic environments. It does actually remind me a little bit of Unreal Tournament's mixture of environments. The character designs are also generic, but their special attacks set them apart from each other. The music is, well, I'm not really sure. The sound of the game drowns out the music to the extent that I have no idea if the music is good or bad, because I've pretty much never heard it. I had to stop and boot the game up, and in the DVD extras menu, where there are a few videos on the making of the game, there is a sound test where you can listen to the music, and the tunes aren't bad. Simple electronic songs that remind me of something you could make using Magic's Music Maker. The sound effects are hard-hitting and sound good as well. Nothing exemplary, but nothing annoying either. Things like the minigun and explosion effects sound about as you would expect them to. The bottom line. Motor Mayhem may have that Twisted Metal at home feel to it, coming off as generic overall, but coming back to it after all these years has helped me come to appreciate it a lot more than I thought I would. Its technical issues and so-so single player keep this game from being an underrated or hidden gem in my book, but I still had a ton of fun playing the quick brawl mode for some simple bot deathmatches. If you can look past the bland presentation, you can have a lot of fun fragging bots in this game. If you're not a bot deathmatch kind of person, or are looking for something similar in quality to Twisted Metal, this game probably won't do anything for you. Coming to us from Bizarre Creations, the developer best known for Project Gotham Racing, Fur Fighters, and Geometry Wars, Disney's Treasure Planet is a surprisingly fun 3D platformer that is a blatant ripoff of Jak and Daxter. Following the events of the movie, which is just a retelling of Treasure Island with a sci-fi theme, you play as Jim Hawkins on his quest to find Captain Flint's treasure, which has been hidden away on Treasure Planet, the map to which Jim accidentally discovers. The game moves the story along via in-game cutscenes and even uses clips from the actual movie, which you will not see in this review. The general game is blatantly Jak and Daxter, from the collecting of beacons being like the collection of power cells to the controls, objectives, and even the life system in the game. This is pretty much a carbon copy. There is a bit of a different spin where using the morph pads will transform Jim's trusty sidekick Morph into useful tools in the game for a short period of time, putting a slight spin on the formula and making the use of these pads feel like a timed objective. More beacons are earned by finding 10 green orbs and collecting all the gold gold doubloons in each level. Where Treasure Planet deviates from Jak and Daxter's formula is the solar surfing levels. These levels will either make or break this game for you. Some of the levels are essentially time trials on a racetrack where you have to collect all the usual orbs and coins, but also race the track for various time trials. Other solar surfing levels have a more open exploration design to them, open levels with various challenge modes to them, like flying through rings. While you can generally skip past most of these levels, you will eventually have to play a couple of them to gain enough beacons to unlock more levels later on. Your patience for time trial racing and vehicle-based challenge modes will determine how much you enjoy the game overall. I find these modes to be okay at best, and they can be incredibly unfair and frustrating at times as well. I enjoy the platformer portions enough to balance out my dislike of the solar surfing scenes, though. The overall difficulty of the game is also a bit unbalanced thanks to not only the solar surfing scenes, but some tough boss fights as well. I'm talking bosses that would make Kratos tip his hat, or head, or whatever it is that Kratos would tip, probably a ship full of people or something. And some of the platforming scenes in the regular levels are also incredibly difficult to get through. This game may be rated E, but it certainly isn't made for kids. The controls, camera, and other elements like the hit detection of the game are less polished than Jak's. Treasure Planet is a little rougher around the edges, and the camera can even get stuck on things, and some other various glitches rear their head from time to time. Nothing game breaking, but this is definitely a less polished experience overall. That being said, the movement, camera, jumping, and attack controls are solid overall. The graphics are pretty good, not as bright and colorful as other platformers on the system, but they look good for a 2002 PS2 release. The art direction follows the movie and is also good as well. The music is excellent. I'm not sure if the score was taken from the movie itself, as I've never actually seen this movie. The voice acting is also exceptional, using the actual voice actors from the movie. The overall sound package is top tier. The bottom line, while not a top-tier platformer on the PS2, and there are even some lesser-known lower-tier platformers like Haven, Vex, iNinja, etc. I would suggest over this game, I still enjoy Disney's Treasure Planet every time I put it into my system. This is a licensed game that, despite its flaws and lack of polish, admirably copies the Jak and Daxter formula, and is, quite frankly, better than it should be thanks to a talented developer taking the reins. If you're a fan of the original Jak and Daxter and are looking for something similar, Treasure Planet might be what you are looking for. You can find this game dirt cheap online, and for the asking price, this is a good buy. I enjoyed this game more than I ever thought I could. ChuChu Rocket! Rocket! Oh, sorry. ChuChu Rocket copy and paste the same format of Devil Dice on the PS1, a single-player mode filled with brain-teasing puzzles for the player to complete, and a frantic, addictive multiplayer mode against human or computer opponents. ChuChu Rocket is a simple puzzle game with incredibly addictive gameplay that is still one of my all-time favorite Dreamcast games. The single-player mode sees the player trying to guide your ChuChus, or space mice, to rockets to escape their spaceport, which has been overrun by evil Capu Capus, or space cats, by laying down arrow tiles on the play screen to guide the ChuChus to the rocket while avoiding those evil, terrible, no good very bad space cats. The single player will definitely stretch your mental muscle, taunting you until you finally figure out the solution to each puzzle. The only downside is that, like Devil Dice, the solutions to the puzzles are incredibly linear, meaning that once you figure them out, you pretty much memorize them from then on out. There is pretty much just one way to solve every puzzle, but the fun is in figuring out the solution that first time. This is a game that is most fun and challenging your first time through, but you'll easily breeze through on any consecutive runs afterwards. If you complete or just get stumped in the single-player mode, there's also a puzzle edit mode where you can create your own puzzles, and when this game was online, you could even share them with other SegaNet users. If puzzle creation doesn't appeal to you, there's always the best part of the game, the frantic multiplayer mode, where you take on human or AI opponents in a cutthroat competition to collect the most mice before the time runs out. Like Devil Dice, this is the most frantic and fun mode of play in the game. I was never able to experience this game on SegaNet back in the day, so I can't comment on how it played online. But offline multiplayer leads to some exhilarating, high-strung action where you not only try to guide the Chus to your rocket, but block your opponents from doing the same. And as your skill level increases, even find ways to send a cat to their rockets to do damage. This mode is incredibly fun with friends, no hard feelings, all's fair in Chu and War, guys, and still fun against AI opponents. The single player is well thought out and fun, but it's the multiplayer mode that will keep you coming back for more. The bottom line, the Dreamcast was a platform where quirky niche titles were finally given the opportunity to shine brightly, and ChuChu Rocket is as quirky and niche as they come. Its single player mode is well thought out, but its frenetic multiplayer matches are where the game truly shines. If you are collecting for the Dreamcast, ChuChu Rocket should be in your collection. And in double checking on Steam to see if by some miracle Sega actually ported it there, I discovered another game called Blobcat, which seems to be a spiritual successor to ChuChu Rocket. Blobcat is available on Steam and on the Switch, and you know, from the looks of it, I'm probably gonna pick it up someday just to see how it plays. And as a quick update, since I did the voiceover for this video a week ago, I have actually picked up Blobcat on Steam since then, and sure enough, it very much is ChuChu Rocket. The only difference I found was I couldn't find a way to turn on bots for offline multiplayer. I don't know if there is a way, maybe there isn't. That's, I could just be missing the blatant option. I don't claim to be particularly smart, after all. But honestly, if you're looking for a unique puzzle game, even if you're not a ChuChu Rocket fan or have never played ChuChu Rocket, look into Blobcat. It's on the Switch, it's on Steam, and it's unique, and it's fun. So, Blobcat, I recommend. Pick it up, look into it, you know, $10 on Steam, not too much, and it's a fun little puzzle game as well. If you were a console player in 2004, then Call of Duty Funnest Hour was probably your introduction to the Call of Duty series. I've always said that Call of Duty took the Omaha Beach scene from Medal of Honor Frontline and made an entire gameplay style out of it, where the single player is mostly focused on big set pieces with some smaller missions in between to fill the void. I would say it was an attempt to give the player an idea of the size and scope of World War II. The story likewise doesn't focus on a single Allied soldier, but unfolds through the eyes of multiple soldiers through various campaigns, starting in Stalingrad and ending as an American squad trying to take a bridge too far, with a number of turret and tank scenes thrown in between. The game is very scripted, everything feels pre-planned out in meticulous detail, but the enemy AI definitely changes their tactics a lot, making each playthrough feel a little different. The AI isn't perfect, but they do a good job at harassing the player. The game overall doesn't feel as forced in its scripting as later Call of Duty games would. There is more openness to its feel. The game, while heavily scripted, creates a very intense feeling within its gameplay. The graphics are nicely detailed for a 2004 PS2 game, but the frame rate suffers from constant dips. It's nothing game-breaking though. The overall physics feel floaty, even in the aiming controls, which will take some getting used to. The music is epic, symphonic, and fitting for a World War II game, but some of the gun sounds sound like little pea shooters. The game's difficulty can also be quite steep at times, thanks to the infrequent checkpoints, meaning dying can lead to replaying large portions of the levels. When the game was online on the official GameSpy hosted servers, I'm not sure if the fans have brought this game back up yet. I'm pretty sure they will soon if they haven't already, but I'm talking about the old days when the GameSpy servers were still up. The game did make for some fun deathmatch action for teams or by yourself. That was until the usual Codebreaker 9 users came in to ruin it for everyone else. Like Mr. Pickle. The bottom line. While it's a completely different game from the original Call of Duty on the PC, Finest Hour is still my favorite Call of Duty single player. Its set pieces are by far more memorable than any Call of Duty I've played since, and the scope of this story really does give you an awe-inspiring and quite humbling idea of just how massive a conflict World War II really was. Intense firefights in well-scripted levels, a story that lets you experience the horrors of war through the eyes of soldiers from all three major members of the Allies, and sometimes steep difficulty, leading to a game that is memorable and incredibly satisfying when you finally beat it. Back when I first started on YouTube in 2007, the site was night and day different from anything resembling the current site. Videos had a strict 10-minute time limit and had to be under 100 megabytes. The design and layout were completely different. I mean, your homepage would actually show you what the channels you actually subscribed to had uploaded, instead of suggesting content from whatever giant media company most recently signed a contract with YouTube to push their content instead. If you never want to see a channel's content ever again, just subscribe to them. However, perhaps the part that would seem the most insane to the modern viewer is the simple fact that there was no DMCA on the platform, meaning content creators could upload videos using whatever music they wanted. No content ID or copyright strikes involved. Even my original 100 PS1 games montage, which I ended up taking down, was set to Control by Juno Reactor, because I didn't have my own music to use for it. DMCA came in and hit a lot of YouTube channels hard. My own montages were taken, monetized for someone else, and not even an audio swap with worse music would let me take the ads off of them. Audio swapping still doesn't, by the way, even with the new creator music feature. They say, oh, you can change the music, but the claim's still on it. I guess, the record companies own video game footage, apparently. So like a lot of channels, I realized that I needed my own music to use in my videos, and seeing as I already own Magic's Music Maker on the PS2, I decided to start creating my own poorly made, homemade music on my channel. All the music on my montages, and even the intro song you heard on this video, were all made with Music Maker. Some people may remember MTV Music Generator on the PS1 and its subsequent sequels on the PS2 and Xbox. Music Maker takes Magic's Music Maker program, which was already available on the PC, and like Music Generator, makes music creating as simple as aligning music samples, loops, and riffs together in a pattern to create songs. There are 3,000 clips to use in creating your own music in Music Maker. The game, I guess you would call it application, simplifies music creation for people like me who have absolutely no musical talent whatsoever, allowing even novices like me to create full songs with ease. However, beyond its ease of use, the app also features a lot deeper tools at your disposal, like the ability to cut down or fade the music loops in, as well as even a piano keyboard and beatbox that will let more advanced music creators create their own loops. You can even use a mixer to mix your songs. Some of the deeper features are far beyond my abilities. However, Music Maker appeals to the novice and the advanced music student alike. Easy to use, but with a ton of depth, makes creating songs and being creative incredibly addictive. This is one of those applications where they give you all the needed tools and then let you get creative. The hardest thing to learn in the game outside of music making is controlling the game with the DualShock 2 instead of a keyboard and mouse. However, there is a good tutorial the first time you boot the game up to teach you the controls, and after a bit of practice, the controls become second nature. The bottom line. Music Maker makes creating your own music fun and encourages your creative side to come out. Even if you have no musical talent like myself, creating full-length songs is made so intuitive and fun with Music Maker. I have sunken hours into this application over the years, so if you're looking to create your own tunes or are looking for your own copyright-free music, Music Maker is worth the cheap asking price it goes for nowadays. It's a simple-to-use yet incredibly fun music creation program. The combinations are endless, limited only by your own creativity and imagination. And on a final note, there was a sequel released to this game, or application, called Music Maker Deluxe, which has 12,000 clips and even support for the SingStar mic to add your own vocals. I do have that version as well, but I couldn't find it for this review. It's packed away somewhere. Both versions are worth picking up, and both are dirt cheap online nowadays. And a quick tutorial on how I got these songs on my computer. Well, I recorded them with my capture card. At the time it was a Dazzle, but you can record them with your capture card, and then you go and you use Audacity to record the songs and the sound in the songs, and then you can use the music in any video you want. That's the way I did it. There's probably other ways to do it, but that's the simplest way for me. Use your capture card, record the song, and then record the song with Audacity, and then you have a sound file you can use in whatever video you want. Katamari Damacy is an evergreen game experience that brings a sort of blissful childhood glee to all those who play it. Coming from the imagination of Keita Takahashi, Katamari can best be described as a game that hits on that sense of childhood imagination, where as a kid you may have said, "Hey, what if I could roll up the entire world into a ball?" Not only is this game imaginative, its simple concept makes for some incredibly addictive fun to boot. Every now and again, a game so zany comes out of nowhere and carves its own niche, becoming both memorable and profitable enough in the mainstream to warrant sequels. Katamari Damacy is a decidedly Japanese-style game that normally would never see the light of day in North America. Luckily for us, Namco decided to localize it anyways. It seems, however, that Europe did miss out on the original, but did get the follow-up, We Love Katamari. I also missed picking up the first two on the PS2 back in the day myself, but did win a free copy of Beautiful Katamari on the Xbox 360 from a GamePro.com offshoot website. So while I wasn't completely Katamari-less in my day, seeing Katamari Damacy REROLL available on Steam for a $15 sale price finally netted me a copy of the original. And since I've had most of this footage on my external hard drive since May of last year when I was planning on doing this review, I've also since picked up the PS2 version of the original and We Love Katamari, which were more reasonably priced than I expected them to be.
When the king of the cosmos accidentally destroys all the stars in the sky, he orders his pint-sized princely son to help him restore the cosmos by rolling anything and everything into clumps he will then use to turn back into the stars and constellations in the sky. The concept of Katamari Damacy is simple. You roll things up with your Katamari to increase the size until you can roll up larger objects, to increase the size to roll up larger objects. Rinse and repeat until you reach the required size of the level within the time allowed. The growth gameplay design makes it incredibly addictive, with the time limits giving it a sense of urgency. On top of the growth gameplay, the zany, eclectic list of items and areas you are rolling up are the star of the show. A strange collection of childhood toys, cards, to even a Sega SG-1000 Mark II eventually lead to rolling up dogs, cats, and humans themselves, whose comical screams and reactions to being rolled up always put a big smile on my face. Now that's a very basic, maybe even poor description of the items you collect in the game. There are so many wacky yet humorous sights to see in this game, like why is a guy riding a panda? And why are sumo wrestlers twirling each other around? In fact, the best part of the game is that nothing makes sense, yet it still makes sense in the strange childhood imagination world presented in Katamari Damacy. Eventually your Katamari grows big enough to roll up houses, skyscrapers, and even large chunks of land in the later levels. The game has a deep sense of humor with a lighthearted atmosphere and some addictive gameplay. The comical game concept mixed with the comical objects to roll means the game definitely doesn't take itself too seriously, despite its seriously fun gameplay. This game is a timeless classic that is fun in all generations. When I first booted up REROLL after buying it off of Steam on my PC, it was strangely in a windowed mode, and while there is a way to play it with a keyboard and mouse, I decided to pick up an Xbox One controller that I found on clearance at my local Walmart, because the way the game controls using both analog sticks to move, turn, and even dash doesn't translate well on the PC without a controller. REROLL is also available on the Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and Series X, but having not bought a new console since the Wii I bought over a decade ago, Steam was the only option I personally had to play it. For the Steam version, you'll definitely want to get a controller. REROLL makes some changes to the original. For example, extra time has been added to some of the constellation levels, making REROLL a little easier than the PS2 original. However, the visuals are the most obvious upgrade, adding a widescreen perspective to see more and higher resolutions. This is, however, a remaster and luckily not a remake,
so not a whole lot has been changed graphically outside of higher resolutions and some of the character art. This is a good thing because REROLL retains mostly the same unique art style of the original, along with the cheerfully bright color palette. Not just the interesting art direction, but also the brightness and colors make this game a game you can tell is meant to be a happy experience. This is a game that has an uplifting air about it. The entire visual design, from the flamboyant King of the Cosmos, the story cutscenes featuring a family that bear witness to the goings-on, to the art direction and the uplifting bright look of the game, are a throwback to the days when games didn't take themselves so freaking seriously. The tracks that play in certain levels in the game have also been shuffled a little in REROLL, and there are some other minute changes, but playing almost entirely through the PS2 version while writing this review, and then also playing REROLL alongside it, it turns out that I was too busy just playing the game to notice any changes. My only disclaimer with this game comes with listening to Katamari on the Rocks, the game's main theme. Once you hear it, it attaches itself to your soul and it will never leave you. At random, you will find yourself lawing it out for the rest of your life. It will not leave. Remember that you have been warned. Okay, I can't lie, I love the title theme in particular, and the rest of the songs, while not my usual taste in music, are also fitting for the game. The sounds are well done, and some of these sound bites, like the screams of the people when you roll them up, are hilarious. REROLL also changes the story scenes back to Japanese voiceovers with English subtitles, whereas the PS2 was English dubbed. The game controls great once you learn the controls idiosyncrasies, so long as you have a controller to use with the PC version. There were supposedly some control changes according to the game's official wiki page, but jumping from the PS2 version to REROLL, I can tell you that I haven't really noticed much difference. Again, I was too absorbed in the gameplay to notice. If I have any complaints with Katamari, it's that the game is rather short. I completely beat it in about 5 hours on my first run through. That being said, I obviously have found replay value in coming back to the game every so often, but your mileage may vary. The only other complaint I have has to do with the constellation levels, where instead of rolling up as much stuff as you can, you have to roll up a bunch of one type of thing to create a constellation, or something similar to that. I did these missions just to complete the game, but never found them to be as enjoyable as the main levels. I understand they were added for variety's sake, but honestly, this is one of those games where the main concept is so fun that any side missions distract more from the experience rather than improve it. Beautiful Katamari on the Xbox 360 would later add these kinds of objectives to the main levels. Though I still enjoy that game, the straight simplicity of the original just makes for a more fun experience without further unneeded convolution to the formula. Adding further pointless objectives on top of the formula, focusing on DLC and online play, are also probably why Beautiful Katamari is one of the least favorite games in the series amongst fans. That, and Keita Takahashi's not being involved in the development. I still think it's a fun game, but yes, not the best in the series now that I have played the first two. Still worth a look, and it is backwards compatible to the Xbox One and Series X. Okay, I'll stop, I'm sorry. The bottom line. Katamari Damacy will always be fun and always be engaging. This is a game that still stands out as one of the most imaginative, unique experiences in gaming history, and it's an uplifting ode to how bright the world can be in the imagination of a child. If you're having a bad day, play Katamari. If you're feeling down, play Katamari. If you're having a great day, play Katamari. If you've never played Katamari, just play this game. REROLL is available on every platform under the sun, or you can find it on the PS2 for the original. This is one of those forever fun games that every gamer should experience at least once. So I paid around $5 to $7 for this game, and I feel that's about the right price for what Wanted Weapons of Fate offers. The game is very short, but found for the right price, you can still have some fun with it. Wanted plays like the vast majority of duck and cover third-person shooters of the 7th gen, but puts a few twists on the formula. Throughout the course of the game, Wesley and Cross, Wesley's father, who you play as for a few levels in the game to fill in the backstory, do gain a few new abilities to use against the mostly brainless enemies in the game. You only gain 3 new abilities in the game, and its overall focus comes off as style over substance, as the core gameplay is engaging enough, but never rises above being a basic offering in the Me Too Gears of War genre of games that popped up in the 7th generation. Wanted is by no means horrible, as the formula it's based on is sound, and the ability to curve bullets and slow down time while transitioning to a new cover spot do make things a little different. The duck and cover mechanics are passable for the time, but the game lacks basic maneuvers like the ability to roll or sprint. There are only 2 guns to use throughout the game, and not a lot of variety in the gameplay or enemy types. The boss battles in the game boil down to killing a few peons to fill up your adrenaline meter, those bullet symbols on the top of the screen that fill up as you kill enemies, and then unleashing a special attack like curving a bullet at them, or slowing down time to bombard them with bullets, which uses adrenaline to perform. Like clockwork, in every boss battle, if you run out of adrenaline, a few peons show up for easy kills to refill your adrenaline meter. Rinse and repeat. In fact, even though the game tries to mix it up by throwing sniping missions your way, and some incredibly annoying slowed down scenes where you shoot bullets out of the air and the attacking enemies where failure ends in cheap deaths, and even throws in some turret scenes, the entire game feels like a rinse and repeat cycle. Wesley makes his way through mostly narrow, mostly linear environments, killing a bunch of enemies, just to go on to the next area and do the exact same thing. I realize that's every shooter ever, but the lack of a new arsenal makes it feel even more tedious after a while. It's almost like playing Gears of War with only the handgun. You could probably do it, but eventually you'll want something with more range and power. Getting the dual submachine guns doesn't help the situation much, as they are less accurate and have even less range than the handgun. There's nothing quite like trying to take out a sniper with a short-ranged, inaccurate gun. There are even times in the game where I wondered if my bullets were even working against some enemies. By about the 6th level of this 9-level game, I needed to take a bit of a break, because tedium added up. There's maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours of gameplay in this game your first time through, give or take. The earlier levels were definitely better in feel than the final levels in the game, as far as feeling like they were given more attention and care. When I started my second run through the game, I enjoyed the early levels a lot more this time. Once you beat the game, the only thing it offers is just to play through it again, maybe on a different difficulty this time. There are no extra modes. There are a few characters to unlock and some hidden notes to find throughout the game, collectibles for trophies and gamer score, 7th gen things. But there was no multiplayer or any extra modes of any kind in the game. This is pretty much a one and done, purely rental experience for the time. In many ways it reminds me of Quantum of Solace on the PS2 with its no-frills approach, even though I liked Quantum more. Despite the tedium in the gameplay, short length, and some weird technical issues that pop up, like my ability to aim from cover occasionally noping out on me for a while after I pulled off the bullet curve maneuver, I still managed to find some enjoyment out of the game. As I said, the formula it is based on is solid. The duck and cover gameplay and mechanics are solid if you aren't still worn out of these games from the 7th gen, and these special maneuvers are fun and sometimes give you a cool bullet time effect where you watch your curved bullet hit its target. The move to next cover mechanic also feels spot on and good to use. Wanted is by no means a bad game, but it's by no means a great game either. There are games that do the stylistic shooter thing a lot better, and games that do the duck and cover gameplay a lot better as well. Wanted is middle of the road material that you can find some cheap enjoyment out of if you get it for the right price. Graphically, the game looks decent when compared to its contemporaries. Wesley and Cross's models have a good amount of detail, and the levels feature some interesting locales and some good environment destruction. The game surprisingly runs on the Diesel engine and not Unreal 3 like every every other game of that generation. The only big graphical issues I found were the occasional freeze-up, which could be an issue with either the disc or my PS3. I don't know if the 360 version does the same. It might just be a PS3 issue or a my PS3 issue. The controls are solid, the special maneuvers are easy to pull off, though sometimes the curving bullet mechanic can feel a bit wonky. The rest of the controls you already know, just a copy and paste from Gears of War and so many other shooters like it. The music, which you aren't hearing in the background of this review to avoid acclaim, is also well composed and suits the action well. It amps up during the action scenes and quiets down after those scenes. The gun sounds are standard fare. The dual submachine guns have a good sound to them, but the rest of the gun sound effects are about what you'd expect. The voice acting is well done, and the voice actor who impersonates Wesley's voice from the movie does a good job. The bottom line, for the original $60 asking price, this game would have been a bit disappointing. However, found for a cheap price today, Wanted Weapons of Fate is a flawed but fun experience if the price is right. There are so many other 7th gen games that pull off this style of gameplay a lot better, but like the 2008 movie, you can get some dumb fun out of it. Nothing here is broken or outright terrible, but the game wears thin quickly. With no extra modes of play and a few unlockables, this is a game you play once and maybe come back to play a level here or there on occasion at best afterwards. $5 to $7 and you'll get your money's worth.
Assault me! You, who have done far worse than I. I stood for my fellow angels, for reason and justice, and then he made you in his image. You, the flawed creation, and I was to bow down to you!
I first played Dante's Inferno by downloading the demo off of Xbox Live, and I quickly dismissed it as a simple God of War clone and never thought about it again. That is until I picked up the PS3 version at GameStop almost a decade later. When I finally got around to playing it, intending to put up a simple gameplay sample of the game on YouTube, I realized 2 hours of time had already passed and I was completely drawn into the game. While Dante's Inferno is very much a God of War clone even down to the control setup and the many quick-time events, Visceral Games put enough spin on the formula to make Dante its own unique experience that is just as engrossing to play as God of War. The game loosely follows the 14th century epic poem of the same name and stars Dante, a crusader, who after an assassination attempt finds himself in a fight with the Grim Reaper, prevailing against which equips him with the scythe weapon he will use throughout the game. After prevailing against the Grim Reaper, Dante makes the long trip home only to find out that his beloved wife Beatrice has been murdered and taken by the devil thanks to a wager she made with the Prince of the Air. This sees Dante following her to the gates of hell and beyond, heading deeper and deeper into the bowels of hell. Abandon all hope, ye who enter these gates. For in life you were warned, but now mercy, compassion, love, and forgiveness are forever cut off, and there is nothing but eternal suffering here. The story premise pretty much reworks the original literary classic and weaves it into a new narrative, taking themes and level ideas from the epic poem, but using them to tell something new. Story elements are told through cutscenes and animated cartoon cells that remind me sort of that old HBO Spawn cartoon. Imagine the underworld levels in God of War, but stretched into an entire game, filled with dire spectacles of suffering in a place of no hope and no escape. The atmosphere and visual designs are unnerving and yet create the desired effect that gives visual representation to the kinds of images the classic poem alluded to, but could only exist in the imaginations of those who read it, or those who ponder what suffering for an eternity in hell would look like. As stated, this game draws most of its inspiration from God of War, even down to the attack commands on the controller. Even the mechanics like holding triangle to knock enemies into the air to follow them for air combo opportunities, and using the right stick to dodge away from enemies are identical. Different from God of War, Dante does have a long-range cross attack, which is useful against flying and distant enemies. When leveled up, the cross attack becomes one of the most useful and devastating attacks in the game. There's also a redemption mode, where Dante powers up to do a flurry of attacks at a faster speed and for more damage, similar to the Devil Trigger mode in Devil May Cry, you know, the other Dante. As players progress, killing enemies gains them souls they can spend in an in-game menu to gain new moves, more life, new abilities, and more. Special relics can also be found and equipped to boost various stats and abilities in the game as well. Players can fill either the holy or unholy sides and gain holy or unholy levels in the game by finding tortured souls they can either choose to punish or absolve from their sins. The choice is up to the player. On my first playthrough, I wasn't able to purchase all the skills on the skill tree, but beating the game opens up the option to play it again, starting out from the beginning of the game with all the skills you unlocked in your previous playthrough. Most of the footage here is from my second playthrough of the game, as I was so drawn into it I didn't even think to record my first run through. The ability to start the game with your previous skills unlocked and work towards fully unlocking all the skills gives a reason to play through this game multiple times. A very wise design choice on the part of the developer, making it feel almost pseudo-RPG-esque. It's impossible to talk about this game without bringing up God of War a lot because the game is a blatant God of War clone. Its set pieces are smaller in scale than God of War, but still impressive in their size and scope. Overall, the entire feel of the game is blatantly God of War. This, however, isn't a bad thing, because the formula it copies is still as enthralling as ever. If you are a God of War fan, Dante's Inferno will be right up your alley. However, if you were never a fan of God of War, Dante's Inferno won't be for you either. The part that Visceral Games nailed in the formula was the feel of combat. If you loved God of War's combat, Dante's Inferno is just as equally fun in that regard. Add in the long-range attacks and the redemption mode, and there is a mixture of God of War and Devil May Cry. The game has its own feel, with some new elements added like purchasing new combos, using the variety of relics you find, and acquiring, using, and upgrading the magic spells you gain throughout the game. The combat in the game is the star of the show, and some of the most enthralling of its kind for games of this type. As you play, you get the feeling that Dante is every bit as much of a badass as Kratos and, well, you know, the other Dante guy. The combat feel is outstanding in this game, and thanks to purchasing more combos and ability, gains more depth as you play. The other elements of the game, like the set pieces, atmosphere, exploration/puzzle elements, enemy variety, boss fights, and storytelling are also top-notch efforts. The imagery in the game is terrifying in its depiction of hell, with some truly unsettling visual designs to the levels and enemies in the game. The disturbing backdrop of hell being the setting is done justice with the art direction, and the sound design adds to the unpleasantness of the surroundings as Dante scales walls full of imprisoned souls, forever crying out for forgiveness and mercy, cries which will never be heard or answered in hell. The atmosphere is impeccable. This is truly a hopeless place. You don't want to go there. The disturbing imagery goes beyond the level designs to the character designs themselves. The game has quite a bit of nudity in it. This game definitely out-boobs God of War, but the Cleopatra boss fight, which I will not be showing footage of, takes it to a disturbing level, and not because of the nudity aspect. For those who haven't played this game, I'm sure you can find footage of this boss fight to see what I'm talking about. The rest of you know what I am alluding to. Some things cannot be unseen once seen. Combine the gore, the unsettling art designs, and nudity, and you have a game that very much earned its mature rating. Strangely enough, when I finally played the original God of War, some of my favorite parts of the game were the adventure and exploration elements. These added a lot more depth to the game than I first assumed would be there. and the puzzle and exploration scenes in Dante's Inferno are also well done and well designed. Add in a varied assortment of regular enemies, some of which take their own strategies to kill, on top of visceral combat to the exploration and adventure elements, and you have a formula for an engrossing adventure that will pull you in from start to finish. The combat is fast, frantic, and fun, and the rest of the game around it is just as well designed. The boss fights range from slugfests you can sometimes cheese your way out of to very formulaic in nature. Some bosses follow strict patterns with small openings to do damage, while others are slugfests where you have to look for visual clues to dodge or block certain attacks before they unleash them on you. I do like that these fights are both and not either or. Some bosses have a mixture of both strict patterns and slugfest. The boss fights are well thought out and well designed, and as with other games of this ilk, can be incredibly frustrating until you learn those patterns. If you die repeatedly, the game will let you lower the difficulty mid-game in case you are struggling. On my first playthrough, I played on the second from easiest difficulty, and I didn't finally concede to lowering the difficulty to the easiest level until the final boss fight. My second run through with a more powered up Dante was a lot easier, so I actually do suggest playing your first run on the easiest difficulty to level Dante up before trying one of the higher difficulty levels in the game. It's probably not impossible to play your first run on the hardest difficulty, but you won't see me attempting it. Dante's Inferno does something that I have accepted as a thing in God of War and games like it. Something I think is fine for games like Shenmue, and that work in classic games like Dragon's Lair and Parappa the Rappa, and that's the addition of quick time events. I have always hated quick time events being infused into games. Again, I've accepted them in God of War and even Dante's Inferno because the rest of the experience is so good. I've never thought they added to the games, they're just kind of there. I've never seen them as something that improves the experience. I mostly see them as a negative. However, in games where the rest of the experience makes up for it, I can tolerate them. That being said, especially in modern games that throw them into cutscenes and in parts of the gameplay they don't belong, I absolutely detest QuickTime events. I find them to be stagnant, lazy design that needs to hit the dustbin of gaming history and never be brought out again. I've stopped playing whole games because of the QuickTime events in them. Some of the games, they are tolerable. However, the vast majority of modern games that are still using this stagnant design idea to create cheap debts or make sure we're paying attention to their yawn-inducing, overdone, poorly written narrative cutscenes that the developers have wasted extra millions of dollars infusing into their games, they aren't a needed gimmick. How about save your money on the story elements and design some better games? Too much to ask in the modern age of gaming, I know. This is why modern gaming, I think, is mostly trash, with a few good games thrown in there. For me, the QuickTime events in Dante's Inferno are just kind of there. Not great, but not a huge complaint. My only other two complaints for this game, one, are the carpal tunnel inducing mechanics to do things like open doors. After hours of play, my forearm was aching from this game. However, I later realized that you don't always have to mash the buttons like this game is Mega Man. There was also a later scene in the game that just didn't jive well. A scene that was sort of a gauntlet where you had to kill a certain amount of enemies using specific attacks. To the game's credit, there is a save point after every one of these trials, but on my first playthrough I struggled a lot to pass this scene. I killed it on my second playthrough. This is the only scene I really didn't jive with in the game. The rest of the game flowed just fine. Graphically, the game looks good. It's not on the same level as God of War 3, but the visual design shines and the game looks good overall. The music is also fantastic and fits the action well with its epic nature. And even in the parts where there is no music, the ambient sounds fit the unsettling mood of the game perfectly. The sound effects in combat are beefy and hard-hitting, and the voice acting is exemplary. This game looks good, plays great, and sounds great. Visceral Games delivered here on all fronts. Dante's Inferno was smartly released a month before God of War 3 hit on the PS3, and for PS3 owners this game would have been another great way to satiate their appetite until the big one hit. However, for Xbox 360 owners who chose that system as their upgrade path from the PS2 who were God of War fans, this game would have been a godsend, filling that God of War void for them. While the 360 has some similar games in its library, I would say the PS3 library is by far more competitive now, having every God of War game up to that point remastered and re-released on the system, God of War 3 and Ascension, and even games like Heavenly Sword, competing for your attention if you are collecting for the system today, not to mention similar-ish games like Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden, and Bayonetta. However, even amongst that god-tier level of competition, Dante's Inferno is still worth playing in my humble opinion. The bottom line here is that if you are a God of War fan, you owe it to yourself to play and enjoy Dante's Inferno. The entire experience, from the visual design, engaging combat, storytelling, and adventure elements, combine to form an excellent God of War clone. It may not surpass God of War overall, but Visceral Games put enough polish on the game to make it as close to being on par with God of War as it could be. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with this game and played through it multiple times, and I trust this game will also draw those willing to give it a shot in the same way. An engrossing, unsettling, and enjoyable game. A divine game. One of the early killer apps for the PS2, Twisted Metal Black, took the popular Twisted Metal franchise into a new, darker direction. From the storylines to the arenas and the whole art direction, this game is without a doubt the most twisted game in the series. Not that Calypso wasn't already a pretty messed up guy in the previous games, but this time he raids a local insane asylum for contestants for his latest Twisted Metal tournament. Twisted Metal Black also marked the return to the franchise of members of the team responsible for the first two Twisted Metal games on the PlayStation 1. Single Track developed the first two Twisted Metal games, but was later bought out by GT Interactive and lost the rights to the Twisted Metal franchise. Sony would then give development privileges to 989 Studios, who developed Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4, while Single Track would go on to develop a few lesser-known games like Critical Depth and Rogue Trip Vacation 2012. In 1999, members of Single Track left to form Incognito Inc., which was a part of SCEA's Santa Monica Studios, who would later go on to make God of War. Incog took back the development of Twisted Metal and gave us arguably the best game in this series. I say arguably because my personal favorite is Twisted Metal 2. And more importantly, reinvented the series, which had grown a bit stagnant after the third and fourth releases. Twisted Metal Black has all the classic Twisted Metal gameplay with a great dark atmosphere, and it even added some new things to the formula as well, like new weapons and much larger maps with more hidden areas to find. This is easily my favorite car combat game on the PS2, not that there is a ton of competition in the genre for the PS2, as car combat games pretty much died in that generation of gaming. Even though my personal slant is towards Twisted Metal 2, I can honestly say that Twisted Metal Black is the crowning achievement in the vehicular combat genre. And later, when Sony released the network adapter for the PS2, it would come with a voucher to get a free copy of Twisted Metal Black Online. Twisted Metal Black Online was a multiplayer-only version of Twisted Metal Black, but was a great freebie for early network adapter adopters. The official servers for the game have long since been taken down, but it still supports local area network play from PS2 to PS2, which requires a network adapter or a slim PS2. You can play it with your friends from multiple consoles, or more importantly, use a tunneling service to play it online to this day. Twisted Metal Black Online isn't required if you want to experience Twisted Metal, but you can still get some enjoyment out of it if you have the right setup. With its dark atmosphere, well-designed arenas, tight addictive gameplay, and reinvention of the series, Twisted Metal Black has earned the honor of being Station Geek's Game of the Month for August 2018. It is truly one of the last great vehicular combat games and the pinnacle of the once popular but almost forgotten genre. When Sony released the PS3 version of Twisted Metal, it came with a voucher for a free download of Twisted Metal Black, but the game is also available to buy digitally on the PlayStation Store. If you missed the hubbub over the vehicular combat in the 90s and early 2000s, or are nostalgic for this game, I wholeheartedly recommend you check it out on your PS3 or PS4 systems.
There was a time in the era of great chaos when the Earth and the Moon were at war with each other. A daredevil from Rome piloted a bizarre aircraft. It was feared, and because of its shape, called Iron.
So what happens when that Final Fantasy company decides to diversify their portfolio of games and try their hand at the shoot-'em-up genre? Literally the last genre you would expect to see from Squaresoft. The answer is the PlayStation's most popular and mainstream recognized shooter in Einhander. Their tenure on the PlayStation 1 really saw Squaresoft experimenting and expanding into new intellectual properties in new genres in both the games they developed and published. Outside of putting up arguably their strongest lineup of traditional RPGs ever, they also expanded into publishing games like Tobal No. 1, Bushido Blade 1 and 2, and Guys. I will never actually know how to pronounce this game's name. Games like Einhander and Chocobo Racing also showed that Square had started to dip their toes into other genres as well. While NES fans will remember games like Rad Racer and 3D World Runner as non-RPG Squaresoft games, Square had pretty much been that RPG company since their release of Final Fantasy. And Einhander is a testament to a time when Square started to branch out more and experiment with new genres. Einhander, aside from being the first polygonal shooter I played personally, is easily the most popular shooter of its type on the PlayStation 1, making its way onto multiple demo discs in its time and getting full-page spreads in magazines like GamePro magazine. It seems as if this was an attempt on Squaresoft's part to break the underrepresented, in the mainstream flow of gaming that is, shoot-'em-up genre into mainstream popularity. An extremely niche genre that had, and in many ways always has been, relegated to the hardcore niche gamers and genre zealots alike. Many of those same genre zealots will be the first to tell you they consider Einhander to be one of the most overrated shooters of all time. As the most mainstream popular shoot-'em-up on the PlayStation, their stance is understandable, as some people consider this to be the greatest shoot-'em-up of all time. Seeing as this is a niche genre with so many incredible underrated offerings over the decades, it is understandable as to why some genre fans don't like this game very much. As, even in the PS1's incredibly underrated library of shooters, I wouldn't pick Einhander as my favorite either. That being said, this game still has a lot going for it and is still a great attempt by Squaresoft to break shoot-'em-ups into the mainstream market. Chances are if you played no other games in this genre when you owned a PlayStation, you probably at least played the demo of this one. If Einhander is still your favorite shoot-'em-up of all time, you still chose well. You should never let genre snobs, something that the shoot-'em-up genre has an overwhelmingly high percentage of from my experience, make you feel bad for liking any game you like. And this game still has a lot going for it. Einhander still retains that trademark tough as nails but very intense shoot-'em-up genre gameplay. At its core, the gameplay seems pretty basic when compared to other shooters. No big screen clearing bombs, no multiple options to follow alongside your ship, or even an in-game upgrade purchase menu like in Gradius. Einhander is you, your ship, and whatever gun pods you collect off your foes along the way. In Einhander, the core gameplay revolves around collecting and using various gun pods you collect off of fallen enemies, mixed with using whichever ship type you choose to play through the game with. Throughout the game, various enemies drop different guns for the player to equip and use. These gun pods have a finite amount of ammo, so it's up to the player's discretion on how and when to use them. On top of the gun pods, each ship type comes equipped with your standard infinite ammo machine gun, and various gun pod abilities depending on which ship you choose. For example, out of the 3 default ships, there are 2 unlockable types as well. The first just has 2 gun pod slots, one of which replaces your default machine gun. This type uses the gun pods until they run out of ammo and discards them, and is the hardest ship to play through the game with. The second type has only 1 extra gun pod slot, but can store up to 3 pods at once, allowing the player to swap between each pod on the fly, making for a customized type of strategy. Using the right pod at the right time instead of just expending your gun pods at random and trying to hunt for a new one on the fly. The last has dual machine guns and simplified controls and can carry 1 gun pod, making it ideal for beginners to use, and it does more damage with its basic machine gun. Choosing the right craft and the right gun pod for the job is essential to your success in this game. Einhander has a good variety of gun pods to use. Some are really cool, but some aren't effective in every situation. For example, the grenade launcher and the hedgehog are devastating against the bosses, but are almost useless when being swarmed. You can also earn new gun pods throughout the game to equip on your fighter from the beginning of the game, which are re-equipped on your fighter after every death, meaning you don't have to start with just the basic machine gun after you die. Another cool feature in the game is that the bosses and some regular enemies blow apart into sectional portions, so players can go for a larger score and whittle the bosses down into their final state, or just go for the kill, attacking each boss's main damage point. The game also has some cool visual aesthetics that go along with it being a fully polygonal shooter versus a sprite-based one. Nice explosion and colored lighting effects, dynamic camera angle switches that add a cinematic flair to the game, the big bosses sport imaginative designs and are well animated, and the early polygonal graphics hold up nicer to modern eyes than many other PS1 offerings will. The only graphical problem I have with the game is a common problem I find in many polygonal shooters, and that is it is sometimes hard in the colored lighting, explosion effects, and waves of enemies to spot incoming enemy fire, leading sometimes to frustrating deaths from projectiles you didn't even see coming. The game controls perfectly and has no issues, even in bouts of slowdown that do occur. Swapping gun pods is a cinch, and speeding your ship up or down is also simple as pressing a button, which is a plus in the midst of the action. Some fighters may seem more complicated to use in the throes of battle, but that's a practice issue for the player, not really a control issue. The music is also well done, but what would you expect coming from Squaresoft? As for any complaints I may have against the game, I really can't think of any, outside of my own lack of skill at games in this genre. The entire game is solid and has the average learning curve when it comes to shoot-em-ups. Learning the quirks of the gun pods and their best uses and memorizing the level and boss patterns are an integral part of Einhander, as it is in all shoot-em-ups. Honestly, this game plays well, looks good, controls well, and has all the needed intensity for this genre, and is overall a very solid showing in the genre, even though I would agree that there are better shooters out there. All that being said, for being a well-made, well-playing, solid shooter and an admirable attempt to break this niche genre out into mainstream success and to break out past just being an RPG company on Squaresoft's part, Einhander earned Station Geek's Game of the Month for September 2018. Love it, hate it, or fall somewhere in the middle, this is easily the PlayStation's most mainstream recognizable shoot-'em up.